monuments that impress because of their size, and then there are the ones that shouldn't seem possible at all. Across different continents, and separated by thousands of years, a handful of ancient structures display engineering, precision, and construction methods that continue to challenge archaeologists and engineers alike. Some were carved directly from mountains. Others were assembled from stones weighing hundreds of tons with astonishing accuracy, while a few still leave one unsettling question unanswered. How were they built using the technology of their time? These are the strangest ancient structures ever created. Monuments that blur the line between human ingenuity and historical mystery. When archaeologists began documenting the stone blocks of Puma Punku in detail, they realized these were not ordinary ruins. Scattered across a windswept plateau near Lake Titicaca in western Bolivia were enormous blocks carved with remarkably straight edges, perfectly intersecting angles, narrow grooves, and repeated geometric patterns that looked almost standardized. Some visitors compared them to giant machine parts rather than stones shaped by hand. Yet every excavation has led to the same conclusion. This monument was built by the Tiwanaku civilization around the 6th century AD, centuries before the rise of the Inca. The mystery is no longer who built Puma Punku, but why they created architecture so extraordinarily precise that it still challenges engineers and archaeologists today. Puma Punku forms part of the larger Tiwanaku ceremonial complex, about 72 kilometers west of La Paz, at an altitude of nearly 3,850 meters. Radiocarbon dating from excavations led by archaeologist Alexei Vranic places the beginning of construction after approximately AD 536, disproving the popular claim that the monument is more than 12,000 years old. Even with its true age established, Puma Punku remains one of the most unusual architectural achievements in the ancient world. The first mystery is precision. The site's famous H-shaped andesite blocks appear almost identical, with clean 90-degree corners, symmetrical recesses, and remarkably flat surfaces. Architectural researchers Jean-Pierre Protzen and Stella Nair demonstrated that the blocks are not exact copies, but they follow the same design system with only tiny variations. That means each stone was individually carved while still matching an overall architectural plan. For a civilization with no iron tools, producing dozens of complex blocks to such consistent standards required an astonishing level of planning and craftsmanship. The stone itself makes the achievement even harder to understand. Most of the finely carved blocks were made from andesite, a dense volcanic rock that is significantly harder than ordinary sandstone. Experimental archaeology has shown that shaping andesite using hammerstones, stone chisels, and abrasive sand is possible, but extremely slow. Every sharp groove, flat face, and internal corner would have demanded countless hours of grinding and polishing. Puma Punku was not built through impossible technology. It was built through extraordinary skill, patience, and organization on a scale rarely seen in the ancient Americas. Then there is the problem of transportation. The largest sandstone block at Puma Punku measures approximately 7.81 meters long, 5.17 meters wide, and weighs an estimated 131 metric tons. Geological studies indicate these massive sandstone blocks came from quarries about 10 kilometers away, while the precisely carved andesite was transported from the Copacabana Peninsula, roughly 90 kilometers from the site. Moving stones of that size would be difficult even with modern equipment. The Tiwanaku had no evidence of wheeled vehicles for heavy transport, no draft animals capable of pulling such loads, and no iron machinery. Archaeologists have proposed the use of sledges, ropes, earthen ramps, and large teams of workers, but exactly how these stones crossed such rugged terrain at high altitude remains one of Puma Punku's greatest engineering puzzles. Another feature rarely discussed is the monument's metal technology. Several stones contain carefully carved sockets designed to hold eye-shaped metal clamps. Metallurgical analysis shows these clamps were cast from copper-based alloys containing arsenic and nickel before being fitted into the stonework. Instead of simply stacking blocks on top of one another, the builders mechanically locked sections of the structure together. This combination of advanced masonry and sophisticated metallurgy demonstrates that Puma Punku was engineered rather than merely assembled. If the craftsmanship is extraordinary, the monument's current condition raises another question. Today, Puma Punku looks like a field of shattered stone, with gigantic blocks lying overturned in every direction. Archaeologists believe the original complex contained terraces, platforms, monumental gateways, and ceremonial courtyards arranged according to a carefully planned layout. Centuries of earthquakes, stone robbing, weathering, and human activity destroyed much of the structure, leaving researchers to reconstruct the monument piece by piece using excavation records and three-dimensional digital models. Even now, no complete reconstruction has gained universal agreement because so much of the original architecture has been lost. The village of Abhaneri in the Indian state of Rajasthan receives barely enough rainfall to sustain life for much of the year, yet more than 12 centuries ago, its inhabitants carved one of the most mathematically astonishing structures ever created into the earth. At first glance, Chand Bauri does not resemble a well at all. Seen from above, it looks like an impossible geometric illusion, a vast inverted pyramid composed of approximately 3,500 perfectly aligned stone steps, cascading 13 levels toward a small pool of water nearly 30 meters below the surface. Even today, photographs of the monument are frequently mistaken for digital artwork because the precision of its repeating triangular patterns seems almost too perfect to have been achieved without modern surveying technology. Unlike many famous ancient monuments that impress through sheer size, Chand Bauri is extraordinary because almost every visible surface is a staircase, raising an obvious question: why would an ancient civilization construct thousands of perfectly proportioned steps simply to reach water? The monument was built in Abhaneri, around 95 kilometers east of Jaipur, and is generally dated to the late 8th or early 9th century, during the rule of the Nikumba Rajputs, although no surviving inscription records its exact construction. Archaeologists instead rely on comparisons with nearby temples, sculptural styles, and architectural details to date the structure. Art historians including Cynthia Packett Atherton and Michael W. Meister have placed the complex around approximately AD 800 to 825, making it one of the oldest surviving monumental stepwells in India. The absence of dedicatory inscriptions is itself unusual because many major temples of the same period recorded their patrons, leaving Chand Bauri without a definitive written account of who ordered its construction or how long the project required. Its strange appearance was not created for decoration, but for survival. Rajasthan has long been one of India's driest regions, where groundwater levels fluctuate dramatically between the monsoon and the prolonged dry season. Instead of digging a vertical shaft that became useless whenever water levels dropped, the builders excavated a massive square reservoir and surrounded it with thousands of narrow steps. No matter how far the water receded, people could continue descending until they reached it. This solved a practical problem that ordinary wells could not. Yet practicality alone does not explain why the staircases were arranged with such obsessive symmetry. 3 sides of the structure are entirely covered by double flights of stairs intersecting at sharp angles, while the 4th side contains pillared galleries, pavilions, and chambers overlooking the reservoir. The result is an enormous geometric composition that transforms an engineering solution into one of the most visually striking architectural designs of the ancient world. The geometry remains the monument's greatest mystery. Chand Bauri contains roughly 3,500 steps, arranged across 13 stories, each landing connecting to another network of staircases that repeat almost endlessly toward the bottom. Rather than using a single staircase, the builders divided movement into hundreds of interconnected routes. This allowed many people to descend and climb simultaneously without creating bottlenecks, an elegant solution for a community that depended on a shared water source. At the same time, the repeating triangular forms distribute structural loads across the retaining walls, while reducing erosion from thousands of footsteps over centuries. Modern architectural researchers have noted that the design creates an optical illusion in which the stairways appear to shift position depending on the viewing angle, making it surprisingly difficult for the human eye to judge depth or distinguish individual paths. The monument therefore appears almost alive, changing visually as sunlight moves across its surfaces throughout the day. Another remarkable feature is its natural climate control. Temperatures in Rajasthan regularly exceed 40 degrees Celsius during summer, but measurements and historical descriptions consistently note that the air near the bottom of Chand Baori remains approximately 5 to 6 degrees Celsius cooler than the surface. The depth of the well, the thick stone walls, constant shade and evaporation from stored groundwater create a naturally cooled environment. Long before mechanical air conditioning existed, local residents could descend into the stepwell to escape the intense desert heat. Historical studies describe Chand Baori not merely as infrastructure, but as an important communal gathering place, where travelers rested, merchants met, and local ceremonies took place in relative comfort beneath the surrounding galleries. The monument also formed part of a larger sacred landscape rather than existing as an isolated engineering project. Immediately beside the stepwell stands the Harshut Mata temple, dedicated to the goddess associated with joy and prosperity. Archaeological evidence suggests that the well was likely completed before the present temple complex, with both becoming integrated into a single religious center during the early medieval period. Pilgrims are believed to have washed before entering the temple, transforming the reservoir into both a practical water source and a ritual space. Numerous sculptural fragments recovered around the site, many now preserved by the Archaeological Survey of India, indicate that the complex originally contained elaborate carvings and shrines, many of which were damaged or destroyed during later invasions and centuries of reuse. The Kondana caves are strange for one simple reason. Almost everything you see was created by removing rock instead of stacking it. More than 2,000 years ago, Buddhist craftsmen stood before a vertical wall of basalt in the western Ghats of present-day Maharashtra, India, and decided not to build a temple on the mountain, but inside it. Every hall, every pillar, every doorway, and every monk's chamber had to be carved directly into solid volcanic stone. One mistake could ruin months of work because there was no way to replace a broken block. Even today, archaeologists cannot calculate exactly how many tons of rock were removed to complete the complex, yet the builders achieved remarkable symmetry using only iron tools, hammers, chisels, and careful planning. The caves are located near the old trade route, leading through the Bar Ghat Pass, approximately 16 kilometers northwest of Kala Caves and around 33 kilometers north of Lonavala, placing them in one of the busiest commercial corridors of ancient Western India. Archaeological evidence dates the excavation of the caves to approximately the 1st century BCE, although some researchers believe planning may have begun slightly earlier because the architectural style closely resembles nearby sites such as Baja. The complex consists of 16 Buddhist caves, including a large chaitya or prayer hall, several viharas used as monasteries, rock-cut cisterns for collecting water, and a number of residential cells where monks lived during the monsoon season. Unlike later Buddhist cave complexes famous for elaborate sculptures and paintings, Kondana belongs to the earliest generation of Western Indian rock-cut architecture, when builders were still experimenting with transferring wooden architecture into permanent stone. That transitional moment is exactly what makes the site so unusual. The greatest mystery is not why the caves were carved, but why their builders deliberately copied wood in a monument that contained almost no structural wood at all. Inside the main Chaitya hall, the vaulted ceiling imitates the shape of timber construction, with carved stone beams arranged like wooden rafters. These false beams do not strengthen the roof, because the mountain itself carries the entire load. They exist purely to reproduce an older architectural tradition. The surviving measurements recorded by James Ferguson and James Burgess in the Cave Temples of India described the Chatya as approximately 66.5 feet long, from the entrance pillars to the apse, 26 feet 8 inches wide, and over 28 feet high. 15 interior pillars form an aisle around the stupa, while the roof preserves the appearance of a wooden building, despite being carved entirely from living basalt. In other words, the builders invested enormous effort creating stone that intentionally looked like wood, even though nobody entering the cave would mistake the material. That decision has fascinated historians for more than a century. The prevailing interpretation is that these caves preserve the memory of an architectural tradition that has almost completely disappeared. Before large-scale rock-cut monuments became common, Buddhist assembly halls were primarily constructed from timber. Wood decays quickly in India's tropical climate, leaving almost no examples behind. Kondana therefore acts like a fossil, preserving a building style that otherwise vanished. Instead of discovering an ancient wooden temple, archaeologists found its stone copy, frozen forever inside a mountain. This makes the caves one of the earliest surviving records of an entire architectural technology that time erased. The construction method itself raises equally impressive questions. Unlike masonry architecture, where blocks can be added one by one, rock-cut architecture follows the opposite logic. Workers began at the cliff face and excavated inward, removing stone while constantly preserving the proportions of the final structure. Columns could not simply be installed later because they were left standing as the surrounding rock was cut away. Every ceiling, wall, and pillar originally belonged to the same mass of basalt. A single error in measurement could destroy an entire chamber. Modern surveys of early Buddhist caves show remarkable consistency in spacing between pillars, alignment of walls, and geometric planning, indicating that ancient builders possessed sophisticated surveying techniques long before precision instruments existed. The purpose of the complex was equally practical and spiritual. The Chaitya Hall served as a communal place of worship, centered on a stupa, while the surrounding viharas provided living quarters for monks, especially during the annual rainy season, when travel became difficult. Their location was carefully chosen rather than isolated by accident. The caves overlook an ancient trade corridor, linking ports on the Konkan coast with settlements across the Deccan Plateau. Merchants traveling through the mountains frequently supported Buddhist monasteries with donations, receiving shelter, water, and religious merit in return. The only surviving inscription at Kondana, carved on the front of the Chatya, records one such donation, providing direct archaeological evidence that the monastery depended upon patronage rather than royal conquest or military power. Gunung Kawi is strange because it does not behave like a normal temple. It was not assembled from blocks, raised on columns, or built upward from the ground. It was carved backward into a cliff. In the Pakarasan River valley of Tampak Siring, northeast of Ubud in Bali, 10 monumental candy-shaped shrines were cut directly into living volcanic rock, each standing inside a tall recessed niche, roughly 7 meters high. From a distance, they look like small temple towers. Up close, the illusion breaks. These are not buildings at all. They are stone facades, locked into the cliff, with no interior chamber, no usable room, and no body buried inside. That is what makes Gunung Kawi one of the most unusual ancient architectural sites in Southeast Asia. It imitates architecture, but it is made by removing a mountain. The complex is usually dated to the 11th century, during the period of the Warmadewa dynasty in Bali. It lies along both sides of the Pakarasan River, a sacred landscape later included in the wider cultural landscape associated with Bali's ancient water systems. The site is often linked to King Anak Wungsu, who ruled Bali in the 11th century, and to the royal family connected with King Udayana and Queen Mahendradatta. But even here, the evidence is not as simple as a modern label on a monument. The identification comes from inscriptions and historical interpretation, not from a tomb inscription saying plainly who lies inside, because no confirmed royal remains have ever been found inside these rock-cut monuments. The first oddity is the number and arrangement. Gunung Kawi contains 10 major rock-cut shrines, 5 stand together on one side of the river, 4 stand opposite them, and 1 more is separated from the main groups. This split layout already feels deliberate. It is not a single temple courtyard. It is a sacred valley turned into a stone map. Some scholars interpret the eastern group as memorials connected to King Udayana, Mahendradatta, and their sons Erlanga, Marakata, and Anak Wungsu. The western group has been interpreted as belonging to royal consorts or lesser queens. But this remains a theory because the monuments themselves do not carry a complete list of names. The most important clue is an inscription on one of the shrines, often read as Haji Lumahing Jalu, referring to a king who was enshrined or made sacred there. The problem is that a clue is not the same as a full explanation. The second oddity is the method. If the builders had wanted a shrine, they could have built one from stone, brick, or timber, as many societies did. Instead, they chose the most punishing method possible. They had to cut a flat recessed wall into the cliff, then shape the Kandy Tower in relief, leaving the shrine attached to the rock behind it. In normal construction, a mistake can be replaced, a damaged block can be removed, a cracked beam can be changed. At Gunung Kawi, every strike was permanent. The builders were not stacking material, they were subtracting it. They had to imagine the finished monument inside the cliff before it existed, then cut away everything that was not the shrine. This is why the site feels closer to a sculpture than a temple, yet too large to be treated as simple sculpture. Each Kandy is carved with the visual language of a tower, base, body, roof-like tiers, and a high niche that protects the form. But the tower cannot be entered. It cannot shelter priests. It cannot hold a congregation. It performs the image of sacred architecture without functioning like ordinary architecture. That is the central mystery of Gunung Kawi. The ancient builders created monuments that look like temples but act like royal memorials, carved into the cliff as if the mountain itself had become the container of memory. The third strange feature is the location. Gunung Kawi is not placed on an easy ceremonial plain. It sits down in a river valley, reached today by descending hundreds of stone steps through rice terraces and tropical vegetation. The journey itself changes the meaning of the site. You do not approach it like a palace. You descend into it, almost as if entering an underworld landscape. For ancient builders, this choice created obvious problems. Workers, tools, food, ritual objects, and supervision all had to function inside a steep valley environment. The Pakarasan River also meant humidity, water erosion, and shifting ground conditions. Yet this difficult landscape was chosen on purpose. The reason may lie in the sacred role of water in Balinese religion. Gunung Kawi is not isolated from its environment. It is fused with it. The river, the cliffs, the bathing places, the rice fields, and the rock-cut shrines form one ritual system. Nearby water temples and irrigation traditions show how ancient Bali connected kingship, agriculture, religion, and water management. In this sense, the site may not have been meant simply to display royal power. It may have turned the valley into a sacred machine. Water flowed below, shrines watched from the stone walls, and the royal dead or deified ancestors were remembered within a living landscape. How was it made? Archaeology cannot give a filmed record, but the basic process can be reconstructed from the marks and the nature of the work. The builders likely began by selecting cliff faces of workable volcanic stone. They then cut back the rock to create sheltered niches. After that, they carved the shrine forms from the remaining stone mass, refining the outlines, roof tiers, bases, and surfaces with iron tools. The work required planning, scaffolding, or temporary platforms, and teams of skilled stonecutters. The hardest part was not only carving the shrine, it was keeping the proportions readable across a vertical surface about 7 meters high, while working against the cliff rather than around a freestanding block. This also explains why Gunung Kawi feels technically strange even without giant megaliths. Its difficulty is not about moving impossible stones. Its difficulty is about controlling absence. The monument exists because everything around it was removed. Ancient engineers had to manage depth, symmetry, drainage, surface finish, and cliff stability at the same time. They were not building upward into open air, they were cutting inward into geology. That makes Gunung Kawi part of a rare architectural tradition where landscape is not the background of the monument. Landscape is the raw material. What was it built for? The safest answer is that Gunung Kawi was a royal memorial and sacred complex, probably connected to ancestor worship and the deification of Balinese rulers. Many descriptions call it a funerary complex, but that phrase can mislead modern viewers. It does not mean archaeologists found royal bodies sealed inside the candi. In fact, the lack of interior burial chambers is one of the site's most important details. These shrines appear to be symbolic tombs or memorial monuments, not graves in the ordinary sense. They may have served as places where the royal dead were ritually honored as divine or semi-divine beings. Shunet el-Zebib is what happens when a building looks too primitive to matter, then turns out to be one of the missing links behind the pyramids. No polished stone, no golden chambers, no giant statues, just a vast rectangle of mud brick standing in the desert of Abydos, Upper Egypt. But that is exactly what makes it disturbing. This was not a village wall or a storage yard. It was a royal monument built around 2700 BCE for King Khafre, the last ruler of Egypt's second dynasty. It came before Djoser's step pyramid at Saqqara, before the Pyramid Age truly began, and yet it already contained many of the ideas that would later define Egyptian royal architecture. The strange part is simple. Almost 5,000 years ago, before Egypt had fully entered its stone-building era, someone built a massive ceremonial enclosure from mud, and parts of it are still standing. The first shock is the material. Shunet el-Zebib was made almost entirely from sun-dried mud bricks, the most fragile-sounding building material imaginable when compared with limestone or granite. Yet researchers estimate that roughly 9 million bricks were used in its construction. Its outer enclosure measures about 137 meters by 77 meters, covering more than 10,000 square meters. The surviving walls still rise in places to about 11 or 12 meters, with a thickness of roughly 5 meters. In other words, this was not a symbolic little shrine. It was an engineered mass of earth, labor, geometry, and ritual, built at a scale that should make us rethink how advanced Egypt's earliest state already was. What makes the structure even weirder is that it pretends to be a fortress, but probably was not one. From a distance, Shunet el-Zebib looks defensive. Huge walls, controlled entrances, a sealed rectangular plan. For centuries, that is how people understood it. Even its modern Arabic name, often translated as storehouse of raisins, shows how completely its original purpose had been forgotten. But when archaeologists studied the layout, the fortress idea began to fall apart. The walls were not plain military barriers, they were covered with recessed niches and projecting sections, a design known as palace facade architecture. This pattern was difficult to build and visually dramatic, but it was not the most efficient way to stop an enemy. It was architecture as royal theatre. That palace facade design is one of the strangest details of the entire monument. The outer walls were shaped with repeated recesses, almost like a giant mud brick version of a royal palace front. The point was not defense, it was meaning. In early Egypt, this style was connected with kingship, divine authority, and the visual language of power. Shunet el-Zebib was therefore not just enclosing space, it was turning mud into a political statement. The building announced that Khafre was not merely dead, but still present, still royal, still surrounded by the architecture of command. The second strange feature is the emptiness inside. A monument this large should feel crowded with buildings, chambers, corridors, and hidden rooms. Instead, the center of Shunet el-Zebib was mostly an open court. That emptiness is not a weakness in the story, it is the mystery. Archaeologists believe the enclosure was used for royal funerary rituals, connected with Khafre's afterlife cult. It may have held temporary structures, offerings, processions, or ceremonies that left little permanent trace. This makes the building harder to interpret because its most important actions may have happened in open space, not inside stone chambers. The monument was not built to store treasure. It was built to stage royal eternity. Its location strengthens that interpretation. Shunet el-Zabib stands near Abydos, one of ancient Egypt's most sacred royal landscapes, close to the early royal tombs at el-Kab. Khasekhemwy's actual tomb was not inside the enclosure. That separation is crucial. The dead king's body was buried elsewhere, while this huge mud brick complex appears to have functioned as a separate ritual zone. Later pyramid complexes would use a similar logic: burial, temple, courtyard, enclosure, procession, and symbolic architecture, all working together as one royal machine. Shunet el-Zabib shows that this system was already being invented before the first true pyramid rose. The construction itself also raises serious questions. To make roughly 9 million mud bricks, workers needed clay-rich soil, water, straw, or organic temper, molds, drying space, transport routes, and coordinated labor. Each brick had to be shaped, dried under the sun, moved, stacked, and bonded into walls thick enough to survive wind, rain, heat, and time. Mud brick is vulnerable if neglected, yet the monument lasted because of its mass, its dry desert setting, and the sheer thickness of its walls. Its survival is not magic. It is the result of ancient engineering pushed to an extreme scale. Then comes the most important part. Shunet el-Zabib may be the architectural step before the step pyramid. Only a generation later, Djoser's complex at Saqqara transformed royal architecture forever, replacing mud brick traditions with stone. But the resemblance is difficult to ignore. Both complexes use monumental enclosure walls. Both use palace facade decoration. Both create controlled ceremonial space around the king. The difference is that Djoser's architects translated an older mud brick language into stone. That is why Shunet el-Zabib matters so much. It suggests the pyramid age did not appear suddenly. It evolved from experiments like this, from a gigantic mud enclosure at Abydos that tested ideas before Egypt made them permanent. Excavations have also revealed that the monument was not a random ruin, but part of a much larger sacred landscape. Near Shunet el-Zabib, archaeologists found early royal boat burials at Abydos, dating to the same broad period of Egypt's early dynasties. These boats were not practical river transport left behind by accident. They were ritual objects connected with royal power, movement, and the afterlife. Their presence shows that Abydos was already a place where kingship, death, journey, and cosmic symbolism were being joined together long before the famous solar boats of the Old Kingdom. When archaeologists first tried to understand Kailasa Temple, they encountered a problem that should not have existed. Every ancient building leaves behind evidence of construction. There are foundation trenches, discarded stone blocks, unfinished walls, or signs showing how one section was added to another over time. Kailasa has almost none of that. Instead, researchers found a complete temple standing free inside a courtyard, surrounded by sheer rock walls on every side. The more they examined it, the stranger the evidence became. There were no joints between blocks, because there were no blocks at all. The entire monument, from its towering gateway to its sculpted elephants, staircases, bridges, columns, and central shrine, had been carved from a single mass of volcanic basalt. It was not built on the mountain, it had been cut out of the mountain itself. Located at Cave 16 of the Ellora Caves in Maharashtra, Western India, Kailasa Temple is widely recognized as the largest monolithic rock-cut temple ever created. The Ellora complex contains 34 Buddhist, Hindu, and Jain monuments, excavated over several centuries, and was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1983. Yet among every structure at Ellora, Kailasa stands completely apart, because its construction method has almost no parallel anywhere in the ancient world. Rather than excavating horizontally into a cliff like the surrounding caves, its builders removed the mountain from above, carving downward until an entire temple complex emerged. UNESCO describes the monument as the culmination of Indian rock-cut architecture, while the Archaeological Survey of India considers it one of the greatest engineering achievements of ancient India. Historians generally attribute the main phase of construction to the Rashtrakuta king Krishna I, whose reign lasted approximately from AD 756 to 773. Although later rulers probably completed parts of the decoration, inscriptions and architectural analysis strongly associate the original monument with his dynasty. The temple was dedicated to Shiva and conceived as a stone representation of Mount Kailash, the sacred mountain believed in Hindu tradition to be the home of the god. This explains why the builders were not simply constructing another place of worship. They were attempting to transform an entire mountain into a sacred landscape where mythology and architecture became the same object. The first mystery appears the moment engineers consider how such a project could even begin. Modern buildings start with foundations because every measurement depends on the ground beneath them. Kailasa reversed that logic entirely. Workers began at the highest point of the future monument and carved downward for decades. That meant the roof was finished before the floor existed, upper towers before lower halls, and decorative elements before the surrounding mountain had even disappeared. Every measurement had to be correct from the very first day because nothing could be rebuilt later. Unlike masonry architecture, where damaged stones can simply be replaced, Kailasa existed as one uninterrupted block of basalt. One incorrect cut would permanently destroy parts of the future temple. Its scale only makes this engineering puzzle more extraordinary. The open courtyard measures roughly 82 meters in length and 46 meters across, while the central sanctuary rises approximately 32.6 meters above the courtyard floor. Geological and archaeological estimates suggest that at least 200,000 tons of solid basalt were removed to create the finished monument, with several engineering studies proposing even higher figures. Every ton represented rock that first had to be excavated before any artistic work could begin. Yet archaeologists have never identified spoil deposits matching such an enormous excavation, leaving unanswered questions about how ancient workers transported and disposed of such a vast quantity of stone more than 12 centuries ago. The second mystery concerns planning. Before the first hammer struck the basalt, someone already had to know the exact location of every courtyard, staircase, corridor, bridge, column, shrine, and drainage channel hidden inside the mountain. None of these spaces could be discovered during construction because they had to be preserved from the beginning. Remove too much rock and a supporting column disappears forever. Leave too little and a hallway cannot exist. Shift the central axis by only a small margin and the entire temple loses its symmetry. The builders were effectively solving a three-dimensional engineering problem, while most of the monument remained invisible inside solid stone. Archaeologists believe the craftsmen relied on iron chisels, hammers, wedges, and remarkably accurate surveying techniques, rather than any unknown technology. The evidence comes directly from unfinished surfaces, visible chisel marks, and comparisons with other Indian rock-cut monuments. What continues to puzzle specialists is not the tools themselves, but the organization behind them. Successfully coordinating thousands of sequential cuts without damaging the final design required a level of architectural planning rarely seen anywhere in the ancient world. Archaeologist M.K. Davalekar argued that the monument must have followed a comprehensive master plan established before excavation began, because later corrections would have been virtually impossible. The temple itself reveals why such planning mattered. Visitors first enter through a monumental gateway into an open courtyard carved entirely below the original ground level. Directly ahead stands the Nandi Mandapa, dedicated to Shiva's sacred bull, connected by a stone bridge to the main shrine. Around the platform, life-sized elephants appear to support the weight of the structure, while hundreds of sculptural panels depict scenes from the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, and the Puranas. One of the most famous reliefs shows Ravana attempting to lift Mount Kailash, as Shiva calmly presses the mountain back into place with a single foot. These sculptures were never attached afterward. Every figure had to remain hidden inside the mountain until surrounding rock was carefully removed, meaning artists often preserved statues years before they were finally revealed. Hegra is one of the few ancient cities where the greatest architectural achievement was not built upward but carved inward. The desert of northwestern Saudi Arabia, around 300 kilometers north of Medina, this Nabatean city appears at first to resemble Petra, yet the closer archaeologists examined it, the stranger it became. Instead of finding a thriving metropolis surrounded by a cemetery, they discovered what was almost the opposite. More than 100 monumental tombs dominate the landscape, while very little of the residential city remains visible. UNESCO describes Hegra as the best-preserved southern settlement of the Nabatean kingdom, containing 111 monumental tombs, 94 of them decorated, together with an extensive hydraulic system that made life possible in one of Arabia's driest regions. The site was inscribed as Saudi Arabia's first UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2008. What makes Hegra so unusual is not simply that its monuments were carved into rock, but the extraordinary method by which they were created. Unlike temples or pyramids assembled block by block, every facade at Hegra was produced by removing thousands of tons of sandstone, until only the intended monument remained. Ancient masons worked from the top downward, carving the roofline first before gradually descending toward the entrance. This sequence prevented falling debris from destroying completed sections below, but it also meant that a single mistake made near the beginning could ruin the entire monument. Archaeologists still identify unfinished tombs where the process suddenly stopped, preserving the construction sequence exactly as the craftsman left it nearly 2,000 years ago. The most famous example is Qasr al-Farid, often translated as the Lonely Castle. Standing completely isolated in the desert, its facade rises more than 20 meters above the sand. The upper portion displays finely carved Nabatean capitals, pilasters, and decorative cornices, while the lower half remains rough and unfinished. It is not the result of erosion, but direct evidence that construction was abandoned before completion. No ancient text explains why. The owner may have died unexpectedly, political priorities may have changed, or skilled workers may simply have been diverted elsewhere. Whatever the reason, the monument became an accidental record of Nabatean engineering, allowing modern archaeologists to reconstruct exactly how these enormous tombs were produced. The purpose of these structures also makes Hegra remarkably different from most ancient cities. They were not palaces, temples, or public buildings designed for everyday life. They were family tombs commissioned by wealthy members of Nabatean society to preserve status long after death. Excavations show that burial chambers inside were relatively simple, often containing niches or benches for multiple family members, while almost all artistic effort was concentrated on the exterior facade. The architecture was therefore intended for the living rather than the dead. Every traveler entering the oasis would immediately see rows of elaborately carved monuments announcing the wealth, influence, and prestige of the families buried within. Another feature that separates Hegra from nearly every other Nabatean site is the remarkable number of surviving inscriptions. Many tomb entrances contain legal texts carved directly above the doorway rather than religious prayers. Written in the Nabatean script, a late form of Aramaic that later influenced the development of Arabic writing, these inscriptions identify the owner, specify who was permitted to use the tomb, prohibit unauthorized burials, and sometimes threaten financial or religious penalties against anyone violating those rights. Instead of mysterious symbols, the monuments functioned almost like legal contracts permanently engraved into stone. This unusual combination of architecture, law, and social identity has allowed historians to reconstruct family relationships, professions, and even the administrative structure of the Nabatean community. The engineering required to sustain Hegra is equally surprising. Although the region receives very little annual rainfall, archaeologists have documented more than 130 wells across the oasis, many reaching groundwater roughly 20 meters below the surface. The Nabateans combined these wells with reservoirs and carefully managed water channels that captured seasonal runoff before it disappeared into the desert. Without this hydraulic system, neither agriculture nor permanent settlement would have been possible. UNESCO identifies these water installations as evidence that Hegra's architectural achievement extended far beyond its famous rock-cut monuments. Hegra also reveals how the Nabateans absorbed ideas from several civilizations while creating an architectural identity of their own. Decorative elements inspired by Egyptian cavetto cornices, Hellenistic columns, Assyrian motifs, and local Arabian traditions appear together on the same facades, reflecting the city's position along the ancient incense trade routes linking southern Arabia with the Mediterranean. After the Roman annexation of the Nabatean kingdom in AD 106, some monuments even acquired Latin inscriptions and Roman decorative details, yet the distinctive Nabatean style continued to dominate the landscape. Perhaps the greatest mystery is not how these monuments survived, but why they remained almost untouched for so long. After trade routes shifted, Hegra gradually lost its importance and was eventually abandoned. The dry desert climate, the absence of later urban development, and local traditions discouraging settlement around the ancient necropolis preserved the monuments with extraordinary clarity. Chisel marks left by Nabatean craftsmen remain visible on unfinished surfaces, allowing modern researchers to examine details that would have disappeared almost anywhere else. Hegra ultimately challenges one of our basic assumptions about ancient architecture. Most civilizations measured greatness by the cities they built for the living. The Nabateans invested their greatest craftsmanship in monuments dedicated to the dead, carving entire mountains into lasting symbols of memory, law, and social prestige. That paradox is precisely what makes Hegra one of the strangest architectural landscapes ever created in the ancient world, where the cemetery became far grander than the city it was built to serve. Arslan Tepe does not astonish archaeologists because of impossible megaliths or stones weighing hundreds of tons. Instead, it is considered one of the strangest ancient architectural sites because it represents the moment when architecture ceased to be a place simply to live or worship and became a machine for governing society. Located on a 30-meter-high archaeological mound in the Malatya plain of eastern Turkey, about 15 kilometers west of the Euphrates River, Arslan Tepe preserves more than 6,000 years of occupation. Yet the phase that transformed our understanding of early civilization dates to approximately 300–3000 BC, when an enormous mud-brick palace complex appeared, centuries before Egypt's pyramids, and at a time when writing had barely begun to emerge in Mesopotamia. UNESCO recognized the site's global significance in 2021 because it preserves one of the earliest known examples of a centralized state, a bureaucratic administration, and monumental public architecture designed to exercise political power rather than simply provide shelter. The greatest mystery surrounding Arslan Tepe is not how its builders stacked bricks, but why people invested such extraordinary effort into constructing a building whose primary purpose was administration and social control. Archaeologists led by Professor Marcella Frangipane of Sapienza University of Rome have excavated the site continuously for decades, revealing a palace unlike anything previously known from this period. Instead of massive defensive walls or religious monuments dominating the settlement, they uncovered a carefully organized architectural complex consisting of ceremonial halls, reception areas, storage rooms, courtyards, narrow corridors, and controlled entrances. Every section appears deliberately planned to regulate movement. Visitors entering the complex could not simply walk into the central spaces. They were forced through long, restricted passageways before reaching larger ceremonial chambers, an architectural arrangement that many researchers interpret as an intentional display of authority. Rather than protecting inhabitants from enemies, the building itself controlled how ordinary people approached those in power, making architecture an instrument of politics thousands of years before classical empires existed. This concept has become one of the strongest archaeological arguments that Arslan Tepe represents the birth of institutional government. Equally remarkable is how this immense complex was constructed without stone. Unlike Egypt, where limestone and granite dominate monumental architecture, Arslan Tepe was built almost entirely from millions of sun-dried mud bricks produced from clay, straw, and water collected from the fertile Malatya plain. Mud brick may sound fragile today, yet when laid upon thick foundations, protected by plaster and maintained regularly, it could support surprisingly large public buildings. Excavations show that many walls were coated with fine white plaster before being decorated with striking red and black geometric paintings. The visual effect would have been dramatic. Anyone approaching the palace more than 5,000 years ago would have entered brightly colored ceremonial spaces rather than dull earthen structures. This level of architectural planning demonstrates that aesthetics, ritual, and political symbolism had already become inseparable long before the monumental temples of later civilizations dominated the ancient Near East. Perhaps the most extraordinary aspect of Arslan Tepe is that the palace functioned as an economic engine rather than merely a royal residence. Excavators uncovered large storerooms containing dozens of enormous storage jars, known as pithoi, together with hundreds of smaller vessels and approximately 150 clay ceilings bearing administrative impressions. Many ceilings had fallen directly from containers they once secured, proving that officials systematically controlled goods entering and leaving the complex. Archaeologists also recovered hundreds of mass-produced bowls believed to have been used for distributing food rations to workers or dependents. These discoveries suggest that grain, oil, and other agricultural products were collected, recorded, sealed, stored, and redistributed through a centralized authority. In other words, Arslan Tepe possessed a functioning bureaucratic economy centuries before writing became widespread in Anatolia. The architecture itself was designed to support taxation, storage, accounting, and redistribution, making it one of humanity's earliest administrative headquarters rather than simply another ancient palace. The site became even more astonishing during excavations in the early 1980s, when Marcella Frangipane's team discovered a cache of 9 arsenical copper weapons inside one of the palace buildings. 3 are generally classified as short swords, while the remaining examples are long daggers measuring between approximately 45 and 60 centimeters. Several were decorated with silver inlays, an extraordinary luxury for the late 4th millennium BC. Metallurgical analyses showed that most consisted primarily of copper alloyed with roughly 3% arsenic, producing harder blades than pure copper. Their archaeological context is just as significant as the weapons themselves. They were not recovered from a battlefield or burial, but from the palace complex, suggesting they belonged to an elite closely associated with political authority. UNESCO specifically highlights these objects as the earliest swords currently known in the world and interprets them as evidence for the emergence of organized warfare under centralized political leadership. The architecture and the weapons therefore tell the same story. The first state institutions were developing alongside the first elite military power. Another reason Arslan Tepe remains so unusual is that its monumental architecture appeared astonishingly early. The palace flourished during the late Chalcolithic period, before the great royal cities of Egypt had reached their famous monumental form, and centuries before the construction of Stonehenge in Britain. Archaeological evidence indicates that while many surrounding communities still consisted primarily of domestic mud brick houses, Arslan Tepe already possessed specialized public buildings devoted to administration, ritual, and economic management. Professor Frangipane has argued that the complex represents one of the earliest palace-like institutions ever identified, where religious authority, economic control, and political leadership merged within a single architectural system. Rather than evolving gradually from larger houses, the complex appears as a deliberate experiment in creating an entirely new kind of public institution. The strangest thing about Chan Chan is that it was not designed to welcome people into a city, but to slow them down, redirect them, confuse them, and decide exactly how far each person was allowed to go. On the northern coast of Peru, about 5 kilometers west of modern Trujillo, the Chimu built the largest adobe city in the Americas, a capital that once covered nearly 20 square kilometers, with a monumental center of roughly 6 square kilometers. From the outside, it looked like an impossible city of mud rising out of the desert. But inside, Chan Chan behaved less like a normal urban settlement and more like a controlled maze of walls, sealed compounds, ritual spaces, storage rooms, water reservoirs, and royal enclosures. This is why Chan Chan feels so different from the famous stone monuments of the ancient world. The Egyptians made pyramids that dominate the horizon. The Inca locked huge stones together with terrifying precision. The Chimu did something quieter and stranger. They built power out of earth. Almost everything here was made from adobe, clay-rich soil, sand, water, and plant fibers shaped into bricks, dried under the sun, stacked into massive walls, and covered with smooth plaster. In a wetter climate, a city like this would have dissolved. But Peru's northern coastal desert gave the Chimu the one condition they needed most: dryness. That is the only reason such a fragile material could become the skeleton of an imperial capital. Chan Chan flourished between about AD 900 and 1470, before the Chimu kingdom was conquered by the Inca ruler Topa Inca Yupanqui. UNESCO listed the site as a World Heritage Site in 1986, and also placed it on the list of World Heritage in danger, because the same material that made the city possible now makes it extremely vulnerable to El Niño rains, erosion, and climate damage. The city is not mysterious because nobody knows who built it. The mystery is why a civilization powerful enough to dominate the north coast of Peru chose to build its greatest capital as a gigantic enclosed system where architecture controlled movement more aggressively than almost any ancient city of its time. The core of Chan Chan was made of huge walled compounds known as ciudadelas. UNESCO identifies 9 major ciudadelas, each functioning as a royal and administrative complex, rather than an ordinary neighborhood. Their walls could rise roughly 9 to 12 meters high, and many of these enclosures had very few entrances, sometimes only one main access point. Once someone entered, the path was not open or intuitive. Corridors bent sharply. Courtyards appeared and disappeared behind high walls. Storage areas were hidden behind restricted passages. Ceremonial spaces were separated from administrative rooms. A person could be inside a palace and still be nowhere near the place that mattered. That is the architectural oddity at the center of Chan Chan. It was not built for freedom of movement, it was built for filtering. Every wall asked a question: who are you? Why are you here? And how close are you allowed to come? Archaeologists such as Michael E. Mosley and Kent C. Day studied Chan Chan's palace compounds and argued that their layout reflects a political system obsessed with controlled access. This was not random urban growth, it was planned restriction. In a stone palace, power might be shown through height, columns, statues, or gold. In Chan Chan, power was shown through the ability to make people move only where the architecture permitted. The strangest part is that these royal compounds were not simply reused by the next ruler. Archaeologists have linked Chan Chan's repeated palace construction to a political system often described as split inheritance. When a Chimu ruler died, his successor inherited political authority, but the dead ruler's palace and wealth remained tied to his lineage and mortuary cult. The new ruler therefore needed to build a new palace complex of his own. This explains why Chan Chan contains multiple huge compounds with similar internal patterns, instead of one palace continuously repaired and expanded over generations. The city grew like a chain of royal afterlives, each dead king leaving behind a sealed architectural machine that still required people, offerings, storage, and ritual attention. This makes Chan Chan deeply unusual. Many ancient capitals expanded because of trade, population growth, or military victory. Chan Chan expanded because death itself demanded new architecture. Each ruler's palace became a political fossil, preserved inside high adobe walls, while the next ruler created another center of power nearby. The result was not one palace, but a city of palaces, each one part residence, part treasury, part office, part temple, and part tomb. It was a capital where succession was not only written into bloodlines, but carved into the urban plan. The decoration makes the city even stranger. Instead of filling the walls with kings crushing enemies or gods towering over humans, Chimu artists covered many surfaces with reliefs of fish, seabirds, waves, nets, crabs, and marine patterns. These images were not random decoration. Chanchan stood near the Pacific Ocean, and Chimu power depended heavily on fishing, maritime resources, and irrigated agriculture. The ocean was not just scenery, it was the foundation of survival. In some areas, repeated fish motifs appear to move in opposite directions, creating a visual rhythm that may relate to currents, abundance, or ritual ideas about the sea. What makes this remarkable is the absence of the usual imperial language. Chanchan does not shout conquest through its walls. It whispers dependence on water. And water was the real engine behind the city. Chanchan rose in an arid coastal environment where a large population could not survive without engineered supply systems. Archaeologists estimate that the city may have supported tens of thousands of inhabitants at its height, often placed between 30,000 and 60,000 people. To make that possible, the Chimu relied on canals that carried water from Andean-fed river valleys toward fields, reservoirs, and urban compounds. Inside the ciudadelas, sunken reservoirs and water management features were integrated into the architecture itself. This means Chanchan was not just a maze of mud walls. It was a machine for controlling water, food, labor, ritual, and access at the same time. The construction process was practical but massive. Adobe bricks could be produced faster than cut stone, and local materials were available in the desert environment. Workers mixed earth with water and organic fibers, pressed the mixture into molds, dried the bricks under the sun, and assembled them into thick, load-bearing walls. The outer surfaces were plastered and sculpted while still workable, allowing craftsmen to create relief patterns across large architectural surfaces. This was not primitive building. It was an engineering system adapted perfectly to a dry coast, where stone was not the most efficient answer, and mud, handled at scale, could become monumental. Yet Chanchan's brilliance also explains its vulnerability. Adobe can endure for centuries in dryness, but heavy rain attacks it directly. El Niño events bring abnormal rainfall to Peru's coast, and every major episode damages the ancient walls. That is why UNESCO placed Chanchan on the danger list, in the same year it recognized its global value. The city is caught in a strange contradiction. It survived because of the desert, but the moment the desert changes, the city begins to melt. Chanchan is one of the weirdest ancient architectural sites, not because it looks impossible, but because its logic feels alien to what we expect from a city. It was a capital that behaved like a maze, a palace system that multiplied after each ruler's death, an empire built not from stone, but from sun-dried earth, and a political machine decorated not with war scenes, but with the language of the sea. More than 5 centuries after the Chimu were absorbed by the Inca, the walls of Chanchan still show a civilization that understood something unsettling. Architecture does not only shelter people, it can guide them, limit them, rank them, remember the dead, and turn an entire city into a map of power. Nan Madol does not look like a city that should exist. Rising from a shallow lagoon on the eastern shore of Pohnpei, in the Federated States of Micronesia, it is a labyrinth of nearly 100 artificial islets connected by narrow canals, earning it the nickname, the Venice of the Pacific. Yet unlike Venice, whose buildings stand on timber piles, Nan Madol was built almost entirely from enormous volcanic stone. Archaeologists estimate that construction began around the 12th century under the Sodler dynasty and continued for several centuries until roughly the early 17th century, when the kingdom collapsed following the conquest of Pohnpei by the warrior Isokelekel, according to local tradition. Today, the ruins cover approximately 18 square kilometers of reef flats and tidal channels, making them one of the most extraordinary architectural achievements in Oceania. In 2016, UNESCO recognized Nan Madol as a World Heritage Site, describing it as a ceremonial center unlike any other in the Pacific. What makes Nan Madol so extraordinary is not simply its location, but the engineering challenge it presents. The city consists of about 92 to 99 man-made islets, created by filling shallow coral reefs with coral rubble and enclosing them within massive retaining walls. Those walls were built from thousands of prismatic basalt columns stacked horizontally in alternating directions, much like giant logs in a timber cabin. Individual basalt columns commonly weigh between 5 and 10 tons, while some of the largest are estimated to exceed 20 tons. The walls surrounding important compounds rise as high as 7 to 8 meters and are as much as 5 meters thick. No mortar binds the stones together. Their stability depends entirely on the careful interlocking of the basalt columns and the immense weight of the structure itself. Even after more than 700 years of tropical storms, earthquakes, saltwater exposure, and dense vegetation, many sections remain standing. The greatest mystery is how these stones reached the construction site. Geological studies indicate that the basalt originated from volcanic outcrops on the opposite side of Pohnpei, particularly around the Soques Mountains, several kilometers away across rugged terrain and open water. The builders had no metal tools, wheeled vehicles, cranes, or draft animals. Unlike ancient civilizations in Eurasia, there is no evidence that the people of Pohnpei used the wheel for transport. Every column first had to be quarried from volcanic cliffs, moved to the shoreline, transported across the sea, and then lifted into position on artificial islands built above coral reefs. Archaeologists have proposed that large wooden rafts, canoes, rollers, made from palm trunks and coordinated human labor, could have been used, but no direct archaeological evidence has confirmed exactly how the heaviest stones were transported or raised. This uncertainty has made Nan Madol one of the most debated construction projects in Pacific archaeology. Its architectural design is equally unusual. Instead of expanding outward like most ancient cities, Nan Madol was divided into enclosed compounds separated by canals that functioned as streets. Every district had a specific purpose. Some contained elite residences, others were reserved for food preparation, canoe landings, rituals, or administrative activities. The city's most impressive structure is Nandawas, the Royal Mortuary Complex. Surrounded by basalt walls reaching roughly 7.5 meters high and nearly 5 meters thick, it enclosed the tombs of Saudalur rulers within one of the strongest stone fortifications ever built in Oceania. The precision with which the basalt columns were stacked allowed builders to create stable corners, gateways, and enclosed courtyards without using arches or mortar, relying entirely on gravity and carefully balanced loads. Equally puzzling is the choice of location. Nan Madol was not constructed where fresh water or farmland existed. The artificial islands contain almost no natural soil suitable for agriculture, and there are no freshwater springs within the city itself. Food, drinking water, and construction materials all had to be transported from the main island by canoe. From a practical perspective, building a political capital in the middle of a lagoon appears remarkably inefficient. Most archaeologists therefore conclude that practicality was never the primary objective. Excavations led by researchers including William Ayres, Rufino Mauricio, and later investigations supported by the US National Park Service suggest that Nan Madol functioned primarily as the ceremonial and political heart of the Saudalur dynasty rather than as a densely populated urban settlement. Isolating the ruling elite on artificial islands may have reinforced social hierarchy, while also creating a sacred landscape separated from ordinary communities. The scale of labor required was enormous. Although population estimates vary, archaeological evidence suggests that Pohnpei never supported a population comparable to the great empires of Eurasia. Nevertheless, Its inhabitants succeeded in moving tens of thousands of basalt columns, weighing collectively hundreds of thousands of tons. Every retaining wall first required coral foundations to stabilize the reef, after which successive layers of basalt were carefully arranged in alternating directions to distribute weight. This method produced remarkably resilient walls, capable of resisting tidal movement without modern engineering calculations. The construction reflects a deep understanding of local geology, tidal cycles, and structural balance developed entirely through empirical knowledge. More than 11,000 years ago, long before the pyramids of Egypt rose above the desert, long before Stonehenge appeared on the plains of Britain, and thousands of years before the first known cities emerged in Mesopotamia, someone carved a monumental wooden figure in the forests of what is now the Ural region of Russia. Today known as the Shigir idol, this extraordinary artifact has been scientifically dated to approximately 11,600 years old, making it the oldest known monumental wooden sculpture ever discovered. Its age places its creation near the end of the last ice age, around 9,600 BCE, during a period when much of northern Eurasia was undergoing dramatic environmental transformation. Yet despite more than a century of archaeological study, researchers still cannot fully explain who created it, what its symbols mean, or why a society of hunter-gatherers invested enormous effort into producing such a sophisticated monument. The story began in January 1890 in the Shigir peat bog, a vast wetland located east of the Ural Mountains. Workers extracting peat for industrial purposes uncovered fragments of carved wood buried deep beneath the bog's oxygen-poor layers. Because peat bogs prevent normal biological decay, organic materials that would ordinarily decompose can survive for thousands of years. Archaeologists soon recovered multiple pieces belonging to a single monumental sculpture carved from a trunk of Siberian larch. When reconstructed, the figure originally stood about 5.3 meters tall, although only around 2.8 meters survives today after portions were lost during the 20th century. Even in its incomplete state, the idol remains one of the largest surviving wooden sculptures from prehistory. The scientific significance of the discovery increased dramatically in the 21st century. For decades, estimates suggested the idol was roughly 9,500 years old. However, advances in radiocarbon dating allowed researchers to reanalyze samples taken from the wood. In 2018, an international team led by archaeologists from Russia and Germany published new results indicating an age of approximately 11,600 years. The findings were reported in the journal Antiquity and pushed the sculpture's origin back more than 1,000 years beyond previous estimates. The revised date stunned many researchers because it demonstrated that highly complex symbolic art existed among post-Ice Age hunter-gatherer societies long before the emergence of agriculture in most regions of the world. The first mystery surrounding the Shigir idol is its sheer complexity. Traditional models of human development often portray hunter-gatherers as living in relatively simple social groups, focused primarily on survival. Yet the idol suggests a far more sophisticated reality. The monument was not a crude carving. Its creators shaped a massive tree trunk with remarkable precision, producing a figure covered with geometric motifs, zigzags, chevrons, parallel lines, and multiple human-like faces. Researchers have identified at least 7 distinct faces carved into different sections of the idol, although some scholars believe additional facial representations may once have existed on missing portions. Creating such a monument required planning, specialized craftsmanship, and a symbolic system capable of conveying meaning through visual design. The second mystery concerns the symbols themselves. Unlike ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs or Mesopotamian cuneiform, the patterns covering the Shigir idol have never been deciphered. Archaeologists generally agree that the carvings were intentional and meaningful rather than decorative. Some researchers suggest the geometric designs may represent mythological narratives passed down through oral traditions. Others propose that the symbols marked territorial boundaries, encoded cosmological beliefs, or represented ancestral lineages. Several scholars have noted that the arrangement of faces and motifs appears structured rather than random, implying that the monument communicated information understood by the people who created it. However, because no written records exist from this period, no definitive interpretation has been accepted. Another puzzle involves the technological skill required to produce the sculpture. Around 11,600 years ago, metal tools did not exist in the region. The builders relied on stone implements, likely including adzes fashioned from sharpened stone blades. Microscopic analysis of tool marks has confirmed that stone tools were used during carving. Nevertheless, transforming a large larch trunk into a monument more than 5 meters tall required substantial labor and expertise. Modern experiments have demonstrated that shaping hardwood with stone tools is far more difficult and time-consuming than using metal instruments. The precision visible in the idol raises questions about how much technical knowledge these prehistoric craftsmen possessed and how such skills were transmitted across generations. The idol also challenges long-standing assumptions about the origins of monumental art. For much of the 20th century, archaeologists believed large-scale symbolic monuments emerged primarily after the development of agriculture. The reasoning seemed logical. Farming created food surpluses, allowing societies to support specialists, religious leaders, and builders capable of undertaking ambitious projects. Yet the Shigir idol predates widespread agriculture in Eurasia by thousands of years. Its existence suggests that complex belief systems, ritual practices, and monumental artistic traditions may have developed among hunter-gatherer populations independently of farming. Similar conclusions have emerged from discoveries at sites such as Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, which dates to roughly the same era and also challenges conventional narratives about prehistoric social development. One of the most intriguing mysteries involves the possible purpose of the monument. No archaeological consensus exists. Some researchers believe it functioned as a ritual object connected to spiritual practices. The repeated human faces may represent ancestors, supernatural beings, or mythological entities. Others suggest the idol served as a marker within the landscape, communicating social identity or territorial claims to neighboring groups. Another theory proposes that the monument encoded cosmological knowledge, with its vertical structure symbolizing different layers of the universe. Because the idol was discovered outside its original archaeological context, researchers cannot determine exactly where it once stood or how it was used, leaving its true purpose unresolved. The remarkable preservation of the artifact adds another layer to the mystery. Wood is among the least durable materials in archaeology. Under normal conditions, a wooden object rarely survives more than a few centuries. Yet the Shigir idol endured for over 11 millennia. The explanation lies in the unique environment of the Shigir peat bog. Waterlogged, acidic, and low oxygen conditions prevented microorganisms from destroying the wood. Had the idol remained exposed to air, it would likely have vanished thousands of years ago. The fact that such an ancient monument survived at all is an extraordinary accident of preservation, allowing modern science to examine a chapter of human history that would otherwise be completely invisible. Recent technological studies continue to reveal new details. High-resolution imaging conducted in 2014 identified previously unnoticed carvings on the surface of the idol, including an additional face. These discoveries suggest that further analysis may uncover even more information hidden within the wood. Each new finding reinforces the conclusion that the monument was far more complex than early researchers realized. Yet every answer generates new questions. Who were the people capable of creating such a sophisticated symbolic object? What stories did the carved faces represent? Why invest so much effort in constructing a monument from wood rather than stone? And how much prehistoric knowledge disappeared when the culture that created the idol faded into history? The Venus of Hohlefels should not exist. According to older theories of human development, people living nearly 40,000 years ago were expected to be focused almost entirely on survival. Europe was locked in the grip of the Ice Age. Temperatures were harsh, mammoths and woolly rhinoceroses roamed the landscape, and small groups of hunter-gatherers moved constantly in search of food and shelter. Yet hidden inside a cave in what is now southwestern Germany, archaeologists discovered evidence of something far more complex. Carved from mammoth ivory and dated to approximately 35,000 to 40,000 years ago, the Venus of Hohlefels is one of the oldest known human figurines ever found. Measuring only 5.97 centimeters tall and weighing roughly 33 grams, the tiny sculpture can fit comfortably in the palm of a hand. Despite its small size, it has become one of the most important archaeological discoveries of the 21st century because it challenges fundamental assumptions about the origins of art, symbolism, religion, and human imagination. The figurine was discovered in September 2008 during excavations led by archaeologist Nicholas J. Conard of the University of Tübingen. The discovery took place inside Hohlefels Cave in the Ache Valley of Baden-Württemberg, Germany, a region already famous for preserving some of the earliest evidence of modern human culture in Europe. The artifact was recovered in 6 fragments from Aurignacian deposits, a cultural layer associated with some of the first Homo sapiens populations to settle the continent. Radiocarbon dating of nearby organic materials placed the object between approximately 35,000 and 40,000 years before present. When the results were published in the journal Nature in 2009, researchers immediately recognized the significance of the find. The Venus of Hohlefels was not merely another prehistoric artifact. It represented one of the earliest known examples of figurative art ever created by human hands. The first mystery is why such an object was created at all. Producing a figurine from mammoth ivory required time, skill, planning, and valuable resources. None of those efforts contributed directly to hunting, food gathering, shelter construction, or survival. Every hour spent carving was an hour not spent obtaining necessities. Yet someone invested considerable effort into creating this object. This suggests that the figurine served a purpose beyond practical needs. The question is what that purpose was. Archaeologists have spent decades studying prehistoric art, but no surviving evidence can explain exactly why the Venus was made. There are no written records, no oral traditions, and no direct descendants capable of interpreting its meaning. The artifact survives, but the ideas behind it have vanished. The second mystery concerns the extraordinary technical skill demonstrated by its creator. Mammoth ivory is a difficult material to work with, even using modern tools. During the Upper Paleolithic, craftsmen possessed only stone blades, burins, scrapers, and abrasive materials. Creating a sculpture less than 6 centimeters tall required remarkable precision. The proportions were carefully shaped, surfaces were deliberately smoothed, and intricate details were added, despite the limitations of prehistoric technology. Experimental archaeologists attempting to reproduce similar carvings have found that working ivory without metal tools can require many hours of painstaking labor. A single mistake can crack the material and ruin the entire object. The Venus of Hohlefels therefore suggests the existence of highly skilled artisans living nearly 40 millennia ago. How such expertise was acquired, taught, and transmitted remains largely unknown. The figurine's appearance introduces perhaps the greatest mystery of all. Rather than depicting a realistic human body, the artist emphasized certain features while almost completely ignoring others. The genital area is carefully represented. In contrast, the arms are reduced to small appendages resting across the chest. There are no feet. Most strikingly, there is no face. The head is absent altogether. In its place is a carved ring or loop. This feature appears intentional and may indicate that the figurine was suspended as a pendant or worn around the neck. But why would the creator remove the face while emphasizing reproductive anatomy? Was the figurine intended to represent a specific individual, a symbolic concept, or something entirely different? Researchers still cannot agree. One popular interpretation suggests that the Venus was associated with fertility. The exaggerated reproductive characteristics have led many archaeologists to propose that the object symbolized pregnancy, childbirth, or female reproductive power. Life during the Ice Age was dangerous. infant mortality was likely high, and population growth would have been essential for survival. In such an environment, fertility may have held immense social and symbolic importance. Some researchers believe the figurine functioned as a fertility charm or ritual object. Others argue that it may represent an early mother goddess. Yet despite the popularity of these theories, no direct evidence confirms them. The figurine itself provides clues but no definitive answers. Another interpretation views the artifact as evidence of early religious belief. Symbolic objects often play important roles in ritual systems, and the Venus may have been part of ceremonies that have left no trace in the archaeological record. The possibility is intriguing because it pushes the origins of organized symbolic behavior deep into prehistory. If the figurine had religious significance, it would suggest that complex spiritual concepts were already developing among modern humans, tens of thousands of years earlier than many people imagine. However, proving prehistoric religion is extraordinarily difficult. Archaeologists can identify artifacts, but reconstructing beliefs from material remains one of the greatest challenges in the field. Some scholars have proposed a completely different explanation. Rather than depicting a goddess or fertility symbol, the figurine may reflect cultural ideals or social identity. Others have suggested that it could represent a self-portrait created by a woman looking down at her own body. From that perspective, breasts, abdomen, and genitalia would appear visually prominent, while facial features would be impossible to see. Although this theory remains controversial, it illustrates how little certainty exists regarding the artifact's true meaning. Nearly every interpretation relies on assumptions that cannot be directly tested. The mystery becomes even more fascinating when the Venus is viewed within its broader archaeological context. Hohlefels Cave has yielded a remarkable collection of artifacts dating to the same period. Among them are some of the oldest known musical instruments ever discovered. Flutes made from bird bones and mammoth ivory, found in nearby Aurignacian layers, date to roughly the same era, approximately 35,000 to 40,000 years ago. These discoveries reveal that the people who created the Venus were also making music, crafting ornaments, and producing symbolic objects. Together, the artifacts suggest the existence of a surprisingly sophisticated cultural world. Yet almost everything about that world remains unknown. Its languages disappeared long ago. Its stories were never written down. Its traditions survived only through the objects left behind. The Venus of Hohlefels also raises broader questions about the origins of human creativity. For much of modern history, researchers assumed that artistic and symbolic behavior developed gradually over thousands of years. Discoveries from Hohlefels challenge that assumption. The figurine appears relatively early in the European archaeological record, suggesting that sophisticated symbolic thought was already fully developed when modern humans arrived. Rather than witnessing the birth of creativity, archaeologists may instead be seeing evidence of a cultural tradition that was already mature. If that is true, the roots of human imagination may extend even further into the past than current evidence can demonstrate. When archaeologists reconstructed hundreds of broken ivory fragments from a cave in southern Germany, they realized they were looking at something that should not have existed. The object was older than the first farms, older than the first cities, older than every known civilization on Earth. Scientific dating placed it between approximately 35,000 and 41,000 years ago, deep within the Ice Age. Yet despite its astonishing age, the figure revealed something even more unexpected. It was not a mammoth, a horse, or any other animal prehistoric humans encountered in the real world. Instead, it depicted a creature that existed only in the imagination, a being with the body of a human and the head of a cave lion. Known today as the Lion Man of Hohenstein-Stadel, the sculpture was carved from mammoth ivory during the Aurignacian period of the Upper Paleolithic. Standing approximately 31.1 centimeters tall, it is considered one of the oldest known examples of figurative sculpture ever discovered, and the oldest confirmed human-animal hybrid representation in the archaeological record. The artifact was found inside Hohenstein-Stadel cave in Germany's Rhone Valley, a region that has produced some of the earliest evidence of art, music, and symbolic behavior anywhere on Earth. For decades, archaeologists have debated what the Lion Man actually represents. Was it a deity, a ritual specialist, a mythological being? Or does it preserve evidence that humans developed sophisticated abstract thinking far earlier than historians once imagined? The story of the Lion Man begins in August 1939. Archaeologist Robert Wetzel was conducting excavations in the Hohensteinstadel cave when hundreds of carved ivory fragments were recovered from an Aurignacian occupation layer. The discovery occurred only days before the outbreak of World War II. Excavations were halted, and the fragments were stored away. For nearly 30 years, nobody fully understood their significance. Then, in 1969, archaeologist Joachim Hahn carefully analyzed the collection and realized that more than 200 fragments belonged to a single sculpture. Further excavations and restoration work during the following decades uncovered additional pieces, allowing researchers to gradually reconstruct the figure. Between 2008 and 2013, new excavations yielded even more fragments that refined the reconstruction. The Lion Man visible today is therefore the result of more than 70 years of archaeological investigation. Radiocarbon dating of associated organic materials places the artifact between approximately 35,000 and 41,000 years old. This makes it contemporary with some of the earliest modern humans living in Europe. The world of the Lion Man was radically different from today's world. Vast ice sheets covered much of northern Europe. Mammoths, woolly rhinoceroses, giant deer, cave bears, and cave lions roamed across the continent. Temperatures were often far colder than modern European climates. Survival required extraordinary adaptability. Yet within this demanding environment, someone devoted an immense amount of time to producing an object that appears to have had no direct survival function. This is where the first great mystery emerges. Creating the Lion Man was not a simple task. The sculpture was carved from a mammoth tusk using stone tools. Experimental archaeology suggests that such work may have required hundreds of hours of labor. Every curve, groove, and contour had to be shaped using flint blades and scraping tools. Modern craftsmen attempting similar reconstructions quickly discover how difficult ivory carving can be, even with experience. For Ice Age hunter-gatherers, hundreds of hours represented a major investment of time and resources. Why would a society focused on survival devote such effort to producing a figure that could not hunt, gather food, make tools, or provide shelter? The answer may lie in something far more important than technology. Unlike earlier artifacts associated with practical functions, the Lion Man appears to represent an idea. The artist deliberately combined two separate beings into a completely new entity. The body is recognizably human. The head possesses the elongated muzzle, ears, and facial characteristics associated with the European cave lion, Panthera spelaea. No such creature existed in nature. The figure therefore demonstrates an ability that many scientists consider uniquely important in human evolution: the capacity to imagine something that does not physically exist. This cognitive leap may sound ordinary to modern people surrounded by movies, books, and digital media, but in evolutionary terms, it represents one of humanity's most significant achievements. Religion, mythology, literature, mathematics, law, and science all depend upon the ability to construct concepts beyond immediate reality. The Lion Man suggests that people living 40,000 years ago already possessed minds capable of abstraction, symbolism, and imagination at levels remarkably similar to our own. Some archaeologists have argued that the figurine may represent one of the earliest surviving pieces of evidence for fully developed symbolic thought. Yet imagination alone does not explain why the figure was created. Another major mystery concerns religion. Some researchers believe the Lion Man may represent one of the oldest known supernatural beings ever depicted by humans. Hybrid human-animal figures appear throughout later civilizations. Ancient Egypt produced gods with animal heads. Mesopotamian cultures created composite guardian beings. Greek mythology described centaurs, satyrs, and other hybrids. The lion man predates all of these traditions by tens of thousands of years. If the sculpture held spiritual significance, it could indicate that complex religious beliefs emerged surprisingly early in human history. The cave lion itself may provide an important clue. Cave lions were among the most powerful predators of Ice Age Europe. Adult males could reach lengths exceeding 3 meters and occupied the highest levels of the food chain. To prehistoric communities, these animals likely inspired both fear and admiration. Combining human and lion characteristics may have symbolized strength, authority, transformation, or supernatural power. Some researchers suggest the figure could represent a deity associated with hunting or protection. Others propose that it embodied a mythological ancestor remembered through oral traditions that disappeared long ago. A competing theory identifies the lion man as a shaman. Across many hunter-gatherer societies documented in historical times, shamans were believed to communicate with spirits, enter altered states of consciousness, and symbolically transform into animals. Such transformations were often represented through masks, costumes, and hybrid imagery. According to this interpretation, the sculpture may not depict a literal creature at all. Instead, it could portray a ritual specialist, assuming the spiritual identity of a cave lion during ceremonies. While intriguing, this theory remains impossible to verify because no written records exist from the period. The location of the discovery adds further complexity. The lion man was not found in an ordinary domestic setting. Hohenstein-Stadel Cave appears to have possessed special significance. Nearby caves within the Swabian Jura region have yielded some of the oldest known musical instruments ever discovered, including bone and ivory flutes dated to roughly the same period. Archaeologists have also recovered numerous animal figurines carved from mammoth ivory. Together, these discoveries suggest that the region may have served as an important center of symbolic and cultural activity during the early Upper Paleolithic. The lion man was not an isolated artistic experiment. It emerged from a society that appears to have been experiencing a remarkable explosion of creativity. At just 11.1 centimeters tall and weighing only a few hundred grams, the Venus of Willendorf is one of the smallest prehistoric artifacts ever discovered, yet it remains one of the most debated objects in human history. Created approximately 29,000 to 25,000 years ago during the Upper Paleolithic period, this tiny limestone figurine is older than Stonehenge by more than 20,000 years, older than the Great Pyramid of Giza by roughly 23,000 years, and predates the earliest known cities, agriculture, writing systems, and metalworking civilizations by tens of thousands of years. Discovered on August 7, 1908, near the village of Willendorf in Lower Austria by archaeologist Josef Schombathy during excavations associated with the construction of a railway line along the Danube Valley, the figurine immediately attracted scientific attention because it appeared to represent a level of symbolic thinking far more sophisticated than many researchers had previously attributed to Ice Age hunter-gatherers. The artifact was recovered from a layer of sediment dated to the Gravettian culture, a prehistoric society that occupied large parts of Europe between approximately 33,000 and 21,000 years ago. Carved from oolitic limestone and originally coated with traces of red ochre pigment, the figurine depicts a female figure with exaggerated breasts, abdomen, hips, and thighs. The head is covered by a series of carefully carved concentric patterns that resemble braided hair, a woven cap, or some form of ceremonial headdress. Strikingly, no face is visible. There are no eyes, nose, mouth, or ears. The arms are small and rest upon the upper breasts, while the feet are either absent or intentionally minimized, preventing the figurine from standing upright without support. From the moment of its discovery, the first great mystery emerged. Who exactly does the Venus of Willendorf represent? Despite more than a century of archaeological investigation, no definitive answer has been found. Early 20th century researchers interpreted the figurine as a fertility symbol because of its pronounced reproductive features. Later scholars suggested it may represent a mother goddess, a religious icon, or an embodiment of abundance in a harsh Ice Age environment. However, no written records exist from this period. There are no myths, inscriptions, temples, or texts that explain its purpose. Every interpretation remains hypothetical. The figurine may have held spiritual significance, served as a teaching tool, represented an individual woman, or fulfilled a function entirely unknown to modern archaeology. The absence of facial features introduces another unresolved puzzle. Human beings naturally recognize identity through faces, yet the artist who created the Venus of Willendorf devoted extraordinary attention to bodily details while completely omitting facial characteristics. Some researchers argue that the omission was intentional, transforming the figure into a universal symbol rather than a portrait of a specific individual. Others propose that the figurine was designed to represent a supernatural being whose identity transcended ordinary human appearance. A more controversial theory emerged in the early 21st century, when anthropologist Leroy McDermott suggested that the figurine may actually be a self-representation created by a pregnant woman looking down at her own body. According to this hypothesis, the exaggerated proportions reflect visual distortion caused by viewing oneself without mirrors. While intriguing, the theory remains debated and lacks direct archaeological confirmation. The remarkable craftsmanship of the figurine presents another mystery. The Venus of Willendorf was produced roughly 30,000 years ago, long before the invention of metal tools. The people who created it possessed only stone, bone, antler, and ivory implements. Yet microscopic examinations reveal deliberate shaping, careful proportional design, and precise carving techniques. Experimental archaeologists attempting to recreate similar figurines have demonstrated that significant skill, planning, and time would have been required. This challenges outdated assumptions that Upper Paleolithic societies were technologically primitive. The artifact suggests the existence of specialized artisans, capable of producing symbolic objects with sophisticated aesthetic and cultural meaning. Scientific analysis has also uncovered a surprising mystery regarding the material itself. For decades, researchers assumed the limestone originated locally. However, a major study published in 2022 by Gerhard Weber and colleagues at the University of Vienna employed high-resolution microcomputed tomography to examine the stone's internal structure. Their findings indicated that the oolitic limestone used to create the figurine likely did not come from the immediate Willendorf region. Instead, the closest geological matches were identified in northern Italy, near Lake Garda, approximately 600 kilometers from the discovery site, or potentially from Eastern European regions even farther away. If the Italian origin is correct, the raw material, or the finished figurine, traveled an astonishing distance across Ice Age Europe. Such mobility would imply long-range migration routes or social networks operating thousands of years before the rise of organized states and trade empires. And Lett's discovery raises mood. Large glaciers covered vast portions of the continent, and survival depended upon hunting mammoths, reindeer, horses, and other megafauna. Yet despite these challenges, archaeological evidence increasingly suggests that human groups maintained extensive connections across enormous geographic regions. Similar female figurines, commonly referred to as Venus figurines, have been discovered from France to Siberia. More than 200 examples are known today, many sharing similar artistic conventions despite being separated by thousands of kilometers and thousands of years. The existence of these figurines creates one of the most fascinating mysteries in prehistoric archaeology. How did widely dispersed communities develop such comparable symbolic traditions without writing, centralized governments, or known communication systems? Were these figures part of a shared belief system stretching across Eurasia? Did ideas spread through networks of migrating hunter-gatherers? Or did different groups independently arrive at similar representations of womanhood, fertility, and survival? Current evidence cannot conclusively answer these questions. Another enduring mystery concerns the meaning of body fat itself within the figurine. Modern viewers often focus on the extreme proportions, but context is essential. The Venus was created during an era when food shortages, harsh winters, and unpredictable environmental conditions were common. Body fat represented stored energy and increased survival potential. Some scholars therefore interpret the figurine as a symbol of health, fertility, and resilience. Yet this explanation remains incomplete. Not all Venus figurines exhibit identical proportions, and some archaeological sites show considerable variation in artistic style. The symbolic significance of obesity in prehistoric societies remains uncertain, leaving researchers to debate whether the figure represented reality, idealization, spirituality, or a combination of all three. Red ochre traces found on the figurine introduce another layer of mystery. Red ochre appears repeatedly in Paleolithic burials, cave art, and ritual contexts throughout Eurasia. Archaeologists often associate the pigment with blood, life, transformation, or spiritual beliefs. The deliberate application of ochre to the Venus suggests that the figurine may have played a ceremonial role rather than serving merely as decoration. However, because the broader cultural context has largely vanished, its precise function remains unknown. 73,000 years ago, there were no kingdoms, no monuments, no cities, no agriculture, and no written language. Human beings lived as small groups of hunter-gatherers scattered across vast prehistoric landscapes. Yet inside a cave overlooking the southern coast of Africa, someone picked up a piece of red ochre and drew a pattern of intersecting lines on a stone fragment. The act took only moments. The mystery it created has survived for more than 70 millennia. Today, that artifact is known as the Blombos Cave symbol. It was discovered at Blombos Cave, located on the southern coast of South Africa, roughly 300 kilometers east of Cape Town. Excavations conducted under archaeologist Christopher Henshelwood revealed a site occupied by anatomically modern humans between approximately 100,000 and 70,000 years ago. In 2018, an international research team published a study in Nature describing a small silkrete flake bearing a deliberately drawn red cross-hatched pattern. Using stratigraphic dating and optically stimulated luminescence techniques applied to the surrounding archaeological layers, researchers determined that the artifact was approximately 73,000 years old. This makes it the oldest known drawing ever attributed to Homo sapiens. The symbol itself is surprisingly simple. 6 roughly parallel lines are crossed by 3 shorter strokes, creating a geometric design that resembles a modern hashtag. Under microscopic examination, scientists found evidence that the lines were created using an ochre crayon rather than engraving tools. Chemical and microscopic analysis demonstrated that the pigment was intentionally applied by human hands. The lines terminate abruptly at the edges of the fragment, indicating that the surviving piece was originally part of a larger design. The drawing was not random damage, natural weathering, or accidental marking. Someone created it deliberately. What makes the discovery remarkable is not the complexity of the design, but its age. The earliest accepted writing systems from Mesopotamia appeared around 3400 BCE, approximately 5,400 years ago. Egyptian hieroglyphs emerged shortly afterward. The famous paintings of Chauvet Cave in France date to roughly 36,000 years ago, while the paintings of Lascaux are approximately 17,000 years old. The Blombos symbol predates the earliest writing by nearly 68,000 years and predates Europe's oldest cave art by more than 30,000 years. For decades, many archaeologists believed that sophisticated symbolic thinking emerged relatively late in human history. Blombos forced researchers to reconsider that assumption. The central mystery is simple yet profound. What did the symbol mean? No one knows. The people who created it left no written records, no surviving language, and no explanation. Some researchers have proposed that the design functioned as a group identifier, perhaps marking membership within a social community. Others suggest it may have held ritual significance or represented a symbolic concept understood within the culture. Another possibility is that it served as a memory aid, helping individuals record information in a non-verbal form. There are even suggestions that such markings could represent an early stage in the development of symbolic communication that eventually led, tens of thousands of years later, to true writing systems. None of these theories can currently be proven. The mystery becomes even more intriguing when the symbol is viewed alongside other discoveries from the cave. Blombos has produced evidence of behaviors once thought impossible for humans living so far back in prehistory. Archaeologists recovered more than 70 perforated shell beads, many showing wear patterns indicating they were strung together and worn as personal ornaments. The beads date to approximately 75,000 years ago. Personal adornment is significant because it implies symbolic identity. People were not simply surviving, they were communicating social information through appearance. Even more surprising was the discovery of what many researchers describe as the oldest known pigment processing workshop. In layers dated to around 100,000 years ago, archaeologists uncovered 2 abalone shells containing mixtures of crushed ochre, charcoal, bone fragments, stone chips, and liquid substances. The ingredients had been deliberately combined and stored inside the shells. The findings were published in Science in 2011. Researchers concluded that the occupants of Blombos were producing and storing pigment compounds according to a planned process. This was not casual experimentation. It required collecting raw materials, transporting them, processing them, and combining them in specific ways. Such behavior suggests planning, memory, and technical knowledge. Bone tools discovered at the site add another layer to the puzzle. Several carefully shaped implements indicate specialized manufacturing techniques. These tools demonstrate that the inhabitants possessed skills extending beyond simple stone technology. Combined with the beads, pigments, and symbolic markings, the evidence paints a picture of a population capable of abstract thought and cultural expression far earlier than previously recognized. The broader implications are enormous. Throughout much of the 20th century, archaeologists argued that modern human behavior emerged suddenly around 40,000 years ago, during what became known as the Upper Paleolithic Revolution. According to this model, symbolic art, personal ornaments, and advanced cognition appeared relatively late and spread rapidly through human populations. Blombos Cave challenges that narrative. The evidence suggests that many characteristics associated with modern cognition already existed in Africa tens of thousands of years earlier. Instead of a sudden revolution, human intellectual development may have been a much longer process. Yet despite decades of research, Blombos continues to raise more questions than answers. Was the symbol unique, or was it part of a larger symbolic tradition that has simply not survived? How many similar markings once existed on wood, skin, plant fibers, or other materials that decayed long ago? Did the people of Blombos share these symbols across multiple communities, or were they understood only within a small local group? Most importantly, can a 73,000-year-old drawing truly be considered a message? No streets, no palaces, no kings, no written records. Yet 9,000 years ago, one of the largest and most sophisticated communities on Earth was already thriving. In the heart of modern-day Turkey, on the vast Konya plain of central Anatolia, lies the archaeological site of Çatalhöyük. Covering roughly 13 hectares and occupied between approximately 7400 BC and 6200 BC, the settlement predates Stonehenge by nearly 4,000 years and the Great Pyramid of Giza by more than 4 millennia. First identified in 1958 and brought to international attention through excavations led by British archaeologist James Mellart beginning in 1961, Çatalhöyük has since become one of the most intensively studied prehistoric sites ever discovered. Archaeologists have uncovered 18 layers of occupation stacked atop one another, preserving over 1,000 years of continuous human habitation. Yet despite decades of excavation, advanced radiocarbon dating, DNA analysis, isotope studies, and microscopic investigations, the settlement continues to present a challenge to conventional ideas about the origins of civilization. At first glance, the ruins seem impossible. Every major city in history developed streets. Streets connected houses, markets, workshops, temples, and public spaces. Çatalhöyük appears to have ignored this concept entirely. The settlement consisted of hundreds of mud brick houses packed tightly together with almost no gaps between them. Instead of walking through streets, residents moved across rooftops. Houses were entered through openings cut into the ceilings using ladders. Daily life unfolded above the settlement rather than at ground level. The arrangement raises questions that remain unanswered. Why would thousands of people deliberately construct a city without roads? Some researchers have suggested that the design improved security by reducing access points. Others argue that the rooftop system helped control waste, improve sanitation, or protect against seasonal flooding. None of these explanations fully accounts for the extraordinary consistency of the architectural pattern across centuries. The people of Çatalhöyük were not experimenting temporarily. They maintained this unusual urban design for more than 1,000 years. The mystery deepens when population estimates are considered. Depending on the occupation phase, archaeologists estimate that between 5,000 and 8,000 individuals may have lived within the settlement. Such numbers were unprecedented for the period. During much of the Neolithic era, most communities consisted of small villages. Çatalhöyük was different. It functioned more like a proto-city than a village, yet it lacked many features traditionally associated with urban civilization. Perhaps the most puzzling aspect is the apparent absence of social hierarchy. Throughout ancient history, large populations generally produced visible elites. Rulers built palaces, priests constructed temples, administrators established centers of authority. At Çatalhöyük, evidence for such institutions is surprisingly limited. Houses throughout the settlement display remarkably similar dimensions and construction techniques. No royal tombs have been discovered. No monumental palace dominates the landscape. No central administrative complex has been identified. This creates a fundamental problem. How was a settlement containing thousands of people organized for over a millennium without obvious rulers? Who coordinated construction projects? Who resolved disputes? Who managed agricultural production and resource distribution? Archaeologists have proposed that social authority may have been distributed across households rather than concentrated within a ruling class. If true, Çatalhöyük may represent one of the largest relatively egalitarian communities ever documented in prehistory. Yet many researchers remain cautious because no known modern society of comparable size has functioned in exactly the same way. Beneath the floors of these houses lies another mystery. Excavations have revealed that the inhabitants routinely buried their dead beneath the rooms in which they lived. Human remains have been found under sleeping platforms, beneath hearths, and below living spaces used by generations of residents. In some structures, dozens of individuals were interred beneath a single building over time. Initially, researchers assumed these burials represented family members. However, genetic studies conducted during recent excavations complicated that interpretation. DNA analysis revealed that individuals buried together were not always closely related. In some cases, people sharing the same house showed little biological connection at all. This discovery raises difficult questions. If households were not organized strictly around family relationships, what determined membership? Were houses linked through social status, ritual obligations, occupation, or symbolic kinship systems that no longer survive in the archaeological record? The evidence suggests a social structure far more complex than originally imagined. The treatment of certain human remains adds another layer of uncertainty. Archaeologists discovered numerous examples in which skulls had been removed from bodies after burial. Some appear to have been curated, modified, or displayed before eventually being reburied. Similar practices have been documented elsewhere in the Neolithic Near East, but their exact purpose remains controversial. Some scholars interpret the behavior as ancestor worship. Others propose ritual ceremonies connected to identity, memory, or social continuity. Whatever the explanation, the practice demonstrates that death held a significance extending far beyond simple burial. The walls of Çatalhöyük preserve clues to beliefs that remain equally difficult to understand. Many buildings contained elaborate paintings, reliefs, and symbolic installations. Bulls' horns were embedded into walls. Images of wild cattle, vultures, deer, leopards, and other animals appear repeatedly. Certain rooms contain unusually rich concentrations of symbolic decoration, leading early researchers to classify them as shrines. Yet modern investigations have challenged that interpretation. Rather than separate religious buildings, these spaces may simply have been ordinary houses containing ritual functions. If correct, the distinction between domestic life and religion may have been far less defined than previously assumed. Ritual activity may have occurred inside everyday homes rather than within dedicated temples. Among the most famous discoveries is a wall painting dating to roughly 6600 BC. James Mellart interpreted the image as a map of the settlement showing rows of houses beneath the twin peaks of nearby Mount Hassan. If his interpretation is correct, the painting would represent the oldest known map in human history. It would also potentially depict one of the earliest recorded volcanic eruptions ever observed by human beings. The problem is that many specialists disagree. Critics argue that the supposed houses may actually represent a decorative geometric pattern. Others question whether the mountain interpretation is valid. More than half a century after the image was discovered, no consensus has emerged. The painting remains one of archaeology's most famous unresolved debates. The economic capabilities of the settlement create further questions. Archaeologists have recovered large quantities of obsidian, a volcanic glass used to manufacture extremely sharp tools. Geological analysis shows that much of this material originated from volcanic sources in Cappadocia, located more than 100 kilometers away. Marine shells transported from distant coastlines have also been found. These discoveries indicate participation in long-distance exchange networks extending far beyond the local region. Such networks required planning, communication, and organization. Yet there is little evidence for the administrative systems normally associated with managing large-scale trade. How did a society without writing coordinate exchanges across vast distances? How was specialized knowledge transmitted from one generation to the next? The archaeological record preserves the products of these systems, but not the mechanisms that sustained them. Environmental adaptation presents another unresolved puzzle. Maintaining a large agricultural population for more than 1,000 years required detailed knowledge of farming, water resources, animal management, and seasonal cycles. Studies of plant remains indicate cultivation of wheat, barley, and legumes. Animal bones reveal increasing reliance on domesticated livestock alongside hunting activities. The community survived major environmental fluctuations while supporting thousands of residents. Modern researchers continue investigating how the inhabitants balanced resource consumption with long-term sustainability. The longevity of the settlement suggests environmental knowledge far more sophisticated than might be expected from a society lacking written records or formal scientific institutions. Then, after more than a millennium of occupation, the settlement gradually declined. By approximately 6200 BC, the site had been abandoned. No evidence points to a catastrophic destruction. There was no massive invasion, no burned city, and no single disaster preserved in the archaeological record. Instead, the process appears slow and complex. Climate records indicate significant environmental changes occurred across parts of the Near East during this period. Some researchers believe shifting environmental conditions may have contributed to population movement. Others emphasize social transformation, economic change, or evolving settlement patterns. None of these explanations fully resolves the mystery. One of the world's oldest large communities simply faded away, leaving behind only fragments of its story. The islands of Malta sit quietly in the center of the Mediterranean, covering barely 316 square kilometers of land. Today they are known for tourism, limestone cliffs, and coastal cities. 5,000 years ago, however, these small islands became the site of one of the most extraordinary construction programs in human history. Across Malta and the neighboring island of Gozo, prehistoric builders erected massive stone temples using blocks weighing tens of tons, creating monumental architecture on a scale that should not have been possible for a society with no metal tools, no written language, no known engineering manuals, and no evidence of wheeled transport. Archaeologists date the major temple building phase to roughly 3600 to 2500 BC, placing these structures among the earliest surviving freestanding monuments ever constructed. Yet despite more than a century of archaeological investigation, the civilization responsible remains surprisingly difficult to understand. The temples survive. The people who built them do not. What remains is a puzzle carved into stone. A prehistoric culture capable of remarkable feats of engineering, planning, and astronomical observation that appeared, flourished for more than 1,000 years, and then vanished, leaving behind some of the oldest and most mysterious monuments on Earth. The megalithic temples of Malta include several major sites, among them Giganteja, Hajar Kim, Manajdra, Tarxian, Ta'ajrat, and Skorba. Radiocarbon dating indicates that some phases of construction began around 3600 BC and continued until approximately 2500 BC. UNESCO recognizes the complexes as a World Heritage Site and describes them as among the earliest freestanding stone monuments in the world. Their age alone is remarkable, but age is not what makes them mysterious. The true mystery begins when researchers attempt to explain how a relatively small island population organized the labor, technical knowledge, and resources necessary to create structures of such complexity. The first challenge is scale. The temples were built primarily from local Globigerina and coralline limestone. At Giganteja, whose name derives from the Maltese word for giant, some megaliths are estimated to weigh as much as 50 tons. At Hajar Kim, one standing stone reaches approximately 5.2 meters in height and is estimated to weigh around 57 tons. Transporting such blocks would be difficult, even with modern equipment. Yet these builders possessed none of the technologies normally associated with large-scale stone construction. No evidence indicates the use of iron tools. No wheels have been found from this period. No large draft animals are known to have assisted construction. Archaeologists have proposed the use of wooden rollers, stone spheres, sledges, and coordinated labor teams, but definitive proof remains elusive. The temples demonstrate that the builders solved the engineering problem. Exactly how they solved it remains uncertain. The mystery deepens when one examines the architecture itself. These were not simple stone enclosures. Most temples follow a remarkably consistent design, centered on a main passage leading into a series of semicircular chambers known as apses. The layouts display symmetry, planning, and architectural standardization across multiple sites, separated by considerable distances. Walls often exceed 5 meters in height and consist of carefully fitted megalithic blocks. Internal spaces contain altars, carved stone screens, decorative features, and ritual areas. Such consistency suggests that builders followed established architectural principles transmitted across generations. Yet no written plans, mathematical records, or technical documents survive. Modern archaeologists can study the final result, but the intellectual system that produced it has disappeared entirely. One of the most intriguing aspects of the temples involves their relationship with the sky. The Manajdra temple complex, located on Malta's southern coast, exhibits alignments associated with significant solar events. During the equinoxes, the rising sun shines directly through the main entrance and illuminates the central axis of the temple. During the summer and winter solstices, sunlight strikes specific megaliths positioned within the structure. Researchers studying the site have concluded that these alignments were intentional rather than accidental. If correct, the implication is extraordinary. The builders would have needed long-term observations of solar movements, knowledge of seasonal cycles, and the ability to translate astronomical observations into permanent architecture. This level of planning suggests a sophisticated understanding of the natural world developed centuries before the emergence of written science. The purpose of the temples remains equally mysterious. Unlike ancient Egypt or Mesopotamia, Malta's temple builders left no known written language. As a result, archaeologists must reconstruct their beliefs through artifacts and architectural evidence alone. Excavations have uncovered animal bones, ceremonial objects, stone altars, and numerous figurines. Among the most famous discoveries are representations of large-bodied human figures, including the so-called Sleeping Lady, discovered within the nearby Al-Saflieni hypogeum. Similar statues found at temple sites have often been interpreted as fertility symbols or mother goddess figures. However, these interpretations remain speculative. The statues may represent deities, ancestors, social elites, symbolic concepts, or something entirely different. Without written explanations, the religious meaning of the temples remains one of Malta's greatest archaeological unknowns. Another unanswered question concerns the society that built them. Monumental architecture requires more than engineering skill. It requires organization. Quarrying stone, transporting massive blocks, producing food for workers, coordinating construction schedules, and maintaining ceremonial centers would have demanded a highly structured society. Yet Malta's prehistoric population was relatively small compared to the civilizations that later built pyramids, palaces, and empires. Researchers continue debating how power was organized. Did religious leaders direct labor? Were the temples constructed by competing communities? Was authority centralized or distributed among multiple groups? The archaeological evidence demonstrates remarkable social coordination, but provides only limited insight into the political system that made it possible. Scattered across Malta lies another mystery that may or may not be connected to the temples. Carved into exposed bedrock are hundreds of parallel grooves known as cart ruts. Some extend for hundreds of meters, others intersect, branch, or suddenly terminate at cliff edges. In several locations, the grooves continue beneath modern sea level. Their age remains uncertain, and their purpose continues to be debated. Some researchers believe they were created by repeated transport of heavy loads. Others suggest agricultural, ritual, or industrial functions. No explanation fully accounts for all known examples. Although direct evidence linking the cart ruts to temple construction is lacking, they remain one of the most enigmatic features of Malta's prehistoric landscape and frequently appear in discussions concerning the logistics behind megalithic building. Imagine discovering a stone monument so old that it was already ancient before the first Egyptian pyramid was even conceived. A structure built at a time when humanity had no writing, no metal tools, no wheeled transport, and no cities in the conventional sense. Yet more than 11,000 years later, it still stands. Hidden within the archaeological mound of Tel es-Sultan near modern Jericho in the Jordan Valley, Jericho Tower remains one of the oldest large-scale stone constructions ever identified. Archaeologists date its construction to approximately 8,300 to 7,800 BCE during the pre-pottery Neolithic A period, placing it among the earliest known examples of monumental architecture on Earth. Rising about 8.5 meters above the ground and measuring roughly 9 meters in diameter at its base, the tower required the movement of thousands of tons of stone by a community that possessed none of the technologies normally associated with major engineering projects. Its builders left no written records, no inscriptions, and no clear explanation of why such an enormous structure was created. More than a century of archaeological investigation has revealed how old the tower is and how it was built, but the question that matters most remains unanswered. Why did some of the world's earliest settled humans devote extraordinary amounts of labor to constructing a monument whose true purpose continues to be debated more than 10,000 years later? The mystery emerged from one of the most important archaeological discoveries of the 20th century. Between 1952 and 1958, British archaeologist Kathleen Kenyon conducted extensive excavations at Tel es-Sultan, uncovering evidence that transformed understanding of early human civilization. Beneath later settlements, she revealed an unexpectedly ancient community protected by a substantial stone wall and dominated by a massive circular tower. Radiocarbon dating subsequently confirmed that the structure belonged to a period far older than researchers had anticipated. At a time when much of humanity was still transitioning from hunting and gathering toward agriculture, the inhabitants of Jericho had already undertaken a construction project of remarkable scale. The discovery forced archaeologists to reconsider long-held assumptions about when complex social organization first appeared. The tower itself demonstrates a level of planning that continues to surprise researchers. Built from locally sourced stones without the use of mortar, it originally stood approximately 8.5 meters tall. Its base diameter measured close to 9 meters, tapering slightly toward the top. Hidden inside was one of the oldest monumental staircases ever discovered. 22 stone steps climbed upward through the interior at an angle of roughly 60 degrees. Individual steps measured approximately 75 centimeters wide and varied between 15 and 39 centimeters in height. Even after more than 10 millennia, the staircase reveals evidence of deliberate design and surprisingly consistent construction standards. Such precision raises an obvious question. How did a society lacking metal tools, formal engineering manuals, or written mathematics manage to execute a project of this complexity? The traditional explanation is that Jericho Tower formed part of an early defensive system. The structure stands adjacent to a substantial stone wall that surrounded portions of the settlement. Some surviving sections of the wall reached approximately 3.6 meters in height and 1.8 meters in thickness. To modern observers, walls and towers naturally suggest military fortifications. For decades, many archaeologists interpreted Jericho as perhaps the earliest fortified settlement in human history, yet the evidence is not entirely convincing. Archaeological data from the pre-pottery Neolithic A period provides relatively little indication of large-scale warfare. No clear signs of repeated attacks have been identified, and the settlement's population may have been too small to justify such an enormous defensive investment. If hostile armies were not threatening Jericho, then what exactly required protection? Another possibility is that the wall and tower served an environmental rather than military purpose. Jericho sits within a landscape vulnerable to seasonal flooding and runoff, descending from nearby highlands. Some researchers have argued that the wall functioned as flood protection, while the tower played a role in monitoring or managing environmental threats. The theory offers a practical explanation for the monument's location. However, critics note that an 8.5-meter tower appears disproportionately large if flood control was the sole objective. The scale of the project suggests that additional motivations may have existed. A more controversial interpretation emerged in 2011 when archaeologists Ran Barkai and Roy Liran published research proposing an astronomical function. Using computer-generated reconstructions of the ancient landscape, they identified a striking alignment between the tower and Kurantul Mountain, west of Jericho. According to their analysis, during the summer solstice around the period when the tower was constructed, the setting sun would disappear behind the mountain peak, creating a dramatic visual event. As the sun descended, the mountain's shadow would gradually spread across the settlement, before aligning with the tower itself. The researchers suggested that the monument may have been intentionally positioned to mark seasonal cycles and ceremonial events. If this interpretation is correct, Jericho Tower could represent one of humanity's earliest known attempts to embed astronomical observations into monumental architecture. Such a possibility introduces another layer of mystery. Monitoring solar cycles requires observations accumulated over many years. Identifying the precise timing of a solstice demands careful attention to recurring celestial patterns. Designing a monument that interacts with both landscape features and seasonal sunlight implies a sophisticated understanding of the surrounding environment. Rather than merely struggling for survival, the inhabitants of Jericho may have been engaged in systematic observation of the natural world, integrating astronomy, ritual practice, and social organization into a single architectural project. Equally puzzling is the question of labor. Modern estimates suggest that constructing the tower required thousands of workdays. Stone had to be collected, transported, lifted, and assembled. Food had to support workers throughout the project. Decisions had to be made regarding design, construction sequences, and resource allocation. Yet there is no evidence for kings, bureaucracies, taxation systems, or organized states. The society responsible for Jericho Tower appears to have achieved large-scale collective action without institutions typically associated with monumental construction. Archaeologists continue debating whether religious beliefs, social cooperation, communal identity, or emerging leadership structures provided the motivation necessary to complete such an undertaking. The implications extend far beyond Jericho itself. For much of modern archaeology, the standard narrative suggested that agriculture created food surpluses. Food surpluses enabled social hierarchy, and social hierarchy eventually produced monumental architecture. Jericho Tower challenges that sequence. Along with discoveries at sites such as Göbekli Tepe, it suggests that collective belief systems, ritual activities, and social cooperation may have played a fundamental role in driving human societies toward greater complexity. Monumental construction may not have been the consequence of civilization. It may have been one of the forces that helped create civilization in the first place. Rising from the plains of Maharashtra in western India is a fortress that appears less like a human construction and more like a mountain deliberately transformed into a weapon. Known today as Daulatabad Fort and originally called Devagiri, the site stands atop a conical volcanic hill approximately 200 meters high. What makes it extraordinary is not simply its size, but the fact that ancient engineers reshaped the mountain itself. The lower slopes were cut away to create nearly vertical rock faces, reaching about 50 meters in height, turning the hill into a colossal artificial stronghold. The deeper question is not whether it worked. The historical record proves that it did, but how its builders conceived a fortress so far ahead of its time. The story begins in the late 12th century. Historical records and archaeological studies attribute the foundation of Devagiri to King Bilamir V of the Yadava dynasty around 1187 CE. The location was carefully chosen. Positioned along major trade routes connecting northern and southern India, the hill offered commanding visibility across the surrounding landscape. Yet geography alone does not explain the site's remarkable defenses. The Yadava rulers did not simply occupy the hill, they systematically modified it. Engineers carved away huge portions of the natural slopes, leaving sheer cliffs that dramatically increased the difficulty of any assault. Even today, standing beneath those vertical walls raises an obvious question. How many millions of tons of basalt had to be removed using little more than iron tools, hammers, chisels, and human labor? No surviving engineering manuals explain the process. The evidence exists in stone, but the knowledge behind it has largely vanished. Unlike most medieval fortresses, Daulatabad was designed according to a principle that seems almost counterintuitive. Instead of providing multiple routes of movement, escape, and reinforcement, the fortress concentrated control into a highly restricted system of access. Reaching the summit required passing through successive defensive zones, massive gates, narrow passages, and carefully engineered choke points. The layout exploited psychology as much as military force. Invaders were not merely expected to fight, they were expected to become confused. Historical descriptions mention false gates, misleading approaches, curved walls, deceptive turns, and pathways deliberately arranged to break the momentum of an attacking army. Some entrances appeared important, but led nowhere useful, while the true routes remained concealed. This transformed navigation itself into a defensive weapon. The most famous example of this philosophy survives inside the fortress in the form of the Andheri Passage, whose name literally means dark passage. Unlike a conventional tunnel, Andheri was engineered as a deadly labyrinth. Cut directly into the rock, the The passage twists through darkness with abrupt turns, hidden exits, steep staircases, and deceptive branches. Historical studies describe it as a structure specifically intended to trap and disorient enemies. An invading force unfamiliar with the route could easily lose cohesion and direction within the darkness. Some sections were designed so defenders could attack from above while remaining protected themselves. Other areas appear to have allowed smoke or fire to be introduced into confined spaces. Even modern visitors often find the route confusing despite lighting and guides. The existence of such a system raises an intriguing question. How did medieval military architects understand the relationship between spatial design and human behavior so effectively centuries before modern studies of psychology or crowd movement? Surrounding the central fortress was another formidable obstacle, a deep moat excavated directly into the rock. Historical accounts describe the moat as an essential component of the defense network, separating attackers from the steep cliffs above. Local traditions later claimed that crocodiles inhabited these waters, adding yet another layer of danger. While direct archaeological evidence for permanent crocodile populations remains uncertain, the persistence of the story reflects the fortress's reputation as a place designed to eliminate every possible weakness. Whether literal or symbolic, the image of crocodile-filled moats captures the broader reality that Dawlatabad was constructed as a defensive machine in which terrain, architecture, and psychological warfare operated together. Perhaps the greatest proof of the fortress's strategic value came in the 14th century. In 1327, Sultan Muhammad bin Tughlaq made a decision so extraordinary that it remains one of the most debated episodes in Indian history. He ordered the transfer of the capital of the Delhi Sultanate from Delhi to Devagiri, renaming the city Dawlatabad, meaning City of Fortune. Contemporary accounts indicate that thousands of people were compelled to relocate over a distance exceeding 1,000 kilometers. Historians have proposed several explanations. Some argue that Dawlatabad's central position made it easier to govern both northern and southern territories. Others believe the move reflected the fortress's unparalleled security. Whatever the motivation, the relocation became a disaster. Within a few years, the decision was reversed, and the capital returned to Delhi. Yet the episode reveals how highly Dawlatabad was regarded. Few places in medieval Asia inspired enough confidence for an emperor to attempt relocating an entire imperial administration. The fortress continued evolving under successive dynasties, transforming into a layered archaeological record spanning nearly a millennium. Yadava rulers, Delhi sultans, Bahmani rulers, Nizam Shahis, Mughals, Marathas, and later the Nizams all left their mark. Each generation expanded, repaired, modified, or repurposed parts of the complex. Rather than representing a single moment in history, Dawlatabad became an architectural archive, documenting centuries of military adaptation. Archaeologists describe the site as containing multiple defensive zones: palaces, baths, reservoirs, markets, temples, mosques, and residential districts spread across approximately 95 hectares. The result is less a fortress than an entire fortified city. One of the most striking later additions is the Chand Minar, a tower completed in 1445 under the Bahmani Sultanate. Rising approximately 63 meters and visible across the surrounding landscape, it was inspired by Delhi's Qutb Minar and built to commemorate military victory. Decorated with Persian influences and once covered with vibrant colored tiles, the structure demonstrates how Dawlatabad remained a symbol of power long after its original construction. Yet even monumental towers such as Chand Minar are overshadowed by the engineering achievements of the fortress itself. Water management presents another mystery. A fortress could not survive prolonged siege without reliable water supplies. Dawlatabad contains reservoirs, stepwells, tanks, channels, and storage systems designed to support large populations. Among them is the massive Hathi-Hord Reservoir, capable of storing roughly 10,000 cubic meters of water, according to historical surveys. Engineers had to collect, transport, and distribute water across a rugged volcanic landscape while maintaining the city's defensive integrity. The sophistication of these hydraulic systems suggests a practical understanding of topography and gravity that rivals many later fortifications. Yet the calculations and methods behind the system remain largely undocumented. Few archaeological sites on Earth combine biblical prophecy, lost civilizations, military engineering, and centuries of scholarly controversy quite like Tel Megiddo. It controlled the narrow passage connecting Egypt, Mesopotamia, Anatolia, and the Mediterranean coast, making it a crossroads of trade, warfare, and empire for thousands of years. Yet Megiddo is known worldwide by another name, Armageddon. In the Book of Revelation, Armageddon is described as the place of the final battle at the end of time. The irony is striking. Beneath the legendary reputation lies a real city whose archaeological mysteries may be even more fascinating than the prophecy itself. The importance of Megiddo was first recognized scientifically when German archaeologist Gottlieb Schumacher conducted the site's first major excavation between 1903 and 1905. Much larger excavations followed between 1925 and 1939 under the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago, funded by John D. Rockefeller Jr. and directed by Clarence Fisher, P.L.O. Guy, Robert Lamont, and Gordon Loud. Their discoveries transformed Megiddo into one of the most famous archaeological sites in the world. Later excavations led by Yigael Yadin in the 1960s and by Tel Aviv University beginning in 1994 continued to reveal new evidence and challenge old assumptions. What makes Tel Megiddo extraordinary is the sheer depth of its history. Archaeologists have identified approximately 26 archaeological strata stacked one above another, representing thousands of years of continuous occupation from the Neolithic and Chalcolithic periods through the Bronze Age, Iron Age, and Persian period. Each time a city was destroyed by war, fire, or collapse, a new settlement was built directly on top of the ruins. Over millennia, these layers accumulated into an artificial hill, rising high above the surrounding plain. Few sites anywhere in the world preserve such a long and uninterrupted record of human civilization. Among the most remarkable discoveries is evidence that Megiddo was already a major urban center long before the rise of ancient Israel. Excavations uncovered enormous Bronze Age temples and sacred complexes dating back nearly 4,000 years. Some of these structures were among the largest known religious buildings in the ancient Levant. Massive stone altars, monumental foundations, and evidence of repeated rebuilding suggest that Megiddo remained an important ceremonial center for centuries. The continuity of religious activity is astonishing. Civilizations rose and fell, rulers changed, and empires vanished. Yet the sacred importance of the location endured. But the greatest mystery begins when archaeology intersects with biblical history. For decades, scholars argued that several monumental structures at Megiddo were built during the reign of King Solomon in the 10th century BCE. The most famous examples include the city's six-chambered gate, fortification systems, and large palatial buildings. In the 1960s, archaeologist Yigael Yadin presented these remains as evidence supporting the biblical description of Solomon's powerful kingdom. For many, Megiddo became one of the strongest archaeological arguments for the historical reality of the united monarchy described in the Bible. Then the debate exploded. Beginning in the 1990s, archaeologist Israel Finkelstein and other researchers re-examined the site's chronology using improved stratigraphic analysis and radiocarbon dating. Their conclusions challenged decades of accepted interpretation. According to the revised chronology, many structures traditionally attributed to Solomon may actually date roughly a century later, possibly to the Omride dynasty and kings such as Ahab. The implications were enormous. If correct, some of the most famous archaeological evidence for Solomon's empire would belong to a different kingdom entirely. More than a century after excavations began, scholars still disagree about who built some of Megiddo's most impressive monuments. The controversy extends to another famous discovery, the so-called stables of Megiddo. The Chicago excavations uncovered large complexes containing rows of stone pillars, feeding troughs, and long aisles. Early archaeologists interpreted them as royal stables capable of housing hundreds of horses, supporting the biblical image of Megiddo as a major chariot city. Some estimates suggested space for nearly 500 horses. However, later researchers questioned this interpretation. Could these buildings have served administrative, industrial, or storage functions instead? Horse bite marks found on troughs support the traditional explanation, yet debate continues. Even today, experts disagree on whether visitors are looking at one of the largest military horse facilities of the ancient world or something entirely different. If any feature demonstrates the engineering sophistication of Megiddo's inhabitants, it is the famous water system hidden beneath the mound. Water represented survival during ancient warfare. Springs were usually located outside city walls, creating a dangerous vulnerability during a siege. The solution developed at Megiddo was extraordinary. Engineers excavated a vertical shaft approximately 36 meters deep and then cut a horizontal tunnel roughly 70 meters through solid bedrock to reach a hidden spring outside the walls. The outer access point was concealed behind a massive stone barrier and covered with earth so attackers would not discover it. Even by modern standards, the project is impressive. Ancient workers excavated thousands of tons of rock without steel machinery, explosives, or modern surveying instruments. The precision required to maintain the correct gradient while connecting the tunnel to the water source remains one of the site's most remarkable achievements. Visitors descending into the system today experience one of the most sophisticated examples of military engineering from the Iron Age. The city's strategic importance explains why so many armies fought for control of Megiddo. The site overlooked a critical route linking Africa and Asia, making it a natural military bottleneck. One of the earliest recorded battles in history occurred here around 1457 BCE, when Pharaoh Thutmose III defeated a coalition of Canaanite rulers. Detailed Egyptian inscriptions describing the campaign survive, making it one of the first battles documented in significant detail. Over the following centuries, Egyptians, Canaanites, Israelites, Assyrians, and other powers competed repeatedly for possession of the city. Few locations in the ancient world witnessed such a concentration of military conflict. Yet perhaps the most fascinating mystery is not what archaeologists have discovered, but what remains unknown. Megiddo has been excavated for more than a century by some of the world's leading archaeologists. Tens of thousands of artifacts have been recovered. Entire careers have been devoted to studying its ruins. Despite this, fundamental questions remain unresolved. Who built the great palaces? Were the famous stables truly stables? How powerful was Solomon's kingdom? Why did certain architectural traditions appear and disappear? How much technical knowledge was required to create the city's water system? Euromos is not one of the most famous ancient cities in the world. It contains no giant pyramid, no lost treasure, and no legendary king whose tomb remains undiscovered. Yet hidden among the hills of ancient Caria, in what is now Muğla province, southwestern Turkey, stands one of the most surprising archaeological mysteries of the Roman world. The reason is simple. Nearly 2,000 years after its construction, the Temple of Zeus Lepsinos still stands with 16 massive marble columns almost intact. In a region repeatedly struck by earthquakes, invasions, and centuries of natural erosion, the survival of this monument raises a question that archaeology still cannot fully answer. How did the builders create a structure capable of enduring when so many others disappeared? The ancient city of Euramos was located along important routes connecting the interior of Caria with the Aegean coast. Archaeological evidence suggests the area was occupied long before the Roman period, but the structure that made the site famous today is the Temple of Zeus Lepsinos, generally dated to the reign of Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century AD. Excavations and inscriptions confirm that the sanctuary existed before the Roman temple was built, indicating that the location had already been considered sacred for centuries. However, while archaeologists can determine when the temple was constructed and who paid for parts of it, they still cannot fully explain why it survived so much better than most temples of the ancient Mediterranean. This is where the mystery begins. Western Anatolia sits in one of the most earthquake-prone regions on Earth. Ancient cities throughout the area suffered repeated destruction. Temples collapsed, theaters fell into ruin, and entire settlements were abandoned after seismic disasters. Even some of the most famous sanctuaries of the ancient world survive only as scattered foundations. Yet at Euramos, 16 Corinthian columns remain standing. Parts of the architrave still rest above them. Many architectural elements remain close to their original positions. The difference is remarkable. While countless temples became piles of broken stone, Euramos continues to resemble an actual building. Researchers believe part of the answer lies beneath the structure. The temple was erected on stable bedrock, providing a solid foundation capable of distributing enormous weight. Yet foundation quality alone cannot explain everything. Numerous ancient buildings were also constructed on bedrock and still collapsed. The mystery therefore extends beyond location. Something about the design, construction methods, or engineering decisions made by the builders appears to have given the structure an unusual level of resilience. The stonework provides another clue. The temple was built using enormous marble blocks extracted from nearby quarries. Each column consists of multiple marble drums stacked one above another. Some individual pieces weighed several tons. What astonishes researchers is the precision. The contact surfaces between blocks were cut so accurately that the joints often appear almost invisible. Even after centuries of weathering, many connections remain remarkably tight. Modern engineers understand the principles behind precision stone fitting, but understanding how Roman builders achieved such consistency using ancient tools is more difficult. The challenge becomes even greater when transportation is considered. Thousands of tons of marble had to be quarried, shaped, moved, lifted, and positioned with extraordinary accuracy. Archaeologists know that Roman engineers possessed cranes, pulleys, and sophisticated construction knowledge. Reliefs, historical texts, and surviving machinery provide evidence of these technologies. Yet no document survives explaining exactly how the builders of Euramos organized the project. There are no surviving blueprints, no engineering manuals connected specifically to the temple, and no detailed construction records. The finished monument remains visible, but much of the knowledge that produced it has vanished. One of the most fascinating details appears on the columns themselves. Inscriptions reveal that wealthy citizens funded individual columns as donations to the sanctuary. This is unusual because it allows archaeologists to identify some of the people who financed the project nearly 2,000 years ago. The inscriptions show that construction was supported by local benefactors rather than a single ruler. Yet this creates another mystery. Euramos was not among the largest cities of Asia Minor. It was not a political capital, nor was it comparable in scale to Ephesus or Pergamon. Why then did such a city possess enough wealth to construct one of the finest marble temples in the region? Trade, agriculture, and regional influence likely contributed, but the full economic picture remains unclear. Another unresolved question involves the deity worshipped at the sanctuary. Zeus is one of the most familiar gods of the Greek world, but the title attached to him here is unusual. The temple was dedicated to Zeus Lepsinos. Scholars believe the name may preserve elements of an older local Carian tradition absorbed into Greek religion, but its exact meaning remains uncertain. If this interpretation is correct, the sanctuary may represent the fusion of two religious worlds, an indigenous Anatolian belief system, and the later Greek and Roman traditions that dominated the region. The temple therefore preserves not only architectural mysteries, but also clues to cultural identities that are still not fully understood. High above a narrow mountain pass in present-day Fars province, Iran, stands a fortress that should not exist. Built around AD 209, on the steep slopes overlooking the route to Firuzabad, Kale Doktar, meaning the Maiden Castle, was constructed by Ardashir I before he defeated the Parthian Empire and founded the Sasanian Empire in AD 224. Nearly 18 centuries later, its walls still cling to the mountainside, preserving evidence of engineering knowledge that would influence Persian and Islamic architecture for centuries. The fortress is remarkable, not simply because of its age, but because many of its most advanced architectural features appear suddenly, almost fully developed, at the very beginning of the Sasanian era. Kale Doktar occupies one of the most strategic locations in ancient Persia. Archaeological studies show that Ardashir selected a naturally defended mountainside above the Firuzabad Kavar route, allowing the fortress to dominate movement through the valley below. Long before satellite mapping or modern surveying equipment existed, the builders identified a position that provided exceptional visibility while remaining extremely difficult to attack. The fortress was not placed on a convenient plateau. Instead, it was integrated directly into the mountain itself, forcing modern visitors to wonder how thousands of tons of stone, mortar, and construction materials were transported to such a challenging location. No evidence survives of cranes, mechanical lifting systems, or advanced machinery, yet a monumental fortress palace emerged from terrain that would still challenge modern builders. The timing of its construction makes the site even more intriguing. Historical evidence indicates that Ardashir commissioned Kale Doktar while he was still fighting for power against the last Parthian ruler, Artabanus IV. Rather than waiting until victory was secured, he invested enormous resources into a fortress of royal dimensions before the Sasanian Empire officially existed. UNESCO documentation describes the structure not merely as a military outpost, but as a monumental complex containing both defensive and palatial elements. This raises an important question: why would a regional ruler invest so heavily in a fortress before securing his throne? Some historians argue that Kale Doktar functioned as a declaration of legitimacy, a stone-built statement that a new empire was already taking shape. The most fascinating mystery lies inside the architecture itself. The fortress contains large vaulted halls, arches, and domed chambers that represent some of the earliest surviving examples of key Sasanian architectural innovations. UNESCO researchers identify Kale Doktar as one of the earliest sites demonstrating the development of domes, squinches, and other structural solutions that later transformed architecture across the Middle East. The squinch, a technique allowing builders to place a circular dome above a square room, appears here in an unexpectedly sophisticated form. This innovation solved one of the most difficult engineering problems of the ancient world: how to transfer the immense weight of a dome safely into supporting walls. Remarkably, some of the earliest surviving examples are associated with Kale Doktar and nearby royal constructions commissioned by Ardashir. This is where the mystery deepens. Technologies usually evolve gradually through centuries of experimentation, yet at Kale Doktar, several architectural techniques appear highly refined from the beginning. The arches are carefully proportioned. The vaulted spaces display an understanding of load distribution. The domed chambers reveal knowledge of geometry and structural stability that would later become fundamental to Persian and Islamic architecture. Modern engineers understand the principles involved, but archaeologists still debate how such expertise was accumulated and transmitted before extensive technical documentation existed. No surviving Sasanian engineering manuals explain the calculations, measurements, or construction methods behind these achievements. The builders left the structures, but not the instructions. Another remarkable feature is the fortress's integration with the landscape. Unlike many ancient fortifications that impose geometry upon the environment, Kale Doktar adapts itself to the mountain. Its multi-level arrangement follows the contours of the slope, combining natural and artificial defenses into a single system. Archaeological descriptions show that the fortress was organized across several elevated terraces, connected through stairways and controlled access points. Every approach route could be monitored. Every ascent exposed attackers to defenders positioned above. The mountain itself became part of the architecture. Similar concepts appear at famous strongholds such as Machu Picchu and Masada. But Kale Doktar achieved this nearly 2,000 years ago, in a completely different cultural context. The fortress also reveals evidence of sophisticated planning beyond military concerns. Researchers have identified ceremonial spaces, monumental halls, and architectural arrangements, suggesting that the structure served political and symbolic functions as well as defensive ones. Some scholars believe the site represented a transitional royal residence before the construction of the larger palace of Ardashir nearby. If true, Kale Doktar may have functioned simultaneously as fortress, palace, administrative center, and symbol of dynastic authority. Such complexity challenges the traditional description of the site as merely a castle. Tanis is one of the few places in Egypt where the greatest mystery is not what archaeologists found, but why the discovery never became as famous as it should have. Located in the northeastern Nile Delta at modern San el Hagar, Tanis served as the capital of Egypt during the 21st and 22nd dynasties between approximately 1070 and 715 BCE. Today, the site is covered with colossal statues, fallen obelisks, temple ruins, and royal tombs. Yet what makes Tanis extraordinary is that it appears to have been a city assembled from the remains of another lost capital, while simultaneously preserving some of the richest royal burials ever discovered in Egyptian archaeology. The result is a place where nearly every major structure raises questions about ancient engineering, logistics, political power, and forgotten knowledge. For more than 2,000 years, Tanis remained buried beneath the sediments of the Nile Delta. Although travelers and scholars knew of ruins in the region, the true significance of the site remained unclear until systematic excavations began during the 19th century and continued under French Egyptologist Pierre Montet. After years of work, Montet made one of the most remarkable discoveries in the history of archaeology. In 1939, while excavating within the sacred enclosure of the Temple of Amun, he uncovered a royal necropolis containing multiple pharaonic tombs. Unlike most royal burials in Egypt, which had been looted repeatedly since antiquity, several of the tombs at Tanis remained largely intact. The discovery produced gold funerary objects, silver coffins, jewelry, masks, and royal treasures of extraordinary quality. Many historians consider the discovery comparable in importance to the tomb of Tutankhamun. Yet because it occurred on the eve of the Second World War, it never captured the world's attention in the same way. Archaeological publications were delayed, Europe entered conflict, and one of Egypt's greatest discoveries faded into relative obscurity. The treasures themselves revealed something unexpected. Among the rulers buried at Tanis was Pharaoh Psusenes I, whose burial included an astonishing solid silver coffin. This was not merely a display of wealth. In ancient Egypt, silver was often rarer than gold because Egypt possessed limited native silver sources and relied heavily on imports. The existence of such an object demonstrated access to long-distance trade networks and significant economic resources during a period that many historians had traditionally viewed as an era of political decline. The discovery forced scholars to reconsider assumptions about the so-called Third Intermediate Period and raised an uncomfortable question: how much do we actually understand about the economic strength of Egypt after the age of the great pyramid builders and New Kingdom pharaohs? Yet the greatest mystery of Tanis lies not beneath the ground, but above it. Throughout the site stand enormous statues, obelisks, columns, gateways, and blocks bearing the names of much earlier rulers, especially Ramesses II. For decades, archaeologists believed that Tanis might actually be the long-lost city of Pi-Ramesses, the magnificent capital built by Ramesses II during the 13th century BCE. The evidence seemed convincing because Ramesside monuments appeared everywhere. However, later excavations at Qantir revealed the true location of Pi-Ramesses, forcing researchers to confront a surprising reality. The monuments at Tanis had not originally been built there. They had been transported from older cities and reassembled within Tanis centuries later. This discovery transformed Tanis from a lost capital into an engineering mystery. Why would an entire city import monumental architecture on such a massive scale? Some researchers argue that the decline of Pi-Ramesses after changes in the Nile's river channels made the old capital strategically useless. Rather than abandoning valuable stone monuments, later rulers dismantled them and transported them to Tanis, where a new political center was emerging. While the explanation appears reasonable, it immediately creates another problem. Many of these monuments weighed dozens of tons. Some originated more than 30 kilometers away, while the original granite used to create them had been quarried hundreds of kilometers farther south near Aswan. Every statue, obelisk, and architectural block required planning, labor, transportation systems, and engineering capabilities that remain difficult to reconstruct in detail. The monuments visible today are therefore evidence not only of construction, but of one of the largest monument relocation projects in ancient Egyptian history. The city itself also raises questions about environmental adaptation. Unlike many famous Egyptian centers built farther south, Tanis occupied a dynamic delta environment. River channels shifted over centuries, waterways appeared and disappeared, harbors could become isolated as the landscape evolved. Archaeological evidence suggests that the prosperity of Tanis was closely linked to its position within the Nile Delta's transportation network. When those waterways changed, the city's economic importance may have declined. This relationship between geography and political power offers one explanation for the city's eventual abandonment. Yet researchers still debate exactly how and when the environmental transformation reached a critical point. The disappearance of Tanis was not caused by a single invasion or catastrophe. Instead, it appears to have been a gradual process in which nature quietly dismantled one of Egypt's most important capitals. Modern technology has added new layers to the mystery. In 2011, archaeologist Sarah Parcak and her team used high-resolution satellite imagery to investigate buried structures beneath the delta landscape. The results revealed extensive networks of walls, streets, and buildings hidden below the surface. What appeared from ground level to be empty land turned out to contain the remains of an entire ancient urban environment. The discovery demonstrated that much of Tanis still lies concealed beneath layers of soil and sediment. Even after nearly 2 centuries of excavation, archaeologists may have explored only a fraction of the city. Recent discoveries continue to prove that Tanis still guards important secrets. In 2025, Egyptian and French archaeologists uncovered 225 Ushabti figurines associated with Pharaoh Shoshenq III inside a tomb originally belonging to another ruler. The find helped solve a long-standing mystery surrounding an unidentified sarcophagus discovered decades earlier. Yet it also raised new questions about royal burials, political instability, and the reuse of tombs during periods of dynastic conflict. More than 80 years after Pierre Montet's discoveries, the royal necropolis continues to produce evidence that reshapes historical understanding. Standing among the ruins today, the central mystery of Tanis is not whether its builders possessed advanced engineering knowledge. The surviving evidence proves that they did. The deeper mystery concerns the scale of that knowledge and how much of it has been lost. The city required large-scale transportation networks, complex logistical planning, monumental reconstruction, hydraulic adaptation, political coordination, and architectural expertise. Yet the engineers who managed these achievements left behind no surviving manuals explaining their methods. What remains are scattered statues, shattered obelisks, hidden streets, and royal tombs filled with treasures. Together they form the fragments of a civilization whose accomplishments are visible everywhere, while the full knowledge behind those accomplishments remains buried beneath the sands of the Nile Delta. That unresolved gap between what survives and what has been forgotten is what makes Tanis one of the most fascinating archaeological mysteries in ancient Egypt. Hidden within the forests of western Georgia, beside the winding Tekuri River, lies Nokalakevi, one of the most enigmatic archaeological sites in the Caucasus. Known to Byzantine historians as Archaeopolis, the ancient city, this settlement presents a paradox that continues to intrigue researchers. Even in the 6th century AD, when the Byzantine Empire regarded itself as the heir of classical civilization, the city was already considered ancient. Today, after more than a century of excavation, archaeologists still debate how old Nokalakevi truly is, who first built it, and whether its origins may be connected to one of the most famous legends of the ancient world, the Kingdom of Colchis and the myth of the Golden Fleece. The site is located in the Samegrelo region of western Georgia, approximately 30 kilometers from the Black Sea coast. Occupying a naturally fortified position above a dramatic bend in the Tekuri River, Nokalakevi consists of a citadel, extensive defensive walls, and a lower city enclosed within a landscape that appears almost designed for protection. The strategic advantages are immediately obvious. Steep cliffs guard parts of the settlement, while the river forms a natural barrier around much of the site. Yet what makes Nokalakevi extraordinary is not simply its geography, but the evidence that humans repeatedly chose this location over many centuries, rebuilding, expanding, and transforming the city through successive civilizations. Systematic archaeological investigations began in the 20th century, although scholars had recognized the significance of the site long before. Soviet-era excavations revealed a remarkably complex sequence of occupation layers. Beneath the visible Byzantine structures, archaeologists uncovered evidence of earlier settlements dating back to the Late Bronze Age and Early Iron Age. These discoveries suggested that the history of Nokalakevi extended far deeper into antiquity than previously believed. Each new excavation trench seemed to push the origins of the city further into the past, creating a puzzle that remains unresolved even today. One of the most intriguing aspects of Nokalakevi is its connection to Colchis, the ancient kingdom described by Greek writers. Colchis occupied the eastern shores of the Black Sea and became famous through the myth of Jason and the Argonauts. According to Greek tradition, Jason traveled to Colchis in search of the Golden Fleece, a legendary object guarded by King Aeetes. The capital of this kingdom was known as Aya. For generations, historians have debated the location of this city. Some researchers have proposed that Nokalakevi may preserve traces of the legendary center described in ancient texts. While no definitive evidence has confirmed the identification, the possibility continues to attract scholarly attention because of the site's age, strategic importance, and location within the historical territory of Colchis. The mystery deepens when examining the city's defenses. Archaeological surveys have shown that the builders carefully integrated architecture with the natural terrain. Massive walls stretch across vulnerable approaches, while cliffs and waterways protect the remaining sides. This combination reduced the amount of artificial fortification required, while maximizing defensive effectiveness. Such planning demonstrates an advanced understanding of military engineering. The question is how ancient builders achieved this level of optimization without modern surveying equipment. Long before maps, satellite imagery, or precision instruments existed, the planners of Nokalakevi successfully transformed an irregular landscape into one of the strongest defensive positions in the region. The importance of the city became especially apparent during the Lazic War, a major conflict fought between the Byzantine Empire and the Sasanian Persian Empire during the 6th century AD. Historical accounts written by the Byzantine historian Procopius describe Archaeopolis as one of the key strongholds of the Kingdom of Lazica. In AD 551, Persian forces launched a major assault against the city. Despite overwhelming pressure and repeated attacks, Archaeopolis remained unconquered. The survival of the fortress astonished contemporary observers and demonstrated the effectiveness of its defenses. More than 15 centuries later, archaeologists can still trace portions of the walls that played a role in these dramatic events. Yet the military history of Nokkalakevi represents only one chapter of a much larger story. Excavations conducted by the Anglo-Georgian expedition to Nokkalakevi, a collaborative research project involving Georgian and British archaeologists, have revealed evidence for continuous occupation spanning many centuries. Researchers have documented Bronze Age activity, Iron Age settlement, Hellenistic influences, Roman period occupation, Byzantine construction, and medieval development. Few archaeological sites in the Caucasus preserve such a long and uninterrupted sequence of human activity. The result is a layered historical archive in which every meter of excavation potentially uncovers another lost chapter of the past. Among the most fascinating discoveries are the remains buried beneath the lower city. Unlike the prominent citadel, large sections of the lower urban area remain only partially explored. Geophysical surveys and archaeological investigations suggest that substantial structures may still lie hidden underground. Researchers continue searching for evidence of residential districts, workshops, public buildings, and infrastructure that could reveal how the city's inhabitants lived. The incomplete nature of these investigations means that some of the most important discoveries may still be waiting beneath the soil. The name Archaeopolis itself raises another mystery. Byzantine sources referred to the settlement as the ancient city, implying that its origins were already obscured by time. This terminology is unusual. Cities are rarely called ancient by civilizations that actively occupy them, unless their beginnings have become distant, even in local memory. The designation suggests that by the 6th century AD, the true age of the settlement may already have been forgotten. Archaeologists possess fragments of evidence, but no surviving inscription or historical record definitively identifies the original founders. Comparisons with other ancient centers reveal why Nokkalakevi attracts so much attention. At Troy, in modern Turkey, archaeologists uncovered multiple cities built one atop another across millennia. At Jerusalem, layers of occupation preserve evidence from numerous civilizations. At Machu Picchu, researchers marvel at how builders adapted architecture to challenging terrain. Nokkalakevi combines elements of all these mysteries. Like Troy, it contains multiple historical layers. Like Jerusalem, it reflects repeated cultural transformation. Like Machu Picchu, it demonstrates sophisticated adaptation to a complex landscape. Yet unlike those famous sites, Nokkalakevi remains relatively unknown outside specialist circles. 6 kilometers northeast of ancient Tarraco, beside the great Roman highway known as the Via Augusta, stands a monument that should not be mysterious at all. It was built by one of the most organized civilizations in history. It stood beside one of the busiest roads in Roman Hispania. It was constructed for someone wealthy enough to afford a monumental tomb visible to every traveler passing through the region. And yet, after nearly 2,000 years, nobody knows with certainty who was buried there. Today, the structure is known as the Tower of the Scipios, or Torre dels Escipions, near modern Tarragona in northeastern Spain. Rising more than 9 meters above the surrounding landscape, it is one of the best preserved Roman funerary monuments on the Iberian Peninsula. It forms part of the Archaeological Ensemble of Tarraco, recognized by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site in 2000. Archaeologists date its construction to the middle of the 1st century AD, during the height of Roman power in Hispania. Despite its impressive survival, the monument preserves one of the most frustrating mysteries in Roman archaeology: the identity of the person for whom it was built. The mystery begins with its very name. For centuries, local tradition claimed that the monument was connected to the famous Scipio brothers, Publius Cornelius Scipio and Gnaeus Cornelius Scipio Calvus, Roman generals who fought in Hispania during the Second Punic War. The idea appeared in historical writings as early as the Renaissance and remained popular for generations. However, modern archaeological research has demonstrated that the identification was almost certainly wrong. The two carved figures visible on the front of the monument are not Roman military heroes. Their clothing and iconography instead correspond to Attis, a deity originally associated with Phrygia and later incorporated into Roman religious beliefs. The tower therefore inherited a name based on a mistake that survived for centuries. Ironically, one of the monument's most famous facts is now known to be false. The presence of Attis immediately raises deeper questions. In Roman funerary art, Attis was often associated with death, rebirth, mourning, and the hope of renewal after death. The deity appears on tombs throughout parts of the Roman world, yet the choice was never random. Whoever commissioned this monument deliberately selected these images to face the Via Augusta. Travelers moving along the road would have seen the towering structure and the symbolic figures watching over it. Was the deceased connected to a particular religious cult? Did the family hold beliefs that differed from those of their neighbors? Or were the images simply a fashionable expression of elite Roman funerary symbolism? Archaeologists cannot answer these questions because no surviving text explains the decision. The location itself suggests extraordinary social status. The Via Augusta was the most important Roman road in Hispania, stretching for more than 1,500 kilometers across the Iberian Peninsula. It linked major cities, military centers, ports, and administrative hubs. Building a funerary monument beside such a route was comparable to constructing a memorial beside a major modern highway. Visibility mattered. Every merchant, official, soldier, and traveler passing through the region would encounter the monument. This was architecture designed to be seen. That visibility makes the disappearance of the deceased's identity even more remarkable. Most elite Roman tombs included inscriptions that identified the individual being honored. Torre dels Escipions once possessed an inscription, and traces remain visible today. Unfortunately, centuries of weathering destroyed much of the text. Researchers can identify only fragments. One surviving element appears to preserve the name Cornelius, but the remainder has become too damaged to provide certainty. The result is an archaeological paradox. The builders invested enormous resources to ensure that the deceased would be remembered, yet time erased the very information intended to preserve that memory. The architecture of the monument reveals a level of technical sophistication that is often overlooked. The structure consists of 3 superimposed sections that decrease in size toward the top. Large sandstone blocks were cut and assembled with remarkable precision. Modern examinations have shown that the stones fit closely enough to allow the monument to survive nearly 2 millennia despite exposure to rain, wind, temperature changes, and occasional seismic activity. The visible tower is only part of the original design. Archaeologists believe the monument was once crowned by a pyramid-shaped upper section that has since disappeared. If correct, the original structure have appeared even more imposing than it does today. The engineering challenge becomes clearer when considering how the monument was built. Roman builders possessed no modern cranes, hydraulic machinery, or steel construction equipment. Every block had to be quarried, transported, positioned, and aligned using manpower, simple lifting systems, ropes, wooden frameworks, and accumulated engineering knowledge. Studies of local geology suggest that much of the stone probably originated from nearby quarries, but moving and assembling the material still required careful planning. The precision visible in the surviving masonry reflects a sophisticated understanding of measurement and construction techniques. One particularly intriguing detail concerns the reliefs themselves. The figures of Attis are carved directly into the stone blocks of the monument. This means the sculptors had to coordinate their work with the architectural design from the beginning. The images were not decorative additions attached afterward. They were integrated into the structure itself. Such planning indicates close collaboration between architects, stonemasons, and sculptors. Yet no documents survive describing how these specialists organized their work, calculated dimensions, or coordinated construction. The monument also hints at a broader problem in Roman archaeology: the disappearance of technical knowledge. Roman engineers built roads, aqueducts, bridges, amphitheaters, harbors, and monumental tombs across an empire stretching from Britain to the Middle East. Their achievements remain visible everywhere, yet much of the practical knowledge behind these structures vanished. We can measure the stones, analyze the mortar, reconstruct the geometry, and model the construction process, but we rarely possess detailed explanations written by the builders themselves. Torre dels Escipions is a perfect example. The result survives. The methods largely do not. Another unresolved question concerns the number of individuals buried within the monument. Some scholars believe it may have served as a family tomb rather than the resting place of a single person. The upper chamber likely contained funerary urns holding cremated remains. Unfortunately, centuries of disturbance, looting, and deterioration eliminated much of the evidence that could have clarified the issue. Without intact burials, archaeologists are left reconstructing possibilities rather than certainties. The tower becomes even more fascinating when compared with other famous funerary monuments of the Roman world. The Mausoleum of Augustus in Rome, Hadrian's Mausoleum, and numerous elite tombs across the empire can usually be linked to specific individuals. Their owners remain known, their political roles are documented, their identities survived. Torre dels Escipions presents the opposite situation. The monument survives exceptionally well, but the people behind it have disappeared. The architecture endured while the biography vanished. Standing before the tower today, the central mystery is not whether Roman engineers possessed the skills required to build it. The monument itself proves they did. The deeper mystery concerns memory. How can a structure designed specifically to defeat oblivion end up preserving almost everything except the name of the person it commemorated? Nearly 2,000 years ago, an influential family invested wealth, labor, engineering expertise, artistic craftsmanship, and prime real estate along the greatest road in Roman Hispania to ensure that someone would never be forgotten. Travelers still stop to admire the monument. Archaeologists still study its stones. Historians still debate its meaning. Yet the individual at the center of the story remains anonymous. In the end, Torre dels Escipions may be one of the most ironic monuments of the ancient world, a tomb built to preserve a memory that history ultimately erased. High in the Peruvian Andes, about 20 kilometers southwest of the city of Cajamarca and more than 3,500 meters above sea level, lies one of the oldest and most enigmatic engineering works in the Americas. Known as Cumbe Mayo, this archaeological complex is famous for a hand-carved stone canal, stretching nearly 9 kilometers through volcanic rock. Built around 1500 BCE, more than 3,000 years ago, the site predates the Inca Empire by over 2 millennia and may represent one of the earliest large-scale hydraulic systems ever constructed in South America. Yet despite decades of archaeological research, a fundamental question remains unresolved. Why did ancient builders invest enormous effort into creating such a sophisticated water system in a region that already possessed abundant rainfall? The modern scientific world first became aware of the site in 1937, when Peruvian explorer Ernesto de la Puente reported its existence. Soon afterward, renowned archaeologist Julio C. Tello visited and investigated the complex. Tello immediately recognized its significance. suggesting that the canal belonged to a pre-Inca civilization and may have originated around the 1st millennium BCE. Later studies pushed the estimated age even further back, with many researchers now placing its construction between 1500 and 1000 BCE. Even today, Cambomayo remains one of the oldest known hydraulic monuments in the Andes. What makes the site remarkable is not simply its age, but its execution. The canal was carved directly into extremely hard volcanic rock. Along much of its route, the channel maintains a remarkably consistent width and depth, often measuring approximately 35 to 50 centimeters wide and 30 to 65 centimeters deep. For nearly 9 kilometers, the builders guided water across rugged mountain terrain while preserving a carefully controlled gradient. Modern hydraulic studies indicate that the system efficiently managed water flow despite the challenging topography, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of landscape engineering. The greatest mystery appears when examining the canal itself. Rather than following the shortest possible route, many sections twist, curve, and zigzag in ways that initially seem inefficient. At first glance, these turns look unnecessary, almost decorative. However, researchers studying ancient water management have proposed that the zigzag sections may have served an engineering purpose by reducing water velocity and limiting erosion. In other words, more than 3,000 years ago, the builders may have intentionally manipulated the shape of the channel to control hydraulic energy. If correct, this would suggest a practical understanding of water behavior long before the development of formal engineering science. Even more astonishing is the location of the canal. Cambomayo sits near a continental watershed in the Andes. Studies of the site's geography indicate that the canal redirected water from one drainage basin toward another, effectively altering the natural path of mountain runoff. This was not merely a ditch transporting water downhill. It was a deliberate intervention in the regional hydrological system. Such projects require planning, surveying, and a detailed knowledge of terrain. The builders had no iron tools, no wheeled machinery, no written engineering manuals, and no known mathematical texts. Yet they successfully created a functioning system that still survives thousands of years later. The mystery deepens because practical necessity alone does not fully explain the monument. Archaeologists have long noted that the Cajamarca region receives significant seasonal rainfall. Unlike civilizations living in extremely arid deserts, the inhabitants of this area were not facing an obvious water crisis. This observation led several researchers, including Julio C. Tello and later investigators such as Roger Ravines, to propose that Cambomayo may have served a ceremonial role in addition to a hydraulic one. Near the canal are carved altars, sacred spaces, and numerous petroglyphs etched into the surrounding rock. The evidence suggests that water here may have been more than a resource. It may have been an object of worship. This dual nature, part engineering project, part sacred landscape, creates one of the most fascinating puzzles in ancient archaeology. Throughout the ancient world, major civilizations often linked water with religion. The Egyptians associated the Nile with divine order. The Maya connected cenotes with the underworld. The Inca treated springs and rivers as sacred beings. Cambomayo appears to fit within this broader pattern, yet its exact purpose remains elusive. Was the canal primarily designed to transport water, or was transporting water itself part of a ritual process? The surviving evidence cannot provide a definitive answer. Adding to the mystery are the petroglyphs scattered throughout the complex. Many of these carvings remain undeciphered. Some appear geometric, others seem anthropomorphic or symbolic. No surviving tradition explains their meaning. They may represent religious imagery, territorial markers, cosmological concepts, or something entirely different. Archaeologists can document the symbols with precision, but their message has been lost for millennia. Surrounding the canal is another extraordinary feature known as Los Frailones, a vast stone forest of volcanic pillars sculpted by wind and rain over countless centuries. Some formations rise more than 18 meters high and resemble giant monks, towers, animals, or human figures. These dramatic geological structures create an almost otherworldly landscape. Ancient people almost certainly attached symbolic meaning to them, although exactly what that meaning was remains unknown. The combination of monumental rock formations, sacred carvings, and engineered waterways transforms Cumbe Mayo from a simple infrastructure project into an entire ritual landscape. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of Cumbe Mayo is what it reveals about lost knowledge. Modern researchers can measure the canal, map its route, model its water flow, and analyze its efficiency. What they cannot fully reconstruct is the intellectual process behind its creation. No written records survive. No engineering diagrams remain. The identities of the designers are unknown. Their calculations, methods, and training disappeared thousands of years ago. All that remains is the physical evidence of their achievement. Standing beside the canal today, the central mystery is not whether the builders possessed advanced practical knowledge. The canal itself proves they did. The deeper question is how a society living more than 3,000 years ago acquired enough understanding of surveying, hydrology, geology, and construction to reshape an Andean watershed using little more than stone tools and human labor. Every meter of carved rock suggests careful planning. Every turn in the channel hints at deliberate design. Yet the minds responsible for this accomplishment vanished long ago, leaving behind only a silent monument that continues to challenge modern assumptions about the technological capabilities of the ancient world. More than 3 millennia after its construction, water can still flow through parts of Cumbe Mayo. The canal remains functional, the petroglyphs remain unread, and the purpose of the complex remains debated. That combination of proven engineering achievement and enduring uncertainty is precisely what makes Cumbe Mayo one of the most compelling archaeological mysteries in the Americas. The most famous artifact of the Manteño civilization is also one of the least understood. Scattered across the hills of coastal Ecuador are massive stone seats carved from single blocks of rock, some supported by crouching human figures, others resting on stylized jaguars or supernatural beings. Archaeologists call them the Manteño throne stones, but after more than a century of study, nobody can prove they were actually thrones. There are no surviving Manteño texts explaining their purpose, no inscriptions naming their owners, and no historical account describing how they were used. What remains are hundreds of tons of carved stone, positioned at some of the most important ceremonial centers in pre-Columbian Ecuador, silently guarding a mystery that began more than 1,000 years ago. The story begins in the province of Manabí, on Ecuador's Pacific coast. Here, between approximately AD 500 and 1500, the Manteño civilization became one of the most powerful maritime cultures in South America. They controlled long-distance trade routes, exported valuable spondylus shells across the continent, and built a network of settlements linked by both land and sea. Their political and religious heart appears to have been the mountain complex of Cerro de Hojas Jaboncillo, a vast archaeological landscape overlooking the coast. UNESCO describes this region as the central political and religious nucleus of the Manteño lordships, connected to coastal ports and trading centers through an extensive cultural network. The first scientific investigations took place between 1906 and 1908, when American archaeologist Marshall H. Saville, working under the sponsorship of the Heye Foundation, explored Cerro Chaboncillo and neighboring sites. Saville uncovered monumental stone chairs, sculptures, stelae, and ceremonial structures unlike anything previously known from Ecuador. The discoveries attracted international attention. Contemporary reports described the findings as evidence of an unknown civilization hidden within the tropical hills of western South America. More than a century later, many of the objects recovered by Saville remain among the most iconic artifacts of Ecuadorian archaeology. What makes the throne stones extraordinary is their design. Most were carved from single blocks of relatively soft volcanic stone. The upper section forms a distinctive U-shaped seat with raised armrests, Beneath it sits a carved support figure, usually depicted kneeling or crouching, as though carrying the entire weight of the structure on its back. Some examples feature feline characteristics associated with jaguars, while others appear entirely human. The craftsmanship is remarkably consistent across multiple sites, suggesting a shared symbolic tradition maintained for centuries. Archaeologists have noted that despite local variations, the overall shape remained stable throughout the Mantegno period, implying that the form itself carried important meaning. The obvious assumption is that these objects were seats for rulers, yet this interpretation immediately encounters problems. No burial has ever been found with a throne stone positioned beside an elite individual. No inscription identifies a king, chief, or priest. No surviving Spanish account explicitly describes Mantegno leaders sitting upon them. The name throne stone is therefore a modern archaeological label rather than a proven fact. Some researchers argue they functioned as symbols of authority rather than furniture. Others suggest they were ritual devices used only during specific ceremonies. A few scholars have gone even further, questioning whether some examples were meant to be sat on at all. The most famous artifact of the civilization may therefore be identified by a name that reflects modern speculation rather than ancient reality. The mystery deepens when their locations are examined. Many throne stones were not discovered inside ordinary settlements, but on prominent hilltops and sacred mountain ridges. Cerro Jaboncillo rises hundreds of meters above the surrounding landscape and dominates the region visually. Archaeological surveys have revealed extensive ceremonial architecture, terraces, stairways cut directly into bedrock, and concentrations of stone monuments positioned near elite structures. Researchers have argued that the mountain served as a sacred center where political power and religious authority merged. The throne stones were often placed in locations that emphasized visibility and symbolism rather than comfort. Their settings suggest public performance, ritual authority, and controlled access rather than everyday use. One hypothesis connects the stones to astronomy and seasonal ceremonies. Ethnographic comparisons and spatial analysis have led some scholars to suggest that spiritual leaders used the seats during observations linked to agricultural cycles. According to research summarized by the Smithsonian's National Museum of the American Indian, stone chairs may have been arranged according to cardinal directions and used in ceremonies associated with weather prediction, fertility rituals, and the timing of agricultural activities. Some reconstructions even propose that groups of ritual specialists sat facing east and west during public ceremonies. Yet despite decades of discussion, no direct evidence has confirmed this theory. It remains plausible but unproven. Another clue comes from the figures supporting the seats. Across many ancient cultures, elevated seating represented more than status. In Mesoamerica and the Andes, rulers often occupied positions physically above ordinary people to symbolize their connection to supernatural power. The Mantegno version appears unusually literal. Here, human or animal beings physically bear the weight of the seated individual. Researchers studying Mantegno political organization have suggested that the seats identified the occupant as a conduit of power, whose authority derived from mythological or spiritual sources. The supporting figures may represent ancestors, protective spirits, or sacred animals associated with leadership. Yet because the Mantegno left no deciphered writing system, the true symbolism remains inaccessible. In a quiet valley of northern Italy, archaeologists uncovered dozens of stone faces staring back from a world that no longer exists. They have no names, no written history, and no surviving civilization to explain them. Yet some of these figures were carved more than 4,000 years ago, making them among the oldest monumental human representations in Europe. Today they are known as the Bagnone stele statues, part of a larger group of enigmatic stone monuments scattered across the Lunigiana region between Tuscany and Liguria. More than 80 examples have been discovered, but despite over a century of research, one fundamental question remains unanswered. Who were the people that created them? And why did they spend generations carving the same strange faces into stone? The story begins in the Lunigiana region of northwestern Italy, a mountainous landscape crossed by rivers and ancient trade routes. During the 19th century, local farmers occasionally unearthed unusual carved stones while ploughing fields or clearing land. At first, they were treated as curiosities. The true significance of the discoveries was not recognized until the late 19th and early 20th centuries, when scholars began documenting the finds. One of the most important discoveries occurred near the town of Bagnon, where several statues emerged from the ground, giving rise to the name Bagnon Stele statues that is often used today. Systematic archaeological investigations throughout the 20th century revealed that these monuments were not isolated objects. They belonged to an entire tradition that stretched across Lunigiana and had endured for centuries. What immediately captured researchers' attention was their appearance. Nearly every statue follows a remarkably similar design. The faces are highly simplified. Large, circular eyes dominate the surface. The nose is represented by a straight ridge running down the center. The mouth is usually absent. There is little effort to create realistic facial expressions. Instead, the statues seem almost symbolic, as though the sculptors were trying to communicate an idea rather than portray an individual person. Archaeologists have classified the monuments into several groups based on style and age. The earliest examples date to the late Neolithic and Copper Age, roughly between 3300 and 2500 BCE. Later examples continued to appear during the Bronze Age, demonstrating that the tradition survived for well over 1,000 years. This continuity creates one of the site's greatest mysteries. Most prehistoric artistic traditions evolve rapidly. Styles change as generations pass. Yet the Lunigiana statues preserve a surprisingly consistent visual language across centuries. The same circular eyes, geometric faces, and simplified bodies continue appearing long after many neighboring cultures had transformed. It raises a difficult question. How did a society without writing preserve such a specific artistic tradition for so long? Archaeologists have proposed that the statues represented a deeply important cultural symbol transmitted through oral traditions. However, without texts, no one can prove exactly what those symbols meant. The male statues reveal another intriguing clue. Many display carefully carved weapons, particularly daggers. These are not imaginary objects. Archaeologists have compared the engraved blades with real Copper Age and Bronze Age weapons discovered elsewhere in northern Italy. The similarities are striking enough that researchers use the daggers to help estimate the age of certain statues. Some figures even show belts and other equipment associated with high-status individuals. This has led to the theory that the monuments represented elite warriors or powerful leaders. Yet if that interpretation is correct, another problem appears. Why do so many statues look nearly identical? Ancient rulers usually wanted to be remembered as individuals. These monuments instead seem to erase individuality. The female statues are equally puzzling. Several examples feature clearly defined breasts and ornaments, interpreted as necklaces or jewelry. This distinction suggests that the creators intentionally represented both men and women. Some scholars believe the monuments honored ancestors. Others argue they may have represented deities connected to fertility, protection, or social identity. Neither theory fully explains the evidence. If the statues represented gods, why include realistic weapons and clothing? If they represented real people, why strip away most personal characteristics? The figures appear trapped somewhere between human beings and symbols, refusing to fit neatly into either category. Perhaps the greatest mystery is not the statues themselves, but the civilization behind them. Unlike the Egyptians or Mesopotamians, the people of prehistoric Lunigiana left no written records. Their language is unknown. Their political structure is unknown. Even the name they used for themselves has vanished completely. Archaeologists can reconstruct fragments of their lives through settlements, tools, burials, and pottery, but the broader picture remains elusive. Imagine discovering dozens of monuments carved by a culture whose identity has been erased so thoroughly that history cannot even preserve its name. The stele statues are among the few surviving voices from that lost world. Another mystery emerged from the circumstances of their discovery. Many statues were not found standing proudly in their original locations. Some had been buried, others had been broken into pieces, several had been reused in later structures. This pattern suggests that at some point, the monuments lost their original significance. Perhaps religious beliefs changed. Perhaps new populations entered the region and rejected older traditions. Perhaps the statues were intentionally destroyed as part of a cultural transformation. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence that some monuments were deliberately fragmented before burial, but the reasons remain uncertain. The people responsible left no explanation. The Lunigiana statues also belong to a much larger prehistoric phenomenon. Similar statue menhirs have been discovered in parts of France, Switzerland, and other regions of Europe. These monuments share certain themes, including stylized human figures, weapons, ornaments, and symbolic designs. The resemblance has prompted debate about whether prehistoric Europe possessed networks of cultural exchange far more extensive than once believed. Did ideas spread across vast distances through trade routes crossing the Alps? Were these communities connected by shared beliefs? Or did different groups independently develop similar ways of representing power and identity? The evidence remains incomplete. Modern archaeological techniques have answered some questions while creating new ones. Excavations, radiocarbon dating, and comparative studies have established a clearer chronology for the statues than ever before. Researchers now understand approximately when many monuments were carved and how their styles evolved. Yet the central mystery remains remarkably intact. 4,000 years after their creation, the statues still refuse to reveal exactly who they were meant to represent. They stand at the boundary between archaeology and silence, preserving just enough information to fascinate us, while withholding enough to remain unsolved. Vardia is what happens when an entire city disappears into a mountain. Built during Georgia's golden age in the 12th century, the complex contains hundreds of rooms spread across 13 levels of rock, all carved by hand into a towering cliff overlooking the Kura River in southern Georgia. For generations, much of the structure remained concealed behind the mountain itself, making the city nearly invisible from a distance. Then, in 1283, a massive earthquake ripped away part of the cliff face and exposed one of the most extraordinary engineering projects of the medieval world. Suddenly, hidden chambers, tunnels, stairways, churches, storage halls, and defensive passages appeared in the open. What emerged was not merely a monastery, but a vast underground fortress whose scale, design, and survival continue to challenge assumptions about what medieval builders were capable of achieving. The story of Vardia begins during one of the most powerful periods in Georgian history. Construction started under King George III around the 1160s and expanded dramatically during the reign of his daughter, Queen Tamar, who ruled from 1184 to 1213. Medieval Georgian chronicles describe the project as both a religious center and a defensive refuge built to protect the kingdom from repeated invasions. The location was carefully chosen. The complex was excavated into the steep volcanic tuff cliffs of Erusheti Mountain, overlooking the Kura River Valley, an important strategic corridor connecting different regions of the Caucasus. From a military perspective, the site offered a commanding view of the surrounding landscape. From a religious perspective, the isolation of the cliffs provided an ideal environment for monastic life. What nobody expected was that the builders would transform the mountain itself into an enormous hidden city. Modern archaeological surveys have identified more than 500 chambers distributed across approximately 13 levels. These include monks' cells, chapels, storage rooms, wine cellars, bakeries, workshops, libraries, refectories, water reservoirs, and defensive positions. Some researchers estimate that during emergencies the complex could shelter several thousand people. Unlike traditional fortresses constructed by stacking stone blocks, Vardia was created by removing rock. Every room, hallway, staircase, and tunnel required workers to excavate directly into the mountain. This distinction is crucial because it completely changes the engineering challenge. Building upward requires transporting materials. Building inward requires removing them. Every meter of space inside Vardsia represents stone that had to be manually cut, broken, and carried away using medieval tools. The scale of this excavation remains one of the site's greatest mysteries. 12th century builders possessed iron tools, chisels, hammers, and practical knowledge accumulated over generations, but they lacked explosives, power tools, mechanical drills, or modern surveying equipment. Yet the final result was a coordinated network extending across multiple levels of a cliff, hundreds of meters long. Many passages intersect with remarkable precision. Stairways connect distant sections of the complex. Living quarters, religious spaces, storage facilities, and infrastructure systems were integrated into a coherent design. Archaeologists believe that extensive planning must have occurred before excavation began, but no surviving documents explain exactly how the builders mapped the interior layout. The achievement becomes even more impressive when considering that mistakes could not easily be corrected. An error in excavation could compromise structural stability or prevent tunnels from connecting correctly. Somehow, the builders succeeded on a scale rarely seen in medieval architecture. The most dramatic chapter in Vardzia's history occurred in 1283. Historical records describe a major earthquake striking the region. Geological evidence supports the conclusion that a significant section of the mountain's outer face collapsed during the event. The destruction was severe, but it also revealed something extraordinary. Before the earthquake, much of the city had been concealed behind the natural rock surface. After the collapse, hundreds of chambers became visible from the outside. The appearance of Vardzia that survives today is therefore partly the result of a natural disaster. Visitors are not looking at the original exterior. They are looking at the exposed interior of a city that was once hidden within the mountain. Few archaeological sites owe their modern appearance to such a dramatic geological event. Without that earthquake, much of Vardzia might still remain concealed behind layers of rock. Among the most important surviving structures is the Church of the Dormition, completed around 1184. While many rooms within the complex are relatively simple, this church contains some of the finest examples of medieval Georgian frescoes ever discovered. Particularly significant are the portraits of Queen Tamar and King George III. These images were painted during their lifetimes, making them invaluable historical records. Art historians have studied the frescoes extensively because they provide rare insight into the political symbolism, religious beliefs, and artistic traditions of medieval Georgia. The paintings have survived earthquakes, invasions, centuries of environmental exposure, and periods of abandonment. Their preservation remains remarkable considering the turbulent history of the region. One of the most overlooked aspects of Vardzia is its sophisticated water management system. Any city carved into a mountain faces a fundamental problem: survival during isolation. Food can be stored, but water is far more difficult to secure. Archaeological investigations have revealed an intricate network of channels and conduits designed to transport fresh water from springs located higher on the mountain. These channels distributed water throughout different sections of the complex, reducing dependence on exposed external sources. Some portions of the system remain functional today. The existence of this hydraulic infrastructure demonstrates that Vardzia was never intended to be merely a collection of caves. It was designed as a self-sustaining environment, capable of supporting large numbers of people for extended periods. This level of planning suggests a sophisticated understanding of engineering principles rarely associated with medieval mountain fortresses. The site's defensive features further reinforce this conclusion. Narrow passages limited enemy movement. Elevated observation points provided clear views of approaching threats. Concealed routes allowed movement between different parts of the complex without exposing occupants to attack. Storage chambers contained food reserves and supplies necessary during sieges. The combination of religious functions and military infrastructure has led many historians to describe Vardzia as a hybrid settlement unlike most medieval monasteries. It was simultaneously a spiritual center, a refuge, a fortress, and a functioning underground city. Each role influenced the design of the complex, creating a structure that served multiple purposes during times of peace and conflict. Then there are the tunnels. Some connect major sections of the complex. Others lead toward water sources or defensive positions. Several descend deep into the mountain before terminating in chambers whose exact functions remain uncertain. Archaeologists have identified numerous passages, but not every space within the complex has been fully understood. Practical explanations likely account for most of these features, yet questions remain regarding how specific areas were used and how movement through the city was organized. The sheer size of Vargia ensures that researchers continue discovering details about daily life within the mountain. Unlike many archaeological mysteries fueled by speculation, the unanswered questions surrounding Vargia emerge directly from the complexity of the site itself. The decline of Vargia was gradual. The earthquake of 1283 weakened the complex. Mongol influence and later regional conflicts affected the Georgian kingdom. Political power shifted, trade routes changed, and the strategic importance of the site diminished. Although monastic activity continued for centuries, Vargia never fully recovered the prominence it enjoyed during the reign of Queen Tamar. Eventually, much of the complex was abandoned, yet abandonment became preservation. Protected within the cliffs of southern Georgia, the city survived long enough for modern archaeologists, historians, architects, engineers, and conservation specialists to study one of the most ambitious rock-cut complexes ever created. Chencho does not begin with a city, a fortress, or a temple. It begins with a question carved directly into living stone. Just 4 kilometers northeast of Cusco, Peru, on the slopes overlooking the ancient Inca capital, stands a massive limestone outcrop, transformed into one of the strangest ritual sites ever created by the Inca civilization. Known today as Chenco, from a Quechua word meaning zigzag or labyrinth, the sanctuary contains winding channels cut into bedrock, underground chambers hidden inside a natural rock formation, precisely carved altars, and a network of features whose true purpose remains uncertain more than 5 centuries after the collapse of the Inca Empire. Unlike Machu Picchu, whose residential and ceremonial functions can largely be reconstructed, or Sacsayhuaman, whose military and political significance is relatively well understood, Chenco remains a place where archaeology can describe what exists, but struggles to explain why it exists. The site is located within the Sacsayhuaman Archaeological Park, and was first systematically documented by explorers and archaeologists in the 19th and early 20th centuries, including Ephraim George Squier and later researchers working in the Cusco region. Yet despite more than a century of study, the most important question remains unanswered. What exactly happened here? The mystery begins at the summit of the sanctuary. Carved into the surface of a giant limestone formation is a complex system of narrow channels that twist, divide, and reconnect across the rock. These channels are not natural. Their walls are smooth, deliberate, and engineered with remarkable precision. At first glance, they resemble a drainage system, but they lead nowhere useful. They do not transport water to fields. They do not connect to reservoirs. Instead, they appear designed to guide small quantities of liquid through predetermined routes. Archaeologists have proposed numerous explanations. Some suggest water was poured through the channels during religious ceremonies. Others believe chicha, a fermented corn beverage central to Inca rituals, may have been used. More controversial theories propose the channels carried the blood of sacrificial animals. The problem is that no direct evidence has survived to confirm any of these ideas. Spanish chroniclers who described Inca ceremonies never provided a detailed explanation of the channels at Chenco. As a result, one of the most visually distinctive features of the sanctuary remains one of its least understood. What makes the mystery even deeper is the extraordinary effort invested in their creation. The channels required extensive carving into solid limestone. For a society that did not waste labor on meaningless decoration, the decision to create such a system suggests a purpose of considerable importance. Beneath the rock lies an even stranger feature, Hidden inside the formation is a subterranean chamber accessed through a narrow passageway. The moment visitors enter, the atmosphere changes dramatically. The temperature drops, sunlight disappears, the noise of the outside world fades. At the center of the chamber stands a carved stone structure, often described as an altar, though some researchers have proposed more specialized functions. The feature was cut directly from the living rock rather than assembled from separate blocks. Early Spanish accounts and later archaeological interpretations led to speculation that the chamber may have been associated with mummification rituals. The Inca treated royal mummies not as dead bodies, but as active participants in society. Emperors who had died could still receive offerings, attend ceremonies, and symbolically influence political decisions. Some archaeologists therefore suggested that the chamber may have been used to prepare elite individuals for burial or ritual preservation. Others argue that there is insufficient evidence to support this conclusion. No preserved mummies were discovered inside the sanctuary, and no inscriptions explain its function. The result is a chamber that resembles a sacred operating room from another age, a space clearly built for highly controlled ceremonial activities, but whose exact purpose remains hidden. One of the most overlooked aspects of Chencho is the engineering challenge it represents. The Inca are famous for constructing walls with stones fitted so precisely that blades cannot be inserted between them. At Chencho, however, they faced a completely different problem. Instead of transporting and assembling blocks, they reshaped an existing geological formation into architecture. Modern surveys show that numerous surfaces throughout the sanctuary were cut, polished, leveled, and integrated into a coherent ceremonial landscape. Niches, stairways, seats, channels, and chambers all emerge from the same mass of limestone. This approach required builders to think in reverse. Rather than constructing a monument piece by piece, they removed material until the desired forms appeared. The precision is particularly striking when viewed against the available technology of the 15th century. The Inca possessed no iron tools and no wheeled transport, yet they transformed an irregular natural formation into a sophisticated ritual complex whose geometric features remain visible centuries later. Archaeologists generally attribute the work to the reign of Emperor Pachacuti during the period of rapid imperial expansion in the 15th century, though some modifications may have occurred later. Adding to the mystery are indications that Chencho may have possessed astronomical significance. Throughout the Inca world, religion and astronomy were inseparable. Agricultural planning depended on observing celestial cycles, and many ceremonial sites were aligned with solar events. Researchers studying Chencho have noted features that appear to interact with sunlight in deliberate ways. Certain carved surfaces receive illumination at specific times of year, while shadows cast across parts of the sanctuary may have held symbolic significance. Some scholars have suggested that the site functioned partly as an observational center linked to seasonal ceremonies. However, unlike sites where alignments can be demonstrated mathematically, the evidence at Chencho remains incomplete. The destruction of associated structures during the Spanish conquest complicates the picture further. If astronomical markers once existed, many may have been lost forever. What survives hints at a connection between the sanctuary and the sky, but does not provide enough information to establish exactly how that relationship worked. The arrival of the Spanish in the 16th century may explain why so many questions remain unanswered. Following the conquest of the Inca Empire in 1532, Spanish authorities systematically targeted indigenous religious sites. Temples were dismantled, sacred objects were destroyed, and ceremonial traditions were suppressed. Chroniclers recorded fragments of Inca beliefs, but much knowledge disappeared before it could be documented. Chencho appears to have suffered significant damage during this period. Several carved features were broken, and portions of the sanctuary were altered or abandoned. Archaeologists therefore face a difficult situation. They are attempting to reconstruct the meaning of a sacred landscape after key components have been removed, and the cultural context that gave them meaning has largely vanished. It is comparable to discovering a modern cathedral thousands of years in the future, after its roof, decorations, and written records have all been destroyed. The architecture remains, but the ideas behind it are missing. At nearly 3,600 meters above sea level, hidden among the cloud-covered peaks of the Andes in Peru's Huaral province, stands one of the strangest abandoned cities in South America. Long before drones, satellite mapping, or modern engineering, an unknown community hauled thousands of stones onto a mountain ridge and constructed massive multi-story buildings overlooking valleys hundreds of meters below. Even today, after centuries of abandonment, the ruins appear less like an archaeological site and more like the remains of a fortress suspended between the earth and the sky. This place is Rupac, often called the Machu Picchu of Lima. Yet unlike Machu Picchu, which attracts millions of visitors and has been studied for more than a century, Rupac remains relatively unknown. The greatest mystery is not simply how it was built. The real mystery is why an entire society chose one of the most inaccessible locations imaginable to create a settlement of such scale. Rupac is located in the highlands northeast of Lima, Peru, within territory once occupied by the Atavilos culture. Archaeological evidence suggests the main occupation of the site occurred during the late Intermediate period, roughly between AD 1000 and 1450, before the expansion of the Inca Empire. The Atavilos are among the least understood civilizations of pre-Columbian Peru. Unlike the Maya, they left no known writing system. Unlike the Inca, they did not leave chronicles recorded by Spanish conquerors. What survives are stone structures, burial complexes, and scattered artifacts. Much of their history must be reconstructed from archaeology alone. This lack of written evidence immediately creates one of the site's greatest puzzles. A culture capable of constructing monumental architecture in such a difficult environment somehow disappeared from history with very little documentation. The first thing that surprises researchers arriving at Rupac is the architecture itself. The site is dominated by enormous stone structures, often referred to as chulpas, or funerary towers, although not all scholars agree that every building served a funerary function. Some structures reach heights of approximately 10 meters, making them among the tallest surviving pre-Hispanic buildings in the region. Thick stone walls support multiple levels. Small windows and openings puncture the facades. Several buildings remain standing despite centuries of earthquakes, seasonal storms, and abandonment. The survival of these structures is remarkable because the Andes are one of the most seismically active regions on Earth. Modern engineers frequently note that ancient Andean builders developed construction techniques specifically adapted to unstable mountain environments. Yet the exact methods used by the Atavilos remain only partially understood because relatively little excavation has been conducted compared to major sites such as Machu Picchu or Cusco. The location of Rupac raises even more questions. Most ancient settlements were built near reliable water sources, fertile agricultural land, or major trade routes. Rupac occupies a ridge that appears almost deliberately isolated. Reaching the site even today requires hours of travel and a steep mountain trek. Transporting construction materials to the summit would have demanded an enormous investment of labor. Archaeologists estimate that thousands of stone blocks were incorporated into the surviving architecture. Every block had to be extracted, transported, and fitted into place without modern machinery. The obvious question is why? Why build here rather than in the valleys below? One possibility is defense. The surrounding terrain creates a natural fortress. Approaching forces would have been visible long before reaching the settlement. Narrow access routes could be defended by relatively small numbers of people. During the late Intermediate period, warfare between regional groups was common throughout parts of the Andes. Defensive considerations may therefore explain the site's dramatic location. Yet defense alone does not fully explain the scale of construction. Another possibility is that Rupac served not merely as a settlement, but as a ceremonial and political center. Across the Andes, mountains were often regarded as sacred entities. Many indigenous cultures believed powerful spirits inhabited peaks overlooking their territories. Building monumental architecture on elevated ridges may therefore have carried symbolic significance. From Rupak, residents could observe vast stretches of surrounding valleys and mountain chains. The site dominates the landscape in a way that appears intentional. Some researchers suggest that architecture at Rupak was designed not only to provide shelter, but also to demonstrate authority. Monumental buildings visible from great distances would have communicated power to neighboring communities. In this interpretation, the city functioned as a statement as much as a place of residence. One of the most fascinating aspects of Rupak is the uncertainty surrounding the purpose of its largest buildings. Several structures contain features associated with burial traditions found elsewhere in the Andes. Human remains have been discovered in nearby funerary contexts linked to the Atavillos culture. This has led some archaeologists to identify many of the towers as elite tombs. However, other researchers argue that at least some buildings may have served residential, administrative, or ceremonial functions. The debate continues because excavation has been limited and many structures remain only partially investigated. This ambiguity creates a rare situation in archaeology. Visitors can stand before a 10-meter-high stone building and realize that experts still cannot say with certainty why it was constructed. The mystery deepens when the broader Atavillos landscape is considered. Rupak was not an isolated site. The region contains additional fortifications, settlements, terraces, and funerary complexes attributed to the same culture. Together, they suggest a society capable of coordinating large-scale labor projects across rugged mountain terrain. Agricultural terraces transformed steep slopes into productive farmland. Stone roads connected communities separated by valleys and ridges. Such achievements required organization, planning, and leadership. Yet because written records are absent, the political structure of the Atavillos remains largely unknown. Were they ruled by hereditary elites, religious authorities, a confederation of local communities? Archaeology has provided clues, but no definitive answer. The arrival of the Inca Empire adds another layer to the story. During the 15th century, the Incas expanded rapidly across western South America, incorporating numerous regional cultures into their growing state. Historical sources indicate that the Atavillos eventually came under Inca control. Some communities were relocated through imperial resettlement policies. Others were integrated into administrative systems centered on Cusco. By the time Spanish conquistadors arrived in the 16th century, the independent identity of many local groups had already been transformed. Rupak itself appears to have been abandoned before or during these upheavals. The precise timing remains uncertain. Unlike cities destroyed by war or natural disaster, Rupak seems to have undergone a gradual decline. The buildings remained. The people disappeared. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of Rupak is how little attention it received for centuries. While famous archaeological sites entered textbooks and museum exhibitions, this city above the clouds remained largely forgotten. Vegetation slowly advanced across the ruins. Winds swept through empty stone corridors. Generations passed without anyone fully understanding who had built the towers dominating the mountain ridge. Even today, many questions remain unanswered. How many people lived here at its peak? What ceremonies took place inside its largest structures? Why were certain buildings constructed on such a monumental scale? How did a society with no surviving written history organize the labor necessary to create them? Archaeology often reveals answers. Rupak is unusual because every answer seems to produce another question. The stones confirm the existence of a sophisticated mountain culture. The architecture demonstrates engineering skill. The landscape reveals planning and organization. Yet the people themselves remain frustratingly elusive. Their voices were never recorded. Their histories were never written. What survives are silent towers overlooking the Andes, standing exactly where their builders placed them centuries ago. Suspended above the clouds, Rupak is not merely a lost city. It is a reminder that entire civilizations can shape mountains, command vast resources, and leave behind monumental architecture, only to vanish so completely that even their story becomes a mystery. The first thing archaeologists noticed was not a temple, a king, or a treasure. It was a mountain. Rising from the Ocosingo Valley in the Mexican state of Chiapas, the Acropolis of Toniná towers more than 70 meters above the surrounding plain, making it one of the tallest structures ever built by the Maya, and even higher than the famous Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan. Yet unlike most Maya cities, Toniná was not designed as a collection of plazas surrounded by temples. It was built vertically, stacked upward through 7 immense terraces, creating what appears to be an artificial mountain, filled with palaces, shrines, hidden chambers, stairways, and symbolic passages into the underworld. For centuries, the site remained largely forgotten beneath vegetation until systematic archaeological investigations began in the 20th century, culminating in major excavations directed by French archaeologists Pierre Bequelin and Claude Baudez during the 1970s. What they uncovered revealed one of the most aggressive, mysterious, and architecturally unique cities in the entire Maya world. Toniná is located approximately 13 kilometers east of modern Ocosingo and about 130 kilometers south of Palenque. Ancient inscriptions indicate that the city reached its peak between approximately AD 600 and 900. During this period, Toniná transformed from a regional center into a military powerhouse whose rulers left behind some of the most detailed records of warfare ever found among the Maya. Archaeologists have identified more than 100 carved monuments at the site, many depicting bound prisoners, captured nobles, and victorious kings. Unlike other Maya cities that celebrated dynastic continuity and religious legitimacy, Toniná's monuments often focus on conquest and domination. The message is unmistakable. Power in Toniná was measured by victory in war. The city's most famous achievement occurred in AD 711. Hieroglyphic inscriptions record the capture of the ruler of Palenque, Kinich Khan Joy Chitam II, one of the most powerful kings in Western Maya history. Palenque had long been considered the dominant kingdom of the region, home to the legendary ruler Pakal the Great, and some of the finest architecture in Mesoamerica. Yet Toniná defeated it. Relief sculptures discovered at the site celebrate this victory in extraordinary detail. For archaeologists, the event remains one of the clearest examples of political collapse caused by warfare in the Maya world. The question that continues to puzzle researchers is how a city much smaller than Palenque developed the military capacity necessary to overthrow such a powerful rival. No definitive answer exists. Some scholars suggest Toniná controlled important trade corridors through the Chiapas highlands, while others argue that its highly militarized political system allowed it to mobilize resources more effectively than neighboring states. The Acropolis itself may provide clues. Modern measurements place its height between 71 and 75 meters, depending on the point measured. The structure covers roughly 6 hectares and consists of 7 massive south-facing terraces connected by monumental stairways. Unlike a traditional pyramid built around a single core, the Acropolis functions almost like a vertical city. Archaeologists have documented temples, elite residences, ceremonial platforms, courtyards, passageways, and interconnected structures distributed across multiple levels. Some estimates suggest visitors must climb more than 250 steps to reach the summit. The scale is astonishing because Toniná did not possess the enormous population of cities such as Tikal or Calakmul. Building such a complex required generations of labor, planning, and centralized authority. Even today, researchers debate whether the original hill was entirely natural and heavily modified, or whether much of the visible mass was artificially constructed. One of the strangest aspects of Toniná is the labyrinth hidden within the Acropolis. Excavations revealed corridors, vaulted chambers, staircases, and enclosed spaces woven through the structure. The accumulation of centuries of construction created an architectural maze unlike anything found elsewhere in the Maya region. Some buildings were erected directly atop older structures, creating layers of sacred space extending deep into the monument. Archaeological reports describe interconnected rooms and ceremonial areas that seem designed to guide movement through symbolic zones rather than simple practical routes. Visitors moving upward through the terraces were not merely climbing a building, they were participating in a ritual journey through a carefully constructed cosmological landscape. This symbolic journey becomes even more intriguing with the discovery of structures associated with the Maya underworld. One of the best known is the Palace of the Underworld, accessed through 3 vaulted entrances on the second terrace. Elsewhere, archaeologists uncovered imagery depicting skeletal figures, severed heads, death gods, crossed bones, and supernatural beings associated with Xibalba, the Maya realm of the dead. A monumental stucco sculpture once stretched between terraces, showing a skeletal deity holding the severed head of a defeated lord. Additional reliefs portray decapitated heads arranged in repetitive sequences, reinforcing themes of sacrifice, death, and cosmic transformation. These images are so prominent that some researchers argue the Acropolis itself functioned as a 3-dimensional model of the Maya universe, linking the underworld below, the earthly realm in the center, and the heavens above. Among the most fascinating discoveries is the Temple of the Earth Monster. Inside, archaeologists found a representation of a monstrous mouth containing a stone sphere symbolizing the sun. According to Maya cosmology, the sun entered the underworld each night and emerged again at dawn. The imagery suggests that rituals performed at Toninar may have reenacted the daily death and rebirth of the cosmos itself. This idea is reinforced by the site's architectural arrangement. As participants climbed from terrace to terrace, they physically moved through symbolic stages of creation, destruction, death, and renewal. Such integration of architecture, mythology, and political authority represents one of the most sophisticated expressions of Maya religious thought ever discovered. The city also preserves evidence of remarkable resilience. While many major Maya centers experienced decline during the 8th and 9th centuries, Toninar remained active. In fact, the site contains what is widely considered the latest known long-count inscription in the Maya world, dated to AD 909. This date appears decades after many neighboring kingdoms had already collapsed. For archaeologists studying the end of classic Maya civilization, Toninar represents an anomaly. Why did it survive longer than so many rivals? Was its military structure responsible? Did its location provide advantages unavailable elsewhere? Or did its rulers develop political strategies that delayed collapse? The evidence remains incomplete, leaving the city at the center of one of Mesoamerican archaeology's most important debates. The most unsettling detail about the Sakwala Chakraya is not what archaeologists have discovered about it, but what they have failed to discover. For more than a century, researchers have stood before this enormous stone carving in the ancient city of Anuradhapura, Sri Lanka, studying every line, circle, symbol, and geometric division. Yet no one has been able to provide a definitive explanation for what it represents. It is not a temple inscription. It contains no readable text. It does not commemorate a king, a battle, or a religious event. Instead, carved into a smooth granite surface near the ancient Ranmasu Uyana Royal Gardens, is a mysterious circular diagram nearly 2 meters in diameter that appears to encode knowledge whose meaning has vanished completely from history. Today, it is known as the Sakwala Chakraya, a name commonly translated as Wheel of the Universe or Cycle of the Cosmos, but even that name is modern. The people who created it left no known record explaining what it was called or why it was made. The carving is located within the archaeological zone of Anuradhapura, one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world and the first capital of ancient Sri Lanka. The city flourished for more than a millennium, roughly from the 4th century BCE until the 11th century CE. The Sakwala Chakraya itself is carved into a low rock face within Ranmasu Uyana, a royal pleasure garden covering approximately 40 acres between the famous Tisawewa Reservoir and the sacred Buddhist complexes of Anuradhapura. Archaeologists first documented the carving during the colonial period, when systematic surveys of Anuradhapura intensified under British administration in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Despite more than 100 years of study, no inscription, manuscript, or archaeological discovery has ever provided a direct explanation for its purpose. At first glance, the diagram appears deceptively simple. A large circular design dominates the stone surface. Closer inspection reveals multiple concentric rings divided into carefully organized segments. Rectangular compartments, geometric grids, intersecting lines, and small symbolic figures are distributed throughout the structure. Several sections contain shapes resembling aquatic creatures, birds, or other animals. The entire composition appears deliberate and mathematically organized rather than decorative. The precision of the carving immediately distinguishes it from ordinary artistic ornamentation. Ancient Sri Lanka produced countless religious carvings, inscriptions, and decorative motifs, yet nothing quite resembles the Sakwala Chakraya. This uniqueness is one of the reasons it continues to puzzle scholars. Archaeologists can usually interpret ancient symbols by comparing them with similar examples found elsewhere. In this case, there are virtually no confirmed parallels. One of the earliest and most widely discussed theories suggests that the carving represents a cosmological diagram. This interpretation emerged because the name Sakwala Chakraya itself implies a connection with the universe. In Buddhist cosmology, the universe consists of multiple realms, heavenly worlds, earthly domains, and cycles of existence arranged according to complex spiritual principles. Some researchers have proposed that the concentric circles of the carving may represent these cosmic layers. The problem is that the diagram does not correspond precisely to any known Buddhist cosmological model. Traditional Buddhist cosmological illustrations contain recognizable features such as Mount Meru, concentric oceans, and specific heavenly realms. The Sakwala Chakraya lacks many of these essential components. While certain aspects appear vaguely compatible with cosmological symbolism, no detailed match has ever been established. The theory remains possible, but the evidence remains incomplete. Another explanation proposes that the carving functioned as a symbolic map. This idea emerged because several sections resemble enclosed territories or organized spatial layouts. Some researchers have noted that certain compartments appear more like schematic representations than religious symbols. If this interpretation is correct, the Sakwala Chakraya may represent a conceptual map of a kingdom, a monastery complex, a ritual landscape, or perhaps an idealized model of the world. Yet this theory encounters the same obstacle. No known city, temple, or archaeological site corresponds directly to the diagram. Extensive excavations throughout Anuradhapura have never revealed a structure that perfectly matches the arrangement carved into the stone. Without supporting evidence, the map hypothesis remains speculative. The greatest mystery may not be what the carving depicts, but why it exists as a single example. Archaeologists depend heavily on repetition. When a symbol appears hundreds of times across different sites, patterns emerge that help reveal its meaning. The Sakwala Chakraya offers no such advantage. No confirmed duplicate has ever been found elsewhere in Sri Lanka. No identical version has been discovered in India. No surviving manuscript reproduces the design. No ancient author describes it. The entire interpretation of the carving depends on a solitary artifact isolated from its original intellectual context. This situation is extraordinarily rare. It is comparable to discovering a technical diagram, losing the language in which it was explained, and then attempting to reconstruct its purpose 1,000 years later. The location of the carving introduces another layer of intrigue. Ranmasu Uyana was not an ordinary public space. Archaeological investigations indicate that it served as a royal garden associated with elite members of ancient Sri Lankan society. Sophisticated water management systems, bathing ponds, and carefully designed landscaping demonstrate a high level of engineering knowledge. The placement of the Sakwala Chakraya within this environment suggests that it may have possessed special significance. It was not hidden deep underground. It was not placed inside a temple sanctuary. Instead, it occupied a location where educated elites may have encountered it directly. This raises an important question. Was the diagram intended to communicate information to a select group of individuals who possessed knowledge now completely lost? Some scholars have examined the possibility that the carving functioned as an educational or philosophical tool. Ancient civilizations frequently used visual diagrams to transmit complex concepts before the widespread use of books. The arrangement of circles, compartments, and symbols may have served as a teaching aid, illustrating relationships between natural forces, spiritual principles, political structures, or cosmological ideas. Such a function would explain why the diagram appears systematic rather than artistic. However, once again, the absence of written explanations prevents definitive conclusions. Every interpretation eventually encounters the same barrier, the missing key needed to decode the system. Modern investigations have added further detail but little certainty. High-resolution photography, digital analysis, and comparative archaeological studies have documented the carving extensively. Researchers have measured its proportions, catalogued its symbols, and compared it with artistic traditions across South Asia. These studies have helped eliminate some exaggerated claims. Popular internet theories occasionally describe the Sakwala Chakraya as evidence of extraterrestrial contact, an ancient machine, or a portal to other dimensions. No credible archaeological evidence supports any of these ideas. The mystery is already significant without such speculation. The genuine puzzle lies in the fact that a sophisticated civilization capable of constructing massive reservoirs, monumental stupas, and advanced hydraulic systems created a diagram whose intended meaning is no longer understood. This disappearance of meaning may be the most important lesson of the Sakwala Chakraya. Ancient civilizations often leave behind buildings, statues, and inscriptions that survive for thousands of years. Knowledge, however, is more fragile than stone. Languages disappear, traditions collapse, cultural memory fades. The granite surface of the Sakwala Chakraya remains remarkably intact, yet the intellectual framework that once made it understandable may have vanished centuries ago. The people who carved it almost certainly knew exactly what every symbol meant. To them, the diagram may have been obvious. To us, it appears almost alien. The largest fortress of the Mycenaean world was not built on a mountain. It was not built beside a harbor, a trade route, or a royal capital. Instead, around 1300 BC, a civilization of the Greek Bronze Age constructed an enormous fortified complex on what was effectively an island in the middle of a vast lake. Today it is known as Gla, located in Boeotia, central Greece, on a limestone outcrop that once rose above the waters of Lake Kope. The fortress enclosed nearly 20 hectares, making it roughly 7 times larger than Mycenae and several times larger than Tiryns. Yet despite its extraordinary size, archaeologists still debate why it was built and what purpose it truly served. The mystery becomes even deeper when one realizes that Gla was only one component of an engineering project, so ambitious that many researchers consider it the greatest hydraulic achievement of Bronze Age Europe. The story begins with a lake. Before modern drainage transformed the region, Lake Kope was the largest lake in southern Greece. Fed by rivers descending from the surrounding mountains, it occupied a huge basin that flooded seasonally and limited the amount of arable land available to local populations. Sometime during the Middle and Late Helladic periods, centuries before the Classical Age of Greece, Mycenaean engineers conceived an astonishing solution. Rather than adapting to the lake, they decided to reshape it. Archaeological surveys have revealed an immense network of canals, embankments, dikes, levees, cuttings, and tunnels designed to redirect water and reclaim fertile land from the basin. Modern studies estimate that at least 95 square kilometers of lakebed were converted into productive agricultural territory. No comparable hydraulic system from Bronze Age Europe is known on this scale. The scale of the undertaking becomes difficult to comprehend when examined numerically. Research conducted by the Glass Excavation Project estimates that approximately 2 million cubic meters of earth were moved to create the embankments and dikes surrounding the basin. Some embankments reached widths of around 30 meters and extended for kilometers across the landscape. More than 250,000 cubic meters of stone were used to reinforce these structures. The principal canals carried enormous volumes of water, with estimated overflow capacities reaching 100 cubic meters per second. These are figures more commonly associated with historic states possessing advanced bureaucracies, not with a Bronze Age civilization operating more than 3,000 years ago. At the center of this transformed landscape stood Glar. The site first attracted scholarly attention after the modern drainage of Lake Kopay during the 19th century exposed features hidden beneath water and sediment for millennia. As the lake disappeared, ancient canals, embankments, and the fortress itself emerged from the landscape. Archaeologists quickly recognized that they were looking at something unlike any other Mycenaean site. The fortification walls alone stretched approximately 2.8 kilometers in length and enclosed around 235,000 square meters. Constructed using massive cyclopean masonry, the walls averaged roughly 3 meters thick and were reinforced by towers and 4 monumental gates. Most Mycenaean citadels possessed a single heavily defended entrance. Glar had 4, an unusual design suggesting that movement of people, goods, and perhaps agricultural products was a primary concern. Yet the greatest mystery was waiting inside the walls. Excavations revealed that much of the enormous enclosure was empty. Unlike Mycenae, Pylos, or Tiryns, Glar lacked the dense concentration of palatial architecture expected within a major citadel. Buildings occupied only a fraction of the enclosed space. Archaeologists discovered large architectural complexes containing rows of small rooms, corridors, and storage areas, but no definitive throne room, no clear ceremonial center, and no unmistakable evidence of a royal palace comparable to those known elsewhere in the Mycenaean world. Carbonized grain discovered within some structures indicates significant storage activity, leading many researchers to propose that Glar functioned as a massive administrative and agricultural center rather than a conventional city. This interpretation raises an even more fascinating possibility. What if Glar existed primarily to manage the drained basin itself? The reclaimed lands of Kopay would have become some of the most productive farmland in Bronze Age Greece. Whoever controlled the hydraulic network controlled the harvest. The fortress may have served as the command center for one of the largest agricultural projects of the prehistoric Mediterranean. In this scenario, the walls protected not a population center, but the infrastructure, grain reserves, labor force, and administrative apparatus required to maintain the drainage system. Several scholars have suggested that the basin effectively became the breadbasket of Mycenaean Boeotia. If true, Glar was less a fortress and more a gigantic control station overseeing a landscape engineered on a regional scale. The engineering challenges involved remain astonishing. To drain a lake successfully, builders must understand gradients, seasonal flooding, water velocity, erosion, and long-term maintenance. A canal that deviates by only a small amount can lose efficiency or fail entirely. Yet the Mycenaean system functioned well enough to sustain a transformed landscape for generations. Archaeologists have traced major canals extending more than 50 kilometers in total length across the basin. Water from the Cephissus and Melas rivers was redirected toward natural sinkholes and drainage outlets, leading eventually toward the sea. The precision required suggests systematic surveying and planning, but no written technical manuals have survived. Linear B tablets discovered elsewhere in the Mycenaean world record economic transactions and administrative activities, yet none explain how the engineers of Kopais accomplished their work. The knowledge itself seems to have vanished. Adding to the mystery is the question of labor. Constructing the drainage network required moving millions of cubic meters of material, quarrying stone, transporting resources, and coordinating workers across a vast area. Such an effort implies centralized authority capable of mobilizing thousands of people. Yet the archaeological record provides no direct evidence identifying who ordered the project or how it was organized. Was it controlled by a single Mycenaean ruler, A coalition of regional centers? A specialized administrative system now lost to history? The answers remain elusive. The infrastructure survives. The planners do not. Then, almost as suddenly as it appeared, the entire system collapsed. Around the end of the late Helladic Sea period, roughly 1200 BC, Glar was destroyed. This date coincides with the broader collapse of Mycenaean civilization, a period marked by widespread destruction across the eastern Mediterranean. The causes remain debated. Some scholars point to warfare, others to political instability, environmental stress, earthquakes, or combinations of multiple crises. Whatever happened, maintenance of the hydraulic system ceased. Without continuous management, embankments deteriorated and canals clogged. The reclaimed basin gradually flooded again. Over centuries, Lake Kope returned, covering the agricultural landscape and isolating Glar once more. The greatest engineering achievement of Bronze Age Greece disappeared beneath water and mud. For more than 3,000 years, the lake concealed much of the evidence. Ancient authors preserved fragments of memory about drainage works in the region, but the full scale of the Mycenaean accomplishment remained unknown. Only after modern drainage efforts in the 19th century did the forgotten landscape re-emerge. Archaeologists suddenly found themselves looking at the remains of a prehistoric mega-project that rivaled many later engineering achievements. What had once seemed impossible for a Bronze Age society was now physically visible across the basin. The Great Pyramid of Giza is not only the most famous pyramid ever built, it remains one of the largest construction projects in all of ancient history. Rising from the Giza Plateau on the western bank of the Nile in Egypt, the monument was built during the reign of Pharaoh Khufu of the 4th dynasty around 2580 to 2560 BC. Originally standing 146 meters tall with a base measuring approximately 230 meters on each side, it remained the tallest human-made structure on Earth for nearly 3,800 years. Archaeologists estimate that the pyramid contains roughly 2.3 million stone blocks, with a total mass approaching 5.7 to 6 million tons, making it one of the heaviest structures ever created by human hands. Even after more than 500 years of erosion and the loss of its outer casing stones, the monument still rises 138.5 meters above the desert and continues to dominate the landscape around modern Cairo. What makes the Great Pyramid extraordinary is not simply its size, but the fact that it was completed during an era without iron tools, cranes, engines, steel cables, or modern surveying instruments. Ancient records and archaeological evidence suggest construction lasted roughly 2 decades. If that estimate is correct, workers would have needed to quarry, transport, shape, position, and align millions of stones at an astonishing pace. Some calculations indicate that, averaged across the entire project, a block would have needed to be placed every few minutes for years. Even today, engineers continue debating how such a logistical operation was organized. The discovery of the Diary of Mera, an ancient papyrus written by a transportation supervisor during Khufu's reign, confirmed that limestone blocks were moved by boat along the Nile from the Tura quarries to Giza, providing rare direct evidence of the immense supply network required for the project. Yet the complete construction process remains unknown. The greatest mystery surrounding the pyramid is not who built it. Archaeologists are confident that it served as the tomb of Khufu and was constructed by organized Egyptian laborers. The unanswered question is how those workers achieved such remarkable precision. The 4 sides of the pyramid are aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal directions of north, south, east, and west. The deviation from true north is so small that modern surveyors still regard it as an impressive achievement. The structure's sides rise at an angle of approximately 51.87 degrees, while the base remains astonishingly level across more than 5 hectares of bedrock. Modern measurements have shown that the foundation differs by only a few centimeters across the entire platform. Such accuracy would be difficult even with modern equipment, yet it was achieved more than 4 millennia ago. The transportation of the largest stones remains another enduring puzzle. Most blocks used in the pyramid weigh between 2 and 15 tons, but the granite beams above the king's chamber are vastly heavier. Some of these blocks weigh as much as 70 to 80 tons and were quarried in Aswan, more than 800 kilometers south of Giza. Moving such stones over that distance would be a major challenge, even with modern machinery. Ancient Egyptians somehow transported them along the Nile and then lifted them high into the structure. No surviving text describes the exact method. For centuries, scholars have proposed massive external ramps, spiraling ramps, lever systems, counterweight mechanisms, and combinations of all three. Yet none of these theories has achieved universal acceptance. The engineering solution behind the largest blocks remains one of archaeology's greatest unanswered questions. Another mystery lies hidden inside the monument itself. The Great Pyramid contains a network of passages and chambers unlike any other Egyptian pyramid. The King's Chamber, Queen's Chamber, Grand Gallery, Subterranean Chamber, and several narrow shafts have generated centuries of debate. Some shafts are too small for human movement and appear to serve no obvious practical purpose. Various theories suggest they functioned as symbolic pathways for the pharaoh's spirit, astronomical alignment markers, ventilation channels, or elements of a larger architectural design that remains poorly understood. Despite extensive exploration, no definitive explanation has been accepted by all researchers. The mystery deepened in the 21st century when scientists began using muon tomography, a technique that detects subatomic particles passing through stone. In 2017, researchers announced the discovery of a previously unknown void high within the pyramid. The chamber-like space, often called the Big Void, is one of the most significant discoveries ever made inside the monument. Its exact size, shape, and purpose remain uncertain. Some researchers suggest it may be an internal construction feature, while others believe it could be part of an undiscovered architectural system. The fact that a structure studied for centuries can still conceal major hidden spaces demonstrates how much remains unknown. Recent scientific research has added another layer to the story. Seismologists studying the pyramid in 2026 found that its design possesses remarkable resistance to earthquake damage. Features such as its enormous base, symmetrical geometry, internal chambers, and solid limestone foundation help distribute stress throughout the structure. The monument survived major regional earthquakes in 1847 and 1992 with relatively little damage. Whether ancient engineers intentionally designed for seismic stability remains unknown, but the findings reveal a level of structural sophistication that continues to surprise modern researchers. Yangshan Quarry is not simply an ancient quarry. It may be the site of the largest stone monument ever attempted in human history, a mega-project so ambitious that even one of the most powerful empires on Earth was forced to abandon it halfway through. Located east of Nanjing in Jiangsu Province, China, the quarry had supplied stone for major construction projects for centuries. But in 1405, during the reign of the Yongle Emperor of the Ming dynasty, it became the center of an unprecedented engineering undertaking. The emperor ordered the creation of a colossal memorial stele to honor his father, the Hongwu Emperor, founder of the Ming dynasty. The monument was intended for the Ming Shaoling Mausoleum near Nanjing, and would have surpassed every stone stele ever built in China, in both scale and symbolism. The project was designed according to the traditional Chinese stele format, consisting of 3 separate stone components: a giant base, a massive central body, and a carved crown. What makes Yangshan extraordinary is that all 3 sections still remain in the quarry, exactly where workers left them more than 6 centuries ago. The base alone measures approximately 30.35 meters long, 16 meters high, and weighs an estimated 16,250 metric tons. The central stele body is nearly 50 meters long and weighs about 8,799 tons. The crown weighs another 6,118 tons. Combined, the 3 pieces would have weighed more than 31,000 tons. making the monument one of the heaviest stone structures ever conceived in the pre-industrial world. To understand the scale, comparison is essential. The largest blocks used in the Great Pyramid of Giza generally weighed less than 80 tons. The famous, unfinished obelisk at Aswan in Egypt is estimated at around 1,200 tons. Even the enormous thunderstone used as the pedestal for the Bronze Horseman monument in St. Petersburg weighed roughly 1,500 tons before being shaped. The Yangshan base alone outweighs all of these many times over. Had the monument been completed, it would have stood approximately 73 meters tall, nearly the height of a modern 25-story building, and over 8 times taller than the stele that was ultimately placed at the Ming Shaoling Mausoleum. The greatest mystery surrounding Yangshan Quarry is not how the stones were cut. The quarry walls preserve clear evidence of traditional Chinese stoneworking techniques, including channels, wedges, and extraction trenches. The real mystery is why the project advanced so far before anyone acknowledged a fatal problem. Moving the stones was virtually impossible. The quarry lies roughly 15 to 20 kilometers from the mausoleum site. Transporting a 16,000-ton block across uneven terrain, rivers, and roads would challenge even modern heavy engineering. Yet thousands of workers spent years carving the monument before the project was suddenly halted. Historical records suggest that Ming engineers eventually realized that neither transportation nor erection of the monument could be achieved with the available technology. The project was abandoned before completion, leaving the giant stones frozen in time. This raises a fascinating question. How could the planners of one of the most sophisticated states in the 15th century make such a colossal miscalculation? The Yongle Emperor was overseeing some of the largest construction programs in world history. During the same era, he commissioned the Forbidden City in Beijing, expanded the Grand Canal, and launched Zheng He's famous treasure fleets across the Indian Ocean. These projects involved hundreds of thousands of workers and enormous logistical networks. Yet the Yangshan monument appears to have exceeded even the capabilities of this highly organized empire. Another reason Yangshan fascinates archaeologists is that it represents a rare snapshot of a failed megaproject. Most ancient monuments were either completed, modified, or destroyed over time. Yangshan preserves an unfinished construction site from the early 15th century with remarkable clarity. The extraction marks, partially detached blocks, and abandoned work surfaces remain visible today, allowing researchers to study ancient engineering methods in a way that completed monuments often cannot provide. It is essentially a giant archaeological blueprint carved directly into a mountain. Legends later emerged around the quarry. One tradition claimed that laborers who failed to meet crushing quotas faced execution, while nearby villages supposedly became associated with the graves of workers who died from exhaustion, disease, and accidents. Whether entirely accurate or partly symbolic, such stories reflect the immense human cost, often hidden behind imperial construction projects. The sheer quantity of labor required to remove, shape, and prepare more than 31,000 not tons of stone would have demanded a workforce on a scale comparable to some of the largest state projects of the Ming era. Baalbek, located in the Bekaa Valley of modern Lebanon, is one of the most astonishing ancient megaprojects ever built. Constructed as part of the monumental Temple of Jupiter complex during the Roman period beginning in the late 1st century BC, the site contains some of the largest stone blocks ever used in architecture anywhere on Earth. What makes Baalbek extraordinary is not simply its size, but the scale of engineering involved. The famous trilithon consists of 3 limestone blocks, each measuring more than 19 meters long, approximately 4.3 meters high, and 3.6 meters wide, with estimated weights of around 750 to 800 tons per block. Even by modern standards, moving and positioning stones of this size would be a major engineering challenge. The mystery begins with a simple question: why build with stones this large at all? Ancient civilizations across Egypt, Greece, Persia, and Rome routinely constructed monumental structures using far smaller blocks. Yet at Baalbek, The builders deliberately chose stones weighing nearly 10 times more than the heaviest blocks used in most sections of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Archaeologists have proposed that larger stones provided additional structural stability for the massive temple terrace, but this explanation does not fully answer why such extreme dimensions were necessary when smaller blocks could have achieved the same purpose. The nearby quarry deepens the mystery. About 900 meters from the temple lies the famous Stone of the Pregnant Woman, estimated to weigh roughly 1,000 tons. Excavations later revealed two even larger unfinished monoliths, the Stone of the South, weighing approximately 1,242 tons, and the so-called Forgotten Stone, estimated at nearly 1,650 tons. These are among the largest stones ever quarried by human beings. Unlike the trilithon blocks, these giants were never transported to the temple and remain partially embedded in the quarry floor today. Their existence proves that the builders were planning something even more ambitious than what survives at Baalbek. Another unresolved question concerns transportation. The quarry sits slightly higher than the temple platform, eliminating the need to lift the stones vertically during transport. Nevertheless, moving a block weighing 800 to 1,600 tons across hundreds of meters would have required an enormous workforce, sophisticated planning, and engineering methods that are still debated. Proposed solutions include wooden rollers, sledges, earthen ramps, and complex leverage systems. However, no modern experiment has successfully demonstrated the complete transportation and placement process using a full-scale stone comparable to the largest Baalbek monoliths. The origins of the foundation itself remain controversial. Most mainstream scholars attribute the terrace and trilithon to Roman engineers, citing architectural patterns and construction techniques consistent with Roman building traditions. Yet some researchers have questioned whether portions of the massive platform could predate the Roman temple. The debate exists because the megalithic foundation appears dramatically different from many other Roman structures, and because no surviving ancient text clearly describes the transportation and installation of stones on this scale. While there is currently no conclusive evidence for a pre-Roman origin, the discussion continues among archaeologists and historians. The temple built above these foundations was itself one of the largest religious monuments in the Roman world. The Temple of Jupiter featured columns nearly 20 meters tall and around 2.5 meters in diameter, among the largest ever erected in classical architecture. Construction and expansion of the sanctuary continued for centuries, transforming Baalbek into one of the most important religious centers of the Roman Empire. Today, only 6 of the giant columns remain standing, yet they still dominate the landscape and provide a glimpse of the immense scale originally envisioned by its builders. More than 2,000 years after construction began, Baalbek remains an archaeological puzzle. The dimensions of its stones, the logistics of transportation, the purpose behind such extreme engineering choices, and the unanswered questions surrounding its foundations continue to challenge researchers. Many ancient monuments are impressive because of their beauty or age. Baalbek is different. Its enduring mystery comes from the fact that even in an age of heavy machinery, engineers still debate exactly how one of humanity's greatest megaprojects was achieved. The Great Wall of China is not a single wall, but the largest defensive megaproject ever built by humanity. Stretching across northern China, the system evolved over more than 2,000 years, from the 7th century BC through multiple dynasties, reaching its most advanced form during the Ming dynasty between 1368 and 1644. In 2012, a nationwide archaeological survey conducted by China's State Administration of Cultural Heritage concluded that the entire wall system, including trenches, fortifications, and natural barriers, extended approximately 21,196 kilometers. No other ancient construction project approached such a scale. Even today, engineers struggle to comprehend how pre-industrial societies managed to organize labor, transport materials, and maintain construction across mountains, deserts, rivers, and some of the harshest landscapes in Asia. The first mystery is not how the wall was built, but why it became so enormous. Most ancient civilizations concentrated resources on cities, temples, or monuments. China instead invested centuries of manpower into a structure that crossed thousands of kilometers of frontier. The wall passed through the Gobi Desert, the Ordos region, high mountain ridges, and remote valleys. Some sections climb slopes so steep that modern visitors struggle to ascend them. Constructing fortifications in such locations required not only engineering knowledge, but also a logistical system capable of feeding, housing, and supplying huge workforces in regions where agriculture was often impossible. Historians estimate that over different periods, millions of soldiers, laborers, prisoners, and civilians participated in construction and maintenance efforts. One of the greatest unanswered questions concerns transportation. During the Ming Dynasty, builders used massive quantities of stone and brick rather than the compacted earth favored by earlier dynasties. Yet many of the most impressive sections stand on mountain ridges more than 1,000 meters above sea level. There were no engines, railways, cranes, or paved roads. Archaeological evidence suggests that workers relied on human chains, animal transport, sledges, rollers, and temporary mountain paths. However, the exact methods used to move millions of tons of material to such elevations remain poorly documented. In some places, the challenge of transporting stone may have exceeded the difficulty of constructing the wall itself. Another remarkable mystery lies in the wall's communication network. The structure functioned as far more than a barrier. Thousands of watchtowers, signal towers, forts, barracks, and military passes formed an integrated warning system stretching across northern China. Historical records describe the use of smoke by day and fire by night to transmit military information. A signal detected in one region could be relayed across vast distances within hours. Long before telegraphs or radio, the wall operated as one of the largest communication systems ever created. Archaeologists estimate that the Ming defensive network contained as many as 25,000 watchtowers, transforming the frontier into a continuous surveillance corridor. Perhaps the most surprising technological discovery concerns the material holding many sections together. Modern scientific analysis revealed that Ming builders mixed slaked lime with sticky rice soup to create an unusually durable mortar. Researchers identified amylopectin, a complex carbohydrate found in sticky rice, as the key ingredient. The resulting compound produced stronger bonding, improved water resistance, and greater durability than ordinary lime mortar. Some sections built over 500 years ago remain intact, despite earthquakes, extreme temperatures, erosion, and warfare. Scientists now consider sticky rice mortar one of the most advanced construction materials developed anywhere in the ancient world. Legends surrounding the wall add another layer of mystery. For centuries, stories claim that workers who died during construction were buried directly inside the structure itself. The tale became so widespread that the Great Wall was sometimes called the longest cemetery on Earth. Modern archaeological investigations have found no evidence that human remains were intentionally mixed into the wall's mortar or masonry. However, excavations near construction zones have uncovered burial sites associated with laborers, confirming that many workers likely died from exhaustion, disease, accidents, and harsh environmental conditions. The true number of casualties remains unknown. The greatest paradox of the Great Wall may be that despite its immense scale, it never completely stopped invasions. Mongol forces eventually conquered China and established the Yuan dynasty. Centuries later, the Manchus crossed the frontier and founded the Qing dynasty. This raises a question historians still debate today. Was the wall primarily intended to prevent invasion? Or was its deeper purpose to monitor trade routes, control migration, regulate military movement, and project imperial authority across the frontier? The answer remains uncertain. Angkor was one of the largest ancient megaprojects ever built. Located in present-day northwestern Cambodia near the city of Siem Reap, it served as the capital of the Khmer Empire between the 9th and 15th centuries. For decades, Most people viewed Angkor primarily as the home of the famous Angkor Wat, but modern archaeological surveys have revealed something far more astonishing. Angkor was not merely a temple complex. It was a gigantic engineered landscape covering more than 1,000 square kilometers, making it one of the largest pre-industrial urban settlements ever identified on Earth. Recent LiDAR surveys conducted by the Khmer Archaeological LiDAR Consortium uncovered vast networks of roads, canals, reservoirs, neighborhoods, and previously unknown urban districts hidden beneath dense jungle vegetation, demonstrating that the monumental temples visible today represented only a small fraction of a much larger civilization. At the heart of this mega-project stood an engineering achievement so ambitious that many researchers describe Angkor as a hydraulic city. Unlike most ancient capitals, its survival depended on a highly sophisticated water management network designed to control seasonal monsoon rains and support agriculture for an enormous population. The Khmer engineers constructed massive artificial reservoirs known as barrays, connected by canals stretching across the landscape. The largest of these, the West Barray, measures approximately 7.8 kilometers long, 1 kilometer wide, and could store around 53 million cubic meters of water. Even today, it remains one of the largest man-made reservoirs ever constructed before the modern era. Nearby, the East Barray measured roughly 7.2 kilometers by 1.7 kilometers and held more than 36 million cubic meters of water. The construction of these colossal reservoirs required moving millions of cubic meters of earth, organizing vast labor forces, and maintaining precise elevations across long distances. What makes Angkor particularly mysterious is that no detailed engineering manuals, architectural blueprints, or technical documents explaining the design of this hydraulic network have survived. Modern engineers understand the basic principles behind the system, but many questions remain unanswered. How did Khmer surveyors calculate gradients across dozens of kilometers without modern instruments? How were water levels regulated during severe floods and prolonged droughts? How did they coordinate construction across such a vast territory centuries before industrial technology? Even minor errors in slope calculations could have rendered entire canals ineffective, yet the system functioned for centuries. Archaeological evidence suggests that the water network was continually expanded, modified, and maintained over generations, indicating an extraordinary level of technical knowledge and administrative organization. The scale of Angkor becomes even more remarkable when considering its population. Researchers using LiDAR mapping, settlement analysis, and environmental data estimate that the Greater Angkor region supported hundreds of thousands of inhabitants and possibly approached 1 million people at its peak. Such numbers would have made it one of the largest urban concentrations on Earth during the medieval period. The city was not densely packed like a modern metropolis. Instead, temples, residential districts, rice fields, reservoirs, and transportation corridors spread across a vast engineered landscape. LiDAR surveys revealed carefully planned urban grids hidden beneath forests, proving that what appears today as isolated monuments was once part of an immense interconnected city. The construction of Angkor Wat itself remains one of the greatest architectural achievements of the ancient world. Built during the reign of King Suryavarman II in the early 12th century, the temple complex covers more than 160 hectares. Researchers estimate that approximately 5 to 10 million sandstone blocks were used in its construction. Many of these stones originated from quarries located dozens of kilometers away near the Kulin Hills. Transporting such enormous quantities of material required a logistical operation on a scale rarely seen in pre-industrial history. Scholars believe rivers and canals played a major role, but the exact methods used to coordinate extraction, transportation, and placement remain debated. Unlike the pyramids of Egypt, where construction appears concentrated into a single monumental structure, Angkor combined architecture, hydrology, transportation, agriculture, and urban planning into one integrated system. One of the most fascinating discoveries of the 21st century came through airborne LiDAR scanning. For centuries, dense tropical forests concealed much of Angkor's true extent. Archaeologists knew the temples were impressive, but they could not see the full urban landscape beneath the vegetation. LiDAR changed that almost overnight. Laser pulses penetrated the forest canopy and generated high-resolution models of the ground surface below. Researchers discovered previously unknown roads, canals, embankments, residential districts, geometric earthworks, and entire urban layouts invisible from ground level. Some of these structures had remained hidden for hundreds of years. The discoveries fundamentally transformed scholarly understanding of Angkor and demonstrated that it was significantly larger and more complex than previously believed. Teotihuacan was one of the largest ancient megaprojects ever built, a city so vast and sophisticated that even today archaeologists still debate who truly created it. Located about 50 kilometers northeast of modern Mexico City, the city emerged around 100 BC and reached its peak between 400 and 500 AD, when it covered nearly 20 square kilometers and supported an estimated population of 125,000 to 200,000 inhabitants, making it one of the largest cities on Earth at the time. Remarkably, this immense urban center was constructed without iron tools, wheeled transport, draft animals, or written historical records that could explain how such an achievement was organized. At the heart of Teotihuacan stood a monumental urban plan unlike anything else in the ancient Americas. The city's main ceremonial axis, known today as the Avenue of the Dead, stretched roughly 2.5 kilometers through the center of the metropolis and connected its most important structures. The avenue was approximately 40 meters wide and aligned about 15.5 degrees east of true north, an orientation that appears deliberate and may have reflected astronomical observations or a sacred cosmological design. Thousands of buildings throughout the city followed this same orientation, suggesting the existence of a centralized planning authority capable of coordinating construction on a massive scale. Dominating the city was the Pyramid of the Sun, one of the largest pyramids ever constructed in human history. Built around 200 AD, the structure rose approximately 65 to 75 meters high and measured roughly 225 meters across its base. Even today, it remains among the largest pyramids in the world, surpassed only by a few ancient monuments such as the Great Pyramid of Giza and the Great Pyramid of Cholula. The sheer quantity of stone, earth, and construction materials required for this project would have demanded the coordinated labor of tens of thousands of workers over many years. Yet no inscription, royal monument, or surviving document identifies the ruler who ordered its construction. This absence of identifiable rulers is one of the greatest mysteries surrounding Teotihuacan. In Egypt, massive pyramids were built for pharaohs whose names are known. In Mesopotamia, kings left inscriptions boasting of their achievements. In China, emperors filled entire histories with records of their construction projects. At Teotihuacan, however, archaeologists have never conclusively identified a royal tomb equivalent to those found in other ancient civilizations. No confirmed palace of a supreme king has been discovered. Some scholars therefore suggest that the city may have been governed not by a single ruler, but by a powerful elite council, making it one of the most unusual large-scale political systems of the ancient world. The city's name itself deepens the mystery. Teotihuacan was not the original name. When the Aztecs arrived in central Mexico more than 1,000 years after the city's decline, they encountered the enormous ruins and were so overwhelmed by their scale that they named the site Teotihuacan, meaning the place where the gods were born. The true name used by the builders remains unknown. Equally unknown is the language spoken by the city's founders. One of the largest urban centers in ancient history effectively lost its identity, leaving behind only stone monuments and unanswered questions. Beneath the Pyramid of the Sun lies another mystery that has fascinated researchers for decades. Archaeologists discovered a large cave and tunnel system beneath the monument. Some scholars believe this subterranean chamber held profound religious significance and may have symbolized the place of creation in the beliefs of Teotihuacan's inhabitants. The pyramid itself appears to have been deliberately constructed above this sacred location, transforming the natural landscape into a monumental expression of cosmology. The relationship between the cave, the pyramid, and the city's astronomical alignments suggests that Teotihuacan was designed not merely as a settlement, but as a symbolic model of the universe. Additional evidence supporting this theory comes from the city's extraordinary geometric precision. The Avenue of the Dead, the Pyramid of the Sun, the Pyramid of the Moon, and numerous surrounding structures appear arranged according to a coherent architectural scheme. Researchers have proposed that certain alignments correspond to solar events and significant calendar dates. The Pyramid of the Sun itself appears connected to important sunrise and sunset positions during the year. Such planning required advanced surveying knowledge, mathematical understanding, and long-term coordination on a scale rarely seen in the ancient world. The mystery grew even deeper in 2003, when archaeologists investigating the Temple of the Feathered Serpent uncovered a sealed underground tunnel extending more than 100 meters beneath the structure. Hidden for nearly 18 centuries, the passage contained thousands of ritual objects, including jade, obsidian, shells, and reflective mineral spheres that may have represented stars within an artificial underworld. Researchers believe the tunnel symbolized a sacred realm connected to creation myths, yet its exact purpose remains uncertain. The discovery demonstrated that even after more than a century of excavation, Teotihuacan still conceals secrets beneath its foundations. Perhaps the most puzzling question of all is why the city collapsed. Around the 6th century AD, evidence indicates that major ceremonial and elite structures were deliberately burned. Population levels declined dramatically, and the once great metropolis gradually emptied. Archaeologists have proposed several explanations, including prolonged drought, political unrest, economic collapse, social rebellion, or a combination of multiple crises. Despite decades of research, no single theory fully explains the fall of a city that had once stood among the greatest urban achievements in human history. Karnak Temple Complex in modern Luxor, Egypt, was not simply a temple. It was one of the largest construction projects ever undertaken in the ancient world. Construction began during the reign of Pharaoh Senusret I, around 1971 to 1926 BC, and continued through generation after generation of rulers for nearly 2,000 years, reaching into the Ptolemaic period. Few structures in human history can claim such a lifespan. While the Great Pyramid of Giza was built as a single monumental project, Karnak evolved into an enormous sacred city dedicated primarily to the god Amun, expanding until it covered roughly 100 hectares and became the largest religious complex of ancient Egypt. More than 30 pharaohs left their mark on its walls, pylons, obelisks, sanctuaries, and ceremonial avenues. The first mystery surrounding Karnak is not how it looked, but how a civilization without modern engineering maintained a coherent megaproject for nearly 20 centuries. Dynasties rose and collapsed. Foreign invasions reshaped Egypt. Capitals moved. Religions evolved. Yet Karnak continued growing according to a monumental architectural vision. Historians compare this achievement to beginning a construction project in the age of the Roman Republic and finishing it in the modern era. Every generation inherited unfinished plans, expanded existing structures, and somehow integrated new additions into one immense sacred landscape. No surviving archive explains how this level of long-term planning was organized or transmitted across dozens of reigns. At the heart of Karnak stands the Great Hypostyle Hall, one of the most astonishing architectural spaces ever created. The hall covers approximately 5,000 square meters and contains 134 gigantic sandstone columns arranged in 16 rows. 12 central columns rise to around 21 to 24 meters high, equivalent to a modern 7-story building, while supporting stone architraves estimated to weigh as much as 70 tons. Even today, visitors entering the hall often describe the experience as walking through a forest of stone. The scale alone raises difficult engineering questions. The Egyptians possessed no cranes, no steel cables, and no powered machinery. Yet they quarried, transported, lifted, positioned, and decorated enormous blocks at heights exceeding 20 meters with remarkable precision. Archaeologists propose systems involving ramps, levers, and labor teams, but no reconstruction has completely demonstrated every stage of the process at full scale. The transportation of materials remains another enduring puzzle. Much of Karnak's sandstone came from quarries at Gebel el-Silsila, roughly 160 kilometers south along the Nile, while many granite monuments originated near Aswan, more than 200 kilometers away. Some of the obelisks erected at Karnak weighed over 300 tons and reached nearly 30 meters in height. One famous obelisk, commissioned by Hatshepsut, still stands today at approximately 29 meters tall and weighs around 328 tons. Moving such monoliths required a logistical operation comparable to a modern industrial project. Ancient reliefs show workers dragging stones on sledges, yet the precise methods used to erect these giant monuments vertically remain debated. Even with modern cranes, lifting a single block of this size demands careful engineering calculations. Karnak also contains evidence of surprisingly advanced astronomical knowledge. Several sections of the complex were aligned with celestial events, particularly the winter solstice. During specific times of the year, sunlight penetrated deep into sacred areas, according to carefully planned architectural axes. Such alignments required accurate observations accumulated over generations. The Egyptians had no telescopes and no modern surveying equipment, yet they repeatedly achieved orientations accurate enough to create predictable solar effects thousands of years later. Whether this knowledge emerged purely from long-term observation or from sophisticated surveying methods that have since been lost remains an open question. One of the most overlooked mysteries is the sheer quantity of information carved into Karnak's surfaces. Walls, columns, ceilings, gateways, and sanctuaries are covered with inscriptions, religious texts, military records, royal propaganda, and ritual scenes. The Great Hypostyle Hall alone contains an extraordinary concentration of reliefs and hieroglyphs. Researchers often describe Karnak as a monumental encyclopedia carved in stone. Yet despite more than 2 centuries of modern Egyptology, not every inscription has been fully documented, translated, or understood. Successive rulers frequently erased earlier texts and replaced them with their own. Entire sections of political and religious history may have been altered, overwritten, or lost forever beneath later carvings. Another remarkable aspect of Karnak is its durability. Large portions of the complex have survived for over 3,000 years, despite earthquakes, floods, changing groundwater levels, and human destruction. In 1899, several columns in the Hypostyle Hall collapsed because groundwater weakened their foundations, yet most of the structure remained standing. Modern restoration teams continue studying how ancient builders achieved such stability using stone, geometry, and foundation techniques that remain only partially understood. The fact that many columns still preserve traces of original paint after more than 3 millennia demonstrates an impressive understanding of materials and environmental conditions. Perhaps the greatest mystery of Karnak is that it represents more than architecture. It reveals a civilization capable of organizing tens of thousands of workers, transporting colossal resources across hundreds of kilometers, preserving engineering knowledge across dozens of generations, and constructing monuments whose scale still challenges modern imagination. Every column, obelisk, and inscription serves as evidence of a level of administrative and technical sophistication that historians are still trying to fully understand. More than 3,000 years after many of its greatest structures were completed, Karnak remains one of the clearest examples of how much ancient humanity was capable of achieving, and one of the largest ancient megaprojects ever built, continues to raise questions that archaeology cannot completely answer. Persepolis was one of the largest and most ambitious construction projects of the ancient world. Located in present-day Fars province, Iran, the monumental complex was founded around 518 BC by King Darius I of the Achaemenid Persian Empire and continued by Xerxes I and later rulers for more than a century. Unlike ordinary cities, Persepolis was conceived as a vast ceremonial capital, designed to display the power of an empire stretched from Egypt and the Mediterranean to Central Asia and the Indus Valley. At its peak, the Persian Empire governed tens of millions of people across 3 continents, and Persepolis became the architectural symbol of that unprecedented authority. Archaeological evidence shows that the builders first created an enormous artificial stone terrace covering approximately 125,000 square meters, equivalent to more than 17 football fields, before constructing the palaces, treasury, audience halls, gateways, and ceremonial structures that would rise above it. The sheer scale of this engineered platform alone places Persepolis among the greatest ancient megaprojects ever attempted. What makes Persepolis particularly fascinating is that many aspects of its construction remain difficult to explain even today. The complex was built using millions of stone blocks, some weighing several tons, transported and positioned without modern machinery. Massive retaining walls reaching heights of more than 10 meters supported sections of the terrace, while carefully cut stones were joined together with metal clamps. The precision of the masonry is remarkable, especially considering that construction began more than 2,500 years ago. Scholars believe workers, engineers, artists, and craftsmen were recruited from across the empire, including Egypt, Mesopotamia, Anatolia, and other conquered regions. This created a unique fusion of technologies and artistic traditions rarely seen elsewhere in the ancient world. The result was not merely a palace complex, but a demonstration of imperial engineering on a continental scale. The most famous structure within Persepolis was the Apadana, the great audience hall built for royal ceremonies and diplomatic receptions. The building originally contained 72 stone columns, each approximately 24 to 25 meters high, comparable to a modern 7-story building. Supporting a roof over an immense ceremonial space, these columns represented one of the most ambitious architectural achievements of the ancient world. Even today, only a fraction of the original columns remain standing, yet they continue to dominate the landscape and provide a glimpse of the city's former grandeur. Archaeologists estimate that thousands of delegates from across the empire could gather here during major ceremonies, making it one of the largest covered ceremonial spaces of its era. One of the greatest mysteries surrounding Persepolis concerns its true purpose. Although traditionally described as a capital city, evidence suggests it may have functioned primarily as a ceremonial and symbolic center rather than a continuously occupied administrative capital. Relief carvings along the grand staircases depict representatives from dozens of subject nations bringing tribute to the Persian king. These scenes have led many historians to associate the complex with New Year celebrations and imperial ceremonies. Yet scholars continue to debate whether Persepolis served mainly as a ritual center, a political stage for displaying imperial unity, a fortified royal treasury, or all 3 simultaneously. More than a century of excavation has not produced a definitive answer. Another enduring mystery is the extraordinary level of artistic precision visible throughout the complex. Thousands of carved figures display intricate details in clothing, hairstyles, jewelry, weapons, and facial features. Despite being produced by numerous craftsmen over decades, the carvings maintain a remarkable consistency in style and proportion. The techniques used to coordinate such a vast artistic program across multiple generations remain only partially understood. Equally impressive is the sophisticated water management system hidden beneath the site. Engineers carved drainage channels directly into the stone terrace, allowing rainwater to flow safely away from the structures. This infrastructure helped preserve the complex despite centuries of exposure to the elements, and demonstrates an advanced understanding of hydrology rarely associated with ancient ceremonial architecture. The final great mystery concerns the destruction of Persepolis itself. In 330 BC, Alexander the Great captured the city during his conquest of the Persian Empire. Ancient sources record that much of the complex was subsequently burned. However, historians continue to debate whether the fire was a deliberate act of revenge against Persia, a calculated political statement, or the result of a drunken celebration that spiraled out of control. Whatever the cause, the flames consumed one of humanity's most magnificent architectural achievements. Yet even in ruin, Persepolis remains a testament to the capabilities of ancient engineers and builders. More than 2,500 years after construction began, the immense terrace, towering columns, monumental stairways, and unanswered questions surrounding the site continue to challenge historians, archaeologists, and engineers alike. Among all ancient megaprojects ever built, Persepolis stands as one of the clearest examples of how power, technology, and mystery combined to create monuments that still inspire awe in the modern world. Mausoleum of the first Qin emperor is one of the largest ancient megaprojects ever built and remains one of the greatest archaeological mysteries on Earth. Located at the foot of Mount Li in Shaanxi Province, China, the mausoleum was constructed for Qin Shi Huang, the ruler who unified China in 221 BCE and became the country's first emperor. Construction began in 246 BCE, when he was only 13 years old, and continued for nearly 4 decades. Ancient historian Sima Qian recorded that approximately 700,000 workers were mobilized from across the empire to build the vast complex, a figure so enormous that even modern historians regard the project as one of the largest labor undertakings of the ancient world. Archaeological surveys show that the entire necropolis covers roughly 56 square kilometers, making it far larger than most royal burial complexes ever created, and nearly 200 times larger than Egypt's Valley of the Kings. What makes the mausoleum extraordinary is that the famous terracotta army represents only a small fraction of the entire project. Discovered accidentally in 1974 by farmers digging a well near Xi'an, the site revealed thousands of life-sized clay warriors arranged in military formation. Archaeologists estimate that more than 8,000 soldiers, along with horses, chariots, officers, acrobats, musicians, officials, and servants, were created to accompany the emperor into the afterlife. Each figure displays unique facial features and ranks, suggesting an unprecedented level of organization and mass production over 2,200 years ago. The warriors were manufactured in separate components and assembled using a system that many scholars compare to an ancient production line, centuries before similar methods appeared elsewhere. Yet the most fascinating part of the mausoleum remains untouched. The central tomb chamber of Qin Shi Huang has never been opened. According to Sima Qian, the underground palace contained replicas of imperial palaces, towers, treasures, officials, and an entire model of the emperor's realm. Rivers, lakes, and seas were allegedly recreated using liquid mercury, while the ceiling displayed the stars and constellations of the heavens. For centuries, these descriptions were dismissed as exaggerations, but modern scientific surveys have detected unusually high concentrations of mercury in the soil surrounding the burial mound. Some measurements found mercury levels many times higher than normal background concentrations, providing remarkable support for accounts written more than 2,000 years ago. Recent studies continue to suggest that large quantities of mercury may still exist beneath the mound today. Another mystery involves the security systems reportedly hidden inside the tomb. Ancient records describe automatic crossbows designed to fire upon intruders and complex mechanisms intended to protect the emperor's treasures forever. While no one knows whether these traps still exist, archaeologists remain cautious. Modern excavation techniques are capable of reaching the chamber, but researchers fear that opening the tomb could destroy priceless artifacts before they can be preserved. Similar damage occurred when many terracotta warriors lost their original vibrant paint within minutes of exposure to air. As a result, Chinese authorities and archaeologists have largely agreed to leave the central chamber sealed until more advanced conservation technology becomes available. More than 2,000 years after Qin Shi Huang's death in 210 BCE, his mausoleum continues to challenge historians and scientists alike. It is not merely a tomb, but an underground empire built on an unimaginable scale. With a workforce reportedly numbering in the hundreds of thousands, a necropolis covering dozens of square kilometers, thousands of life-sized warriors, possible rivers of mercury, and a burial chamber that remains unopened. The mausoleum of the first Qin emperor stands as one of humanity's most ambitious construction projects and one of the last great mysteries of the ancient world. Even today, the greatest discovery may still be waiting beneath the earth, hidden behind walls that no one has entered for more than 22 centuries. Mohenjo-Daro was one of the largest urban megaprojects ever built in the ancient world. Located in present-day Sindh, Pakistan, this vast city emerged around 2600 BCE as a major center of the Indus Valley civilization and covered roughly 250 hectares, making it one of the largest cities on Earth during the Bronze Age. Archaeologists estimate that more than 40,000, circa 1,000 people may have lived here at its peak, a population comparable to some of the greatest cities of ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia. Yet unlike those civilizations, Mohenjo-Daro left behind no king's tombs, no giant palaces, no monumental statues proclaiming the power of rulers. Instead, what survived is something far more mysterious, a city whose engineering appears centuries ahead of its time. The scale of planning visible at Mohenjo-Daro is extraordinary. Streets were laid out in a precise grid pattern, intersecting at nearly right angles and dividing the city into carefully organized blocks. Houses, workshops, wells, storage facilities, and public structures were integrated into a unified urban design. Such planning required centralized coordination, surveying knowledge, standardized measurements, and a workforce capable of executing a long-term construction program. The city was not built gradually without direction. It appears to have been designed according to a master plan before much of the construction even began. Perhaps the most astonishing achievement was the sanitation network. More than 4,500 years ago, when many ancient settlements still relied on open waste disposal, Mohenjo-Daro possessed one of the most advanced urban drainage systems ever discovered. Houses often contained bathing areas and were connected to covered brick drains running beneath or alongside streets. These drains featured inspection openings for maintenance and cleaning, demonstrating an understanding of long-term infrastructure management. Archaeologists have described this as one of the earliest known examples of a city-wide sanitation system. In some respects, comparable urban sewer networks would not appear again on such a scale until much later civilizations. The construction materials reveal another layer of sophistication. Across the city, millions of baked bricks were manufactured according to highly standardized proportions. The famous Harappan brick ratio, commonly expressed as 1:4 or 4:1, depending on measurement orientation, appears repeatedly throughout the civilization. This level of consistency suggests the existence of regulated production methods and shared engineering standards, extending across a vast territory. Ancient builders were not simply making bricks, they were following precise specifications that remained remarkably uniform over hundreds of kilometers. One of the most famous structures within the city is the Great Bath, located on the elevated Citadel Mound. Measuring approximately 12 meters long, 7 meters wide, and 2.4 meters deep, the structure was constructed using carefully fitted baked bricks sealed with bitumen and gypsum mortar to prevent leakage. Wide staircases descended into the pool from both ends. The waterproofing technology was so effective that portions of the structure survived for millennia. Yet the true purpose of the Great Bath remains uncertain. Most scholars believe it was connected to ritual purification ceremonies, but no definitive evidence exists. The building remains one of the oldest large public water tanks ever discovered and one of archaeology's enduring mysteries. The city's water management system raises even more questions. Excavations have uncovered more than 700 wells, an astonishing number for a Bronze Age settlement. Some estimates suggest there was roughly one well for every 3 houses. No other contemporary civilization is known to have constructed such a dense network of urban wells. This indicates advanced knowledge of groundwater access, construction techniques, and public water distribution. The sheer scale of this infrastructure suggests that reliable water supply was considered a fundamental element of city planning from the very beginning. Yet despite all this engineering sophistication, the society behind Mohenjo-Daro remains largely invisible. Archaeologists have never found a royal palace comparable to those of Mesopotamia. They have never discovered gigantic royal tombs like those of Egypt. There are no obvious monuments celebrating military victories or divine rulers. This absence is deeply puzzling, because organizing a city of this size would seemingly require a powerful governing authority. Some researchers argue that the civilization may have operated through an unusually decentralized system. Others believe that political structures existed, but simply left behind different archaeological signatures than those seen elsewhere. The truth remains unknown. An even greater mystery lies in the undeciphered Indus script. Thousands of seals, inscriptions, and symbols have been recovered across the Indus Valley civilization, including Mohenjo-Daro. Despite more than a century of research, no scholar has successfully deciphered the writing system. Without readable texts, historians cannot identify the city's rulers, understand its administration, explain its religious beliefs, or learn how such an enormous urban project was organized. It is as if one of humanity's first great cities left behind its architecture, but erased its voice. Around 1900 BCE, the civilization entered a period of decline. Major cities, including Mohenjo-Daro, were gradually abandoned. Scholars have proposed numerous explanations, including shifts in river systems, prolonged drought, environmental change, economic disruption, or combinations of multiple factors. No single theory has achieved universal acceptance. What is certain is that one of the most advanced urban centers of the Bronze Age faded from history, leaving behind streets, wells, drains, and monuments that still challenge modern understanding. Hadrian's Wall is one of the largest ancient construction projects ever undertaken by the Roman Empire. Stretching approximately 117 kilometers, or 73 miles, across northern Britain from Wallsend on the River Tyne to Bowness on Solway, the wall was ordered by Emperor Hadrian in AD 122 and became the northwestern frontier of Rome for nearly 3 centuries. Unlike many ancient monuments that served religious or ceremonial purposes, Hadrian's Wall was a vast military and administrative system built on a scale rarely seen in the ancient world. Archaeological evidence shows that the frontier included around 80 mile castles, roughly 158 watchtowers, numerous forts, roads, ditches, and defensive earthworks spread across some of the most difficult terrain in Britain. Construction likely involved the Roman II, VI, and XX legions, representing more than 15,000 soldiers and workers. The scale alone raises an enduring question. Why would an empire already controlling millions of square kilometers invest enormous resources into building a stone barrier across the edge of a remote province? The answer remains one of the greatest mysteries surrounding this ancient megaproject. The official explanation is straightforward. Rome wanted to secure its northern frontier against tribes living beyond imperial control. Yet the physical evidence suggests the story may be far more complicated. Hadrian's Wall was not simply a defensive structure. Even at its maximum height, estimated at around 4.5 to 6 meters in some sections, it could not have stopped a determined invasion by a large army. Numerous gateways punctuated the wall, allowing movement across the frontier. Every Roman mile featured a fortified gateway known as a mile castle, while 2 observation towers stood between each pair of mile castles. Rather than creating a sealed border, the system appears designed to regulate and monitor movement. Many historians now believe the wall functioned as a giant customs checkpoint, controlling trade, taxation, migration, and political influence. In this interpretation, the wall was less a military fortress and more a symbol of imperial power visible across the entire landscape. Anyone approaching from the north would have encountered an unprecedented stone barrier, unlike anything previously seen in Britain. The logistics behind its construction remain astonishing, even by modern standards. The wall crossed hills, valleys, rivers, marshes, and rocky escarpments. Millions of stones had to be quarried, transported, shaped, and assembled without modern machinery. Surveyors somehow maintained remarkable alignment across more than 100 kilometers of uneven terrain. The engineering challenge becomes even more impressive when considering the speed of construction. Historical and archaeological evidence suggests the main frontier was completed within roughly 6 years, between AD 122 and AD 128. For comparison, many major medieval fortifications required decades or even centuries to complete. Roman engineers achieved in a few years what would have overwhelmed many later societies. One of the most intriguing mysteries involves the constantly changing design of the wall itself. Excavations reveal that the original plans were altered repeatedly during construction. Certain sections were initially designed to be nearly 3 meters thick before being reduced. Some forts appear to have been added after the wall's construction had already begun. In several locations, foundations indicate larger structures that were never completed according to the original blueprint. These modifications suggest that the Roman government was adapting its strategy while the project was underway. Yet no surviving document explains why. Were resources running short? Did military intelligence reveal new threats? Or was the wall's purpose evolving from defense toward administration and control? The archaeological evidence provides clues but no definitive answers. Another mystery concerns the immense economic burden required to sustain the Guinea frontier. Building the wall was only the beginning. Thousands of soldiers occupied forts along its length for centuries. These troops required food, weapons, clothing, horses, fuel, and construction materials. The frontier effectively became a continuous military city extending across northern Britain. Archaeological discoveries at sites such as Vindolanda have revealed warehouses, workshops, bathhouses, granaries, and extensive civilian settlements. Thousands of wooden writing tablets recovered from the site provide a rare glimpse into daily life. They reveal supply shortages, administrative records, invitations to social gatherings, and correspondence between officers. Far from being an isolated military outpost, the wall supported a thriving frontier society. Yet the sheer cost of maintaining this system raises another question. What benefits justified such an enormous investment for nearly 300 years? The most puzzling chapter in the wall's history may be what happened after its completion. Following Hadrian's death in AD 138, his successor Antoninus Pius abandoned the frontier and pushed Roman forces farther north into Scotland. A new barrier, now known as the Antonine Wall, was constructed approximately 160 kilometers beyond Hadrian's frontier. Yet within a few decades, the Romans withdrew again and reoccupied Hadrian's Wall. Historians continue to debate why imperial strategy shifted so dramatically. The construction of two massive frontier systems within a single generation represents one of the most expensive military experiments in Roman history. The lack of clear written explanations has left archaeologists relying largely on fragmentary evidence and interpretation. The wall also reveals the extraordinary organizational capabilities of the Roman Empire. Every section demonstrates standardized engineering principles. Mile castles were positioned at precise intervals. Observation towers maintained regular spacing. Roads connected forts along the frontier. Ditches and earthworks complemented the stone barrier. Such consistency across 117 kilometers required centralized planning, accurate surveying, and disciplined execution. In an age without satellites, computers, or modern communication systems, Roman engineers coordinated one of the largest infrastructure projects in Europe. The achievement becomes even more remarkable when considering that Britain lay at the extreme edge of the empire, thousands of kilometers from Rome itself. Shimao is one of the largest and most mysterious ancient megaprojects ever discovered. Located on the southern edge of the Ordos Desert in present-day Shaanxi Province, China, this enormous stone city flourished between approximately 2300 and 1800 BC. Covering nearly 400 hectares, or about 4 square kilometers, Shimao was the largest known fortified settlement in China during the late Neolithic period, and among the largest urban centers anywhere in the world. At the time, for centuries, local people believed its massive stone ruins were part of the Great Wall of China. Only in the early 21st century did archaeologists realize they had uncovered the remains of a lost civilization that predated the earliest sections of the Great Wall by almost 2,000 years and challenged long-standing ideas about the origins of Chinese civilization. At the center of Shimao stood an enormous stepped pyramid, rising approximately 70 meters above the surrounding landscape. Constructed on a modified loess hill and reinforced with stone, the structure consisted of 11 massive terraces stacked one above another. Its scale was astonishing. While only about half the height of the Great Pyramid of Giza, its base was significantly larger. On the summit stood a vast elite complex containing palaces built from rammed earth, workshops, reservoirs, and ceremonial spaces. Archaeologists believe the highest levels were reserved for the ruling class, creating a physical and symbolic separation between elites and the rest of the population below. The pyramid dominated every part of the city and would have been visible from great distances across the surrounding plateau. The engineering effort required to build Shimao was extraordinary. The city was protected by multiple layers of stone fortifications stretching for several kilometers. Unlike most contemporary Chinese settlements, which relied primarily on rammed earth walls, Shimao employed sophisticated stone defenses complete with gates, bastions, watchtowers, and advanced military features. Some defensive designs resemble structures that would not become common in Chinese fortification systems until much later. Researchers estimate that the walls alone required roughly 125,000 cubic meters of stone, representing one of the largest construction efforts of the entire Neolithic world. Such a project would have demanded the coordination of thousands of workers, centralized authority, logistical planning, and access to extensive resources. One of the greatest mysteries of Shimao involves the strange use of jade. Throughout the city, archaeologists discovered valuable jade objects deliberately embedded inside walls and important structures. Jade was among the most prized materials in ancient China, requiring long-distance acquisition and extensive labor to shape and polish. Yet instead of displaying these treasures, the builders sealed them within stonework where they would never be seen again. Many researchers believe the jade served a ritual purpose, perhaps intended to protect the city spiritually or legitimize political power through sacred symbolism. Others argue the practice represented a form of foundation, offering similar to traditions found in ancient civilizations across Mesopotamia and Egypt. No definitive explanation has yet emerged. Equally mysterious are the remarkable stone carvings found throughout the site. Excavations have uncovered dozens of relief sculptures depicting human faces, serpents, monsters, hybrid creatures, and geometric symbols. Many of these images bear surprising similarities to motifs that would later appear in Bronze Age Chinese civilizations centuries afterward. Some scholars suggest Shimao may have played a crucial role in transmitting religious and artistic traditions into later Chinese cultures. Others note similarities between certain carvings and artistic traditions from the Eurasian steppe, suggesting that Shimao was not an isolated city, but part of a vast network connecting distant regions of Asia. The precise meaning of these carvings remains unknown, but they indicate a complex belief system far more sophisticated than previously expected for a Neolithic society. Perhaps the most disturbing discoveries come from evidence of ritual sacrifice. Near major gates and defensive structures, archaeologists uncovered pits containing large numbers of human skulls. Early investigations identified approximately 80 skulls associated with sacrificial rituals linked to construction and political authority. More recent genetic studies revealed that most of these victims were male, overturning earlier assumptions that the sacrifices primarily involved women. Researchers now believe Shimao practiced multiple forms of ritual killing, with different categories of victims serving distinct ceremonial purposes. Whether these individuals were war captives, local residents, political rivals, or participants in religious ceremonies, remains a matter of intense debate. What is clear is that sacrifice played an important role in the ideological system that supported the city's power structure. Another mystery concerns how such an advanced center emerged in what was once considered the periphery of ancient China. Traditional models place the birth of Chinese civilization primarily within the central plains of the Yellow River Basin. Shimao forced archaeologists to reconsider that narrative. Evidence suggests the city maintained extensive trade connections stretching across northern China and into the Eurasian steppe. Wheat, barley, sheep, goats, bronze-working knowledge, and other innovations appear to have arrived through long-distance interaction networks. Materials from southern China have also been identified at the site. Rather than being a remote outpost, Shimao may have functioned as a major economic, technological, and cultural hub, influencing neighboring societies across vast distances. The greatest unanswered question is why Shimao disappeared. After flourishing for nearly 5 centuries, the city was suddenly abandoned around 1800 BC. No surviving written records explain what happened. Archaeologists have proposed several possibilities, including prolonged drought, climate change, resource depletion, social unrest, warfare, or a combination of multiple factors. Evidence suggests that the Loess Plateau experienced a shift toward cooler and drier conditions during the period when Shimao declined. Such environmental changes may have undermined agriculture and forced populations to migrate toward more favorable regions. Yet the speed and completeness of the city's disappearance remain difficult to explain. A metropolis that once controlled enormous resources, mobilized vast labor forces, and constructed one of the largest stone complexes of the ancient world, vanished so completely that its existence was forgotten for nearly 4,000 years. Fuyupatamarca is one of the most overlooked mysteries of the Inca world. Perched high in the Andes of modern Peru at an elevation of roughly 3,650 meters, the site sits along the famous Inca Trail leading toward Machu Picchu. Its name is commonly translated as the city above the clouds, an appropriate description for a settlement that often disappears beneath drifting mountain fog. Unlike Machu Picchu, which attracts millions of visitors and endless academic attention, Fuyupatamarca remains comparatively unknown. Yet many archaeologists argue that some of the most remarkable examples of Inca engineering can be found here. The mystery is not whether the site existed or who built it. The mystery is why the Inca invested enormous resources to create such a sophisticated settlement in one of the most inaccessible locations imaginable, and how they managed to build hydraulic systems that continue to function centuries after the collapse of their empire. The ruins were first documented by modern explorers during the early 20th century as investigations of the Inca Trail intensified. Researchers expected to find another small waypoint along the mountain route. Instead, they discovered a carefully planned complex containing terraces, ceremonial structures, plazas, stairways, and one of the most sophisticated water management systems ever created by the Inca civilization. The settlement occupies a narrow ridge, surrounded by steep valleys and unstable mountain slopes. Constructing anything substantial in such an environment would have been difficult even with modern equipment. The Inca possessed neither iron tools, wheeled transport, nor draft animals capable of hauling heavy stone. Nevertheless, they transformed the ridge into a highly organized architectural landscape. The greatest mystery of Fuyupatamarca is its hydraulic engineering. Water flows through the site with a precision that continues to impress modern engineers. Numerous channels cut through carefully shaped stone, directing water from natural springs toward a series of ceremonial fountains. Unlike many ancient water systems that have long ceased to function, parts of the Fuyupatamarca network still carry water today. This raises an important question. How did Inca engineers calculate gradients with such accuracy that water continues to move efficiently after more than 5 centuries of exposure to earthquakes, erosion, and extreme weather? Every channel had to maintain a precise slope. Too steep and the water would erode the stone. Too shallow and the flow would stagnate. The margin for error was remarkably small, yet the system performs exactly as intended. Even more impressive is the fact that the site exists within one of the wettest environments along the Inca Trail. Mountain storms can release large amounts of rain in a short period of time. Modern engineers often struggle to control runoff in similar terrain. Excess water can trigger landslides, undermine foundations, and destroy infrastructure. The builders of Puyu Patamarca somehow anticipated these dangers centuries in advance. Beneath the visible architecture lies a hidden engineering network designed to stabilize the mountain itself. The terraces surrounding the settlement are not merely agricultural platforms. They function as part of a larger drainage system. Layers of stone, gravel, and permeable material allow water to pass through the terraces rather than accumulate behind them. By reducing hydrostatic pressure, the Inca dramatically decreased the risk of slope failure. In many respects, the terraces function like modern retaining structures designed by geotechnical engineers. This hidden infrastructure creates another mystery. How did the Inca acquire such a detailed understanding of mountain hydrology? No written engineering manuals survive from their civilization. The empire left no mathematical treatises comparable to those of ancient Greece or Rome. Yet the practical knowledge embedded within Puyu Patamarca rivals solutions used in modern landscape engineering. Some researchers argue that this expertise emerged from centuries of observation and experimentation across the Andes. Others suggest that many of the techniques were transmitted through specialized groups of builders whose knowledge vanished after the Spanish conquest. Whatever the explanation, the site demonstrates a level of environmental understanding far beyond what many people assume for pre-industrial societies. The location itself presents another puzzle. Most major settlements throughout history developed near fertile farmland, trade routes, rivers, or strategic military positions. Puyu Patamarca does not fit neatly into any of these categories. The ridge offers limited space for large-scale agriculture. It lacks the defensive advantages of a major fortress. It was never a large urban centre, yet the quality of construction indicates that the site was extremely important. Some archaeologists believe it functioned as a ceremonial station for pilgrims travelling toward Machu Picchu. Others argue that it served as a retreat for elites or priests. A third theory proposes that the settlement acted as a sacred landscape where water rituals played a central role. None of these explanations fully account for the extraordinary engineering investment visible throughout the complex. The ceremonial fountains strengthen the argument that water held special significance here. Water occupied a central place within Inca cosmology, connecting mountains, ancestors, agriculture, and divine power. At Puyu Patamarca, water does not simply flow through the settlement. It appears to have been carefully choreographed. Streams pass through carved channels before emerging from precisely shaped outlets that create controlled visual and acoustic effects. The experience would have been both practical and symbolic. Visitors arriving through the clouds may have encountered flowing water integrated into architecture in ways that reinforced religious beliefs about the sacred nature of the landscape. The transportation of construction materials presents yet another challenge. Many stones used throughout the site were shaped with impressive precision. Moving building materials across steep mountain terrain would have required enormous labour. Archaeologists estimate that thousands of workers participated in major Inca construction projects. However, manpower alone does not explain the logistics. Builders had to coordinate quarrying, transportation, shaping, drainage planning, and architectural alignment simultaneously in an environment where a single mistake could have catastrophic consequences. Every terrace, wall, and channel had to integrate with the surrounding mountain rather than fight against it. Some researchers have also explored the possibility that astronomical considerations influenced the layout of the settlement. Certain architectural features appear to align with prominent mountain peaks and solar events. Similar relationships are documented at other Inca sites where architecture often interacted with celestial cycles. However, evidence at Puyupatamarca remains inconclusive. While possible astronomical functions cannot be dismissed, they remain secondary compared to the overwhelming evidence for hydraulic and environmental engineering. Zemcija Heritage Trail is one of the most unusual archaeological landscapes in the Mediterranean, not because of a single monument, but because it compresses thousands of years of human activity into a narrow stretch of rocky coastline on the island of Malta. Within a relatively small area, prehistoric tombs, mysterious stone tracks, Roman engineering works, ancient agricultural installations, and lost ceremonial structures coexist in ways that continue to challenge archaeologists. Most visitors see a pleasant walking trail overlooking the sea. Researchers see something very different. They see a location where multiple civilizations returned again and again for reasons that are still not fully understood. The greatest mystery is not any individual structure. The greatest mystery is why this specific landscape remained important for so many different cultures across several millennia. Among all the remains scattered along the trail, nothing generates more debate than the famous cart ruts carved into the limestone bedrock. These parallel grooves cut deeply into the stone and follow routes that often seem irrational. Some descend steep slopes, some cross uneven terrain, and others simply vanish at cliff edges or disappear beneath later deposits. Their spacing is remarkably consistent, suggesting some form of standardized transportation system, yet no consensus exists regarding who created them or how they were used. The traditional explanation proposes that repeated movement of heavily loaded carts gradually wore grooves into the soft limestone. However, many researchers point out that certain ruts are far too deep and occur in locations where wheeled transport would have been impractical. Even more puzzling is the fact that similar tracks appear throughout Malta, creating what looks like a vast prehistoric network whose original purpose remains unknown. Were they transportation corridors for megalithic builders? Routes connected to long-distance trade? Or remnants of a technological system that archaeologists have not yet identified? Centuries of investigation have failed to provide a definitive answer. The mystery becomes even more intriguing when the cart ruts are viewed in relation to the surrounding prehistoric landscape. Nearby are rock-cut tombs dating back thousands of years before the Roman period. These burial chambers demonstrate that the area already possessed cultural and possibly religious significance long before written history reached Malta. The presence of both funerary monuments and cart ruts in the same landscape raises difficult questions. Were the tracks connected to rituals involving the dead? Did they guide processions towards sacred locations that have since disappeared? Or were later communities merely reusing a landscape whose original purpose had already been forgotten? Archaeologists can document the physical remains, but reconstructing the intentions of people who lived thousands of years ago remains far more difficult. Another remarkable feature of Zemcija is a series of Roman-era apiaries carved directly into the bedrock. At first glance, these structures seem straightforward. They were used for beekeeping and honey production. Yet closer examination reveals a surprising degree of environmental engineering. The installations were positioned to maximize sunlight, shelter colonies from prevailing winds, and maintain favorable temperatures throughout the year. Honey was an extremely valuable commodity in the ancient world, serving not only as food but also as medicine, preservative, and trade product. The precision with which these apiaries were integrated into the natural landscape suggests an advanced understanding of local climate conditions. What remains uncertain is how this knowledge was accumulated and transmitted. The engineering appears sophisticated, but the historical record provides only fragments of the techniques behind it. The trail also preserves evidence of ancient water management systems, including large rock-cut reservoirs whose original functions remain debated. Some researchers believe they served as storage facilities for agricultural products before later conversion into cisterns. Others argue they were designed from the beginning for water collection. Both interpretations raise important technological questions. Malta possesses limited natural freshwater resources, making water management one of the most important challenges faced by every civilization that settled on the islands. The ability to collect, store, and distribute water efficiently would have determined the success or failure of entire communities. Yet the exact methods employed at Zemkcija remain partially hidden behind centuries of modification and reuse. Scattered among these better-known remains are traces of structures that have almost vanished from the archaeological record. Fragmentary evidence suggests that parts of the area may once have contained megalithic ceremonial architecture, similar to Malta's famous prehistoric temples. If true, this would mean that Zemkcija was not merely a practical settlement zone but also a place of ritual importance. Unfortunately, later construction, stone robbing, erosion, and natural weathering have destroyed much of the evidence. Archaeologists are left with incomplete clues that hint at a much larger story than the surviving remains can fully reveal. Perhaps the most fascinating aspect of Zemkcija Heritage Trail is the continuity of occupation itself. Prehistoric communities used the landscape. Later populations buried their dead there. Roman engineers modified and expanded its infrastructure. Subsequent generations continue to exploit the same terrain. Across thousands of years, cultures with different languages, beliefs, and technologies repeatedly return to this small stretch of Malta. Such continuity is rarely accidental. Something about the location provided enduring value, whether strategic, economic, religious, or environmental. Yet despite decades of archaeological investigation, no single explanation accounts for every feature found along the trail. The result is a landscape that functions almost like a historical puzzle assembled from pieces belonging to different civilizations. The cart ruts remain unexplained. The full purpose of several rock-cut installations remains uncertain. Lost ceremonial structures may once have stood where only fragments survive today. Every generation appears to have inherited a landscape already shaped by the people who came before. In many cases, they reuse structures without necessarily understanding their original purpose. Zemkcija therefore preserves not only physical remains, but also evidence of forgotten knowledge, cultural transformation, and technological adaptation spanning thousands of years. Far from being a simple archaeological trail, it stands as one of Malta's most compelling ancient mysteries, a place where the deeper researchers investigate, the more questions emerge from the stone itself. A civilization spends decades, perhaps generations, moving stone across mountains. Thousands of workers carve terraces into steep slopes. Engineers build channels to control water in an environment where every mistake could trigger erosion and collapse. Vast ceremonial plazas appear at an altitude where farming is difficult, transportation is exhausting, and survival itself demands constant effort. Then one question ruins everything. Why build any of it here? That question has followed archaeologists ever since they began studying Maukalakta, a sprawling ancient complex high in the Peruvian Andes. Unlike many famous archaeological mysteries, Maukalakta does not hide giant statues, royal tombs, or lost treasures. Its mystery is far more unsettling because it challenges a basic assumption about ancient civilizations. Human societies usually invest enormous resources where resources already exist. They build major centers near fertile land, rivers, trade routes, ports, or strategic crossroads. Maukalakta appears to ignore every one of those rules. Spread across a rugged mountain landscape more than 3,000 meters above sea level, the site contains hundreds of structures, large plazas, retaining walls, ceremonial spaces, terraces, and evidence of sophisticated planning. The scale immediately creates a problem. Every stone had to be moved, every terrace had to be carved into difficult terrain, every worker had to be fed, every construction project required coordination. The amount of labour represented by the site is staggering. Yet modern researchers still struggle to explain why such a monumental effort was directed toward this particular location. The mystery becomes even more interesting when viewed from above. Maukalakta does not resemble a settlement that simply grew over time. Many ancient communities expanded gradually as populations increased, creating irregular layouts shaped by generations of change. Maukalakta often appears different. Portions of the complex seem deliberately organized. Structures relate to plazas. Pathways connect important sectors. Open spaces appear carefully positioned rather than randomly distributed. The result feels less like a village and more like a project planned according to a larger vision. That raises another difficult question. Who possessed the authority necessary to organize construction on this scale? Building even a small mountain settlement requires coordination. Building an enormous ceremonial and administrative complex requires something far more sophisticated. Labor must be mobilized. Food must be supplied, construction schedules must be maintained, materials must arrive where they are needed. Ancient engineers had to solve logistical problems that would challenge planners even today. Yet no written record survived to explain how this system functioned. The site's hydraulic infrastructure may represent the strongest evidence of advanced engineering. Water management was one of the greatest challenges faced by Andean civilizations. In mountainous environments, controlling water is rarely simple. Excess flow can destroy terraces and foundations. Insufficient flow threatens agriculture and daily life. Successful hydraulic systems require precise understanding of gradients, drainage, and long-term maintenance. Archaeological investigations at Maukalakta have revealed channels and water control features, indicating that its builders possessed exactly this kind of knowledge. The remarkable part is not that water channels existed. Ancient civilizations around the world built them. The remarkable part is where they were built. Moving water efficiently across uneven mountain terrain demands constant adaptation to local conditions. A channel that works perfectly on one slope may fail completely on another. Small errors accumulate into major structural problems. Yet the people responsible for Maukalakta succeeded in creating systems capable of supporting a large complex in one of the most demanding environments imaginable. Even today, researchers continue debating how these hydraulic networks operated and how they were maintained across generations. The architecture itself presents another layer of mystery. Malcolacta is not famous for the perfectly fitted polygonal masonry seen at some elite Inca sites, but many surviving walls demonstrate impressive durability. The Andes are among the most seismically active regions on Earth. Earthquakes have repeatedly shaken these mountains for centuries. Seasonal temperature changes place additional stress on structures. Heavy rainfall accelerates erosion. Despite these challenges, significant portions of the complex remain standing. This durability was not accidental. Ancient builders clearly understood principles of stability long before formal engineering sciences existed. They selected building locations carefully. They created retaining structures capable of resisting slope failure. They designed walls that could survive environmental stresses over long periods. Their knowledge may not have been recorded in books, but it survives in stone. Every surviving structure is evidence of practical engineering refined through generations of experience. Perhaps the most fascinating possibility involves the relationship between Malcolacta and the surrounding mountains. Throughout the Andes, mountains were often regarded as sacred beings rather than geographic features. Certain peaks were believed to possess spiritual significance and influence over the communities living nearby. Several researchers have suggested that parts of Malcolacta may have been intentionally positioned in relation to specific mountain landmarks. If true, this would fundamentally change how the site is interpreted. From a modern perspective, the location appears impractical. From an ancient ceremonial perspective, however, it may have been perfect. A mountain considered sacred could justify construction efforts that seem irrational when measured purely in economic terms. The enormous plazas, ceremonial spaces, and carefully organized architecture may have been designed not simply for human use, but for interaction with a sacred landscape. In that context, the site's remote position becomes less of a problem and more of a requirement. Yet this explanation creates another mystery. If the location was chosen primarily for ceremonial reasons, why invest so heavily in infrastructure? Why build such extensive hydraulic systems? Why create such a large and complex architectural network? The scale of the project still appears extraordinary, even when religious motivations are considered. Something about this place inspired generations of effort on a level that archaeologists have yet to fully explain. The deeper researchers investigate Malcolacta, the more attention shifts away from individual structures and toward the broader question of organization. Ancient societies are often underestimated. Modern observers see mountains and imagine isolation. Ancient planners saw challenges and developed systems to overcome them. The existence of Malcolacta demonstrates that large-scale coordination, engineering expertise, and long-term planning were operating in regions once assumed to be peripheral. The site forces archaeologists to reconsider how much knowledge ancient Andean societies possessed, and how effectively they could transform difficult environments. Then there is the final mystery. For all the labour invested in its construction, Malcolacta was eventually abandoned. The plazas emptied. The channels ceased functioning. The buildings slowly surrendered to time. No dramatic evidence of conquest explains the transition. No single catastrophic disaster clearly marks the end of the site. Instead, one of the most ambitious mountain complexes in the Andes gradually faded from active use. The excavation team expected pottery. Instead, they found faces. As archaeologists cleared layers of soil from an ancient sanctuary on the Greek island of Kea, fragments of human-sized terracotta statues began emerging from the ground. One face appeared, then another. Soon it became clear that these were not ordinary figurines. They were large female figures, some approaching the size of real people, buried for more than 3,000 years beneath the ruins of a forgotten Bronze Age settlement known as Aya Irini. The discovery immediately created a mystery. Small clay figurines are common throughout the ancient Aegean. Nearly life-size terracotta statues are not. The deeper researchers investigated, the stranger the sight became. The statues were standing inside a sanctuary that belonged to a settlement far larger, richer, and more sophisticated than anyone expected to find on a relatively small island. What began as an archaeological excavation slowly turned into one of the most intriguing mysteries of the Bronze Age Mediterranean. Aya Irini flourished on the island of Kea between roughly 2000 and 1500 BCE, occupying a strategic position near maritime routes that connected mainland Greece, Crete, and the Cycladic Islands. From this location, ships carrying goods, raw materials, and ideas moved across the Aegean Sea. Archaeologists have recovered evidence showing that the settlement participated in these networks for centuries. Pottery styles from different regions appear throughout the site. Imported materials travelled hundreds of kilometres to reach the island, and local craftsmen produced goods that circulated far beyond Kea itself. Yet the settlement's importance seems strangely disproportionate to its size. Aya Irini was not a royal capital. It was not the centre of a major kingdom. Nevertheless, it possessed characteristics normally associated with much larger and more powerful communities. One of the first clues is found in its fortifications. Massive defensive walls surrounded the settlement, requiring enormous quantities of labour and resources to construct. Archaeologists estimate that maintaining and expanding these defences would have demanded long-term planning across multiple generations. Such efforts raise an uncomfortable question. Why did a settlement of this scale need defences of this magnitude? Historians often describe the Bronze Age Aegean as a world linked together by trade and cultural exchange. But the walls of Aya Irini tell a different story. They suggest fear, instability, and threats significant enough to justify continuous investment in military infrastructure. Some researchers believe piracy may have been responsible. Others argue that competition over maritime trade routes created tensions between neighbouring communities. The problem is that direct evidence for any specific threat remains frustratingly limited. The walls clearly existed for a reason, but the enemy they were built to resist has vanished from history. The settlement itself reveals another layer of complexity. Unlike many prehistoric communities that developed gradually and irregularly, Aya Irini displays evidence of deliberate planning. Residential areas, workshops, storage facilities, and public spaces were arranged with a degree of organisation rarely expected from an island settlement of this period. Streets connected different sectors of the town, and construction appears to have followed coordinated patterns rather than random expansion. This level of planning implies some form of administrative system capable of organising labour and controlling development. Yet no written records survive to explain how the settlement was governed. Archaeologists can see the results of that organisation, but the people responsible remain invisible. Even more surprising is the scale of economic activity suggested by the archaeological evidence. Imported ceramics, exotic materials, and manufacturing debris indicate that Aya Irini was deeply integrated into regional trade networks. Its position allowed it to function as a waypoint between larger powers operating throughout the Aegean. Some scholars have proposed that the settlement served as a commercial hub, where goods were exchanged, redistributed, and transported onward to distant destinations. If true, this would help explain its prosperity. However, it creates another mystery. Why did this particular settlement become so important while many comparable island communities remained relatively insignificant? The answer is still debated. All of these questions become secondary once attention turns to the sanctuary and its extraordinary terracotta statues. The figures discovered at Aya Irini remain among the most unusual religious artifacts ever found in the Bronze Age Cyclades. Many depict women standing upright with carefully modelled faces, elaborate clothing and distinctive hairstyles. Several exceeded 1 meter in height, making them dramatically larger than the small figurines commonly associated with prehistoric Aegean cultures. Their presence suggests that the sanctuary held exceptional importance within the community. Producing statues of this scale required significant resources, specialized knowledge, and skilled craftsmen. These were not objects created casually. They represented a sustained artistic tradition maintained over long periods of time. Yet their purpose remains unknown. Some researchers believe the figures represented goddesses worshipped by the inhabitants of the island. Others suggest they portrayed priestesses involved in ceremonial activities. A few scholars have argued that they may have symbolized ancestors, elite women, or supernatural beings whose identities disappeared long ago. The absence of written records prevents any definitive conclusion. Every interpretation relies on comparisons with other sites rather than direct evidence. More than 3,000 years after their creation, the statues continue to conceal the beliefs that inspired them. The technology required to produce the figures presents another mystery. Large terracotta sculptures are notoriously difficult to manufacture. Clay shrinks during drying and firing, internal stresses can create fractures, and uneven temperatures can destroy months of work within hours. The artisans responsible for the Aya Irini statues clearly understood how to overcome these challenges. The figures demonstrate careful control of structure, balance, and material properties. Yet archaeologists still cannot reconstruct every stage of the production process. Some details of the techniques used by these Bronze Age craftsmen remain uncertain, leaving unanswered questions about how such advanced ceramic traditions developed on a relatively small island. The sanctuary itself hints at a religious system far more complex than previously imagined. Monumental statues require patrons, workshops, resources, and social institutions capable of supporting long-term projects. Their existence suggests that ritual activity played a central role within the community. However, almost nothing is known about the ceremonies performed there. No myths survive. No inscriptions explain the meaning of the statues. No historical accounts describe the rituals that once filled the sanctuary. The physical evidence remains, but the ideas that gave it purpose have largely disappeared. Aya Irini may also preserve clues about ancient engineering knowledge. The Aegean region is prone to earthquakes, and archaeological investigations indicate that parts of the settlement were repeatedly repaired and rebuilt. Certain architectural features suggest that builders adapted their techniques in response to seismic risks. Whether this reflects formal engineering knowledge or generations of practical experience remains uncertain. What is clear is that the inhabitants demonstrated an impressive ability to maintain their settlement in an environment shaped by geological instability. Then, sometime during the later Bronze Age, the settlement entered a period of decline. Unlike cities destroyed by invasion or catastrophic natural disasters, Aya Irini does not appear to have experienced a single dramatic ending. Instead, its importance gradually faded. Trade networks changed, political structures across the Aegean transformed. Economic systems that once supported the settlement weakened or disappeared. Archaeologists continue debating the exact causes because no single explanation fully accounts for the available evidence. Feddersen-Veerde is not the kind of ancient site that immediately captures attention. There are no towering stone walls, no colossal temples, and no mysterious monuments rising above the landscape. Instead, what survives today is something far more unusual. Buried beneath the marshlands of northern Germany lies the remains of a settlement that may preserve one of the most overlooked engineering achievements of the ancient world. For centuries, people lived here on the edge of the North Sea, surrounded by a landscape that should have made permanent settlement almost impossible. Storm surges regularly flooded the coast. Saltwater threatened crops and livestock. The ground itself was unstable, waterlogged, and constantly changing. Yet somehow, generation after generation continued to thrive in this hostile environment. The mystery is not how they built something magnificent. The mystery is how they managed to stay alive at all. Feddersen-Veerde stands near the modern North Sea coast in Lower Saxony, Germany. The site belongs primarily to the Roman Iron Age and was occupied between the 1st and 5th centuries CE. Archaeologists first became interested in the location during the 20th century, but it was the large-scale excavations conducted between the 1950s and 1960s that transformed understanding of the settlement. What emerged from the soil was one of the most completely preserved Iron Age communities ever discovered in Europe. Unlike many archaeological sites where only fragments survive, Feddersen-Veerde preserved houses, roads, livestock enclosures, workshops, and countless traces of everyday life. For researchers, it was almost like uncovering an entire frozen community, rather than a collection of ruins. Yet the more evidence they uncovered, the more puzzling the settlement became. The greatest mystery revolves around the very ground beneath the village. Feddersen-Veerde was built on a type of artificial mound known as a veerd or wharft. These elevated platforms were created by accumulating layers of clay, sod, organic material, and household waste over long periods of time. At first, this may sound simple, but the scale of the achievement becomes apparent when viewed within its environmental context. The North Sea coast has always been vulnerable to flooding. Even modern communities rely on sophisticated dikes, pumps, and flood control systems to remain safe. The inhabitants of Feddersen-Veerde possessed none of these technologies. Nevertheless, they succeeded in creating a stable settlement that endured for centuries. Every generation appears to have understood exactly when and how much the mound needed to be raised. Too little elevation would leave the village vulnerable to catastrophic floods. Too much weight could destabilize the soft marshland beneath. Somehow they found a balance that worked. This raises an uncomfortable question for modern researchers. How did these people acquire such detailed environmental knowledge without scientific instruments, written engineering manuals, or centralized planning institutions? The evidence suggests that they developed a practical understanding of coastal dynamics that allowed them to anticipate long-term environmental changes. Their survival depended on reading subtle shifts in tides, storm activity, soil conditions, and water levels. In effect, they were conducting a form of environmental engineering centuries before the discipline existed. Some scholars have even suggested that the accumulated knowledge required to maintain settlements like Feddersen-Veerde may represent one of the earliest examples of large-scale climate adaptation in Northern Europe. Equally remarkable is the way the village was organized. Many ancient farming communities developed gradually, with houses appearing wherever space was available. Feddersen-Veerde tells a different story. Excavations revealed a surprisingly structured layout. Houses were arranged according to patterns that appear deliberate rather than random. Certain buildings occupied central positions. Others were grouped around shared spaces. Roads and pathways connected different parts of the settlement with unusual efficiency. This level of organization has fueled debate about the social structure of the community. Was there a local elite directing development? Did village leaders coordinate construction projects? Or did generations of residents collectively maintain a settlement plan that persisted for centuries? The archaeological evidence provides hints, but no definitive answers. Among the most intriguing discoveries are the large farmsteads that dominate portions of the site. Some structures were significantly larger than ordinary dwellings and appear to have controlled substantial agricultural resources. These buildings may have belonged to influential families whose authority extended over surrounding households. If this interpretation is correct, then Feddersen-Veerde was far more socially complex than traditional models of Iron Age communities once suggested. Rather than representing a collection of isolated farmers, it may have functioned as a carefully organized economic center, supported by sophisticated systems of resource management. The engineering challenges become even more impressive when considering the construction methods themselves. Building on marshland is notoriously difficult. Modern engineers often rely on deep foundations, concrete reinforcement, and extensive soil stabilization techniques when constructing on similar terrain. The inhabitants of Feddersen-Veerde had access only to timber, earth, and local materials. Yet their buildings remained stable despite being erected on soft, waterlogged ground. Archaeological investigations have revealed carefully designed timber frameworks capable of distributing weight across unstable surfaces. Posts were positioned strategically to reduce sinking. Structural loads appear to have been balanced with remarkable effectiveness. These solutions were developed through experience rather than mathematics, yet they demonstrate an intuitive understanding of engineering principles that continues to impress specialists today. The settlement also provides valuable insight into ancient economic networks. Excavations uncovered evidence of livestock breeding on a substantial scale. At its peak, the community likely supported around 300 inhabitants and hundreds of animals. Maintaining such numbers within a fragile coastal environment required careful planning. Grazing land had to be managed efficiently. Freshwater resources needed protection from saltwater intrusion. Food storage systems had to withstand harsh seasonal conditions. The survival of the settlement suggests that its inhabitants solved these problems successfully for generations. What remains uncertain is how they coordinated such complex activities without the administrative systems commonly associated with larger urban centres. Trade may offer part of the answer. Archaeologists have identified imported goods that indicate connections extending beyond the immediate region. Feddersen-Veerde was not an isolated settlement at the edge of the world. It participated in broader economic networks linking communities across northern Europe and, indirectly, the Roman frontier. These contacts likely facilitated the exchange of materials, technologies, and ideas. Yet, despite these connections, many aspects of local knowledge remained unique to the environment of the North Sea marshes. The techniques that allowed the settlement to survive cannot simply be explained as this imported innovations. They appear to have been developed locally through centuries of adaptation. Perhaps the most haunting mystery concerns the settlement's final chapter. After centuries of successful occupation, Feddersen-Veerde was eventually abandoned during the 5th century. The reasons remain uncertain, environmental pressures may have increased. Rising sea levels could have made maintenance of the mound increasingly difficult. Economic networks may have collapsed as political conditions changed across Europe. Population movements associated with the migration period may have drawn inhabitants elsewhere. Each explanation has supporting evidence, yet none fully accounts for the disappearance of a community that had overcome so many challenges in the past. This unresolved ending gives the site a strangely modern relevance. Feddersenweerde was built by people confronting environmental instability, rising waters, and uncertain futures. They responded not with monumental architecture or military power, but with knowledge, adaptation, and engineering solutions tailored to their landscape. For centuries their approach worked. They transformed a vulnerable stretch of marshland into a thriving settlement capable of supporting hundreds of people. The real mystery is not whether they possessed advanced technology. It is whether they understood their environment so well that their achievements only appear simple from a modern perspective. Long before modern climate science, before flood control systems, and before coastal engineering became professional disciplines, the people of Feddersenweerde created an artificial island of stability in one of Europe's most challenging environments. Nearly 2,000 years later, archaeologists are still trying to understand exactly how they did it. Castri is perched on a rugged headland on the island of Syros in the Aegean Sea, a place that at first appears insignificant among the countless rocky islands scattered between mainland Greece and Anatolia. Yet more than 4,500 years ago, long before the rise of classical Greece, before the pyramids reached their final form in Egypt, and before many of Europe's first fortified settlements even existed, a small community chose this exposed hilltop for a project that still raises difficult questions today. Archaeologists classify Castri as an early Bronze Age settlement dating roughly between 2700 and 2300 BCE, but that simple description hides a deeper mystery. Why would a relatively small island population invest enormous amounts of labour into constructing one of the earliest known fortified communities in the Aegean world? What danger forced them to transform a remote hill overlooking the sea into a defensive stronghold? And perhaps most intriguingly, how did a society living at the edge of the prehistoric world acquire architectural ideas and engineering concepts that appear surprisingly advanced for their time? The story of Castri began when archaeologists investigating the island's prehistoric remains discovered the ruins of a settlement unlike most other Cycladic communities. Instead of scattered houses spread across open terrain, they found evidence of a densely organised settlement enclosed by a defensive wall. The wall itself was unusual. Rather than following a simple perimeter, it incorporated projecting semicircular bastions, structures designed to provide defenders with wider fields of view and greater control over approaching enemies. Such features are common in later military architecture, but finding them in a settlement over 4,000 years old immediately attracted attention. The people of Castri were not merely building homes, they were building defences. The greatest mystery surrounding Castri is not the wall itself, but the reason it existed. Archaeological evidence suggests that the settlement housed only a few hundred inhabitants. By ancient standards, it was a small community, yet its builders devoted significant resources to fortifications that seemed disproportionate to its size. Constructing defensive walls on a steep rocky hill required quarrying stone, transporting materials, organising labour, and maintaining a level of social coordination rarely associated with small island populations of the early Bronze Age. Such an investment suggests fear, but fear of what? No written records survive. No chronicles describe invading armies. No inscriptions identify enemies. The fortifications imply a serious threat, yet the nature of that threat remains unknown. Some researchers propose increasing competition between island communities. Others suggest maritime raiders operating throughout the Aegean. Neither explanation fully answers why Castri appears more heavily defended than many contemporary settlements. The defensive system becomes even more remarkable when examined closely. The bastions built into the wall were not random additions. Their placement suggests an understanding of visibility, blind spots, and defensive coverage. Anyone approaching the settlement would have remained under observation from multiple angles. This indicates planning rather than improvisation. The builders understood how to maximize the effectiveness of limited resources. Such knowledge raises another question. Was this engineering tradition developed locally, or did it arrive from elsewhere? Many archaeologists believe the answer may lie across the sea in western Anatolia. During the period when Castri flourished, settlements along the Anatolian coast displayed architectural features that bear striking similarities to those found on Syros. Certain fortification styles, pottery traditions, and metalworking practices appear connected. This has led to the theory that Castri was part of a broader network of cultural and technological exchange, stretching across the Aegean. If true, the implications are extraordinary. More than 4,000 years ago, communities separated by hundreds of kilometers of open water may have shared ideas, techniques, and specialized knowledge through maritime routes that remain only partially understood. The sea that appears as a barrier on modern maps may have functioned as a highway connecting distant societies. Evidence for these connections appears in the artifacts discovered at Castri. Archaeologists have recovered pottery styles associated with Anatolian traditions, along with metal objects suggesting access to wider trade networks. This is particularly important because the Bronze Age depended upon materials that were rarely found together in the same location. Copper and tin often originated from different regions, requiring complex systems of exchange before bronze could be produced. The presence of metal objects at Castri indicates participation in these networks despite the settlement's relatively modest size. The inhabitants were not isolated islanders. They were connected to economic systems extending far beyond the horizon visible from their walls. This leads directly to one of the most fascinating mysteries surrounding the settlement. How did prehistoric sailors navigate such distances? The people who built Castri possessed no magnetic compasses, no accurate charts, and no modern navigational instruments. Yet archaeological evidence throughout the Aegean demonstrates sustained contact between islands and distant coastal regions. Raw materials, pottery styles, and technological innovations moved across the sea with surprising efficiency. Ancient mariners apparently mastered routes that linked dozens of islands into a functioning network long before written navigation manuals existed. The precise methods they used remain uncertain. Some scholars believe they relied on stars, coastal landmarks, seasonal winds, and inherited knowledge passed down through generations. Even so, the consistency of these connections suggests a degree of maritime sophistication that continues to impress researchers. Within the settlement itself, another mystery emerges from its layout. The houses of Castri were built closely together, sharing walls and forming compact clusters. Narrow passageways wound through the community, creating a dense urban environment within the protective perimeter. Every available space appears to have been used efficiently. This arrangement was not merely practical, it also enhanced defense. A compact settlement required fewer resources to protect while maximizing the number of inhabitants who could shelter behind the walls. Such planning demonstrates an understanding of spatial organization rarely associated with prehistoric villages. Castri appears less like a primitive settlement and more like an intentionally designed stronghold. The settlement's elevated position contributes another layer to the mystery. From the hilltop, inhabitants could monitor large portions of the surrounding sea. Ships approaching the island would have been visible long before reaching shore. Some researchers suggest that Castri's location was chosen not only for defense but also for surveillance. Control of maritime routes may have been one of the settlement's primary functions. If so, Castri may represent an early example of a community built around monitoring and protecting trade. This interpretation transforms the site from a simple village into a strategic centre within a wider regional network. Recent archaeological investigations have complicated the picture even further. New analyses suggest the possibility that the settlement's internal organisation was more complex than previously believed. Evidence hints at additional defensive structures or internal divisions that may have separated different social groups. If confirmed, such features could indicate social hierarchies, administrative functions, or specialized areas within the community. Instead of a homogeneous village, Castri may have contained distinct zones reflecting political or economic organization. Yet the available evidence remains incomplete, leaving many questions unresolved. A wall more than 100 meters long was built by people who apparently had no need for walls. That contradiction sits at the heart of one of the strangest archaeological mysteries in Europe. 5,000 years ago, on a narrow strip of land between two lochs in what is now Orkney, Scotland, Neolithic builders invested an extraordinary amount of labour into constructing a massive stone barrier now known as the Great Wall of Brodgar. The problem is that nobody can explain why. It was not protecting a city, it was not defending farmland, it was not blocking an invasion route. Unlike the great defensive walls that would appear throughout history, this structure seems to have served no obvious practical purpose at all. Yet its builders devoted resources, manpower, engineering skill, and generations of effort to create it. Today, after decades of excavation, archaeologists understand far more about how the wall was built than why it existed. And that unanswered question has transformed the Great Wall of Brodgar into one of the most fascinating technological and architectural mysteries of the ancient world. The wall stands within the remarkable ceremonial complex of Ness of Brodgar, positioned between the famous Ring of Brodgar and the stones of Stenness. Excavations beginning in the early 21st century revealed that this was not a simple settlement, but a vast monumental landscape filled with large stone buildings, paved courtyards, ceremonial spaces, and evidence of organised construction on a scale few researchers expected to find in Neolithic Britain. As more of the site emerged from beneath the soil, archaeologists uncovered an enormous wall running across the southern boundary of the complex. In places it measured several meters thick, making it one of the largest stone constructions known from the British Neolithic. The discovery immediately created a problem. Walls of this size normally exist for a reason. The Great Wall of Brodgar seemed to have none. From an engineering perspective, the structure should not exist. The people who built it possessed no metal tools, no wheeled vehicles, no beasts of burden capable of hauling heavy stone, and no written system for managing large construction projects. Yet they somehow organised the quarrying, transportation, shaping and placement of thousands of stone slabs. The wall was constructed primarily from local sandstone, a material that naturally fractures into relatively flat layers. Even so, transforming raw stone into a stable monument required careful planning. The stones had to be selected, positioned, and balanced in a way that distributed weight evenly across the structure. Thousands of years later, surviving sections still demonstrate remarkable stability despite enduring some of the harshest weather conditions in Northern Europe. The transportation challenge alone remains difficult to visualize. Modern construction equipment can move multi-ton blocks with relative ease. Neolithic builders had only human labor. Every stone incorporated into the wall had to be extracted from the landscape and transported to the construction site using methods that remain largely speculative. Experimental archaeologists have shown that ropes, wooden sledges, rollers, and coordinated teams can move surprisingly heavy loads. Yet when those techniques are applied to the scale of the Great Wall of Brodgar, the project becomes astonishing. Researchers estimate that constructing the wall would have required the movement of enormous quantities of stone over an extended period. For a society with a relatively small population, the effort represents a commitment that appears almost irrational. This raises one of the most important mysteries surrounding the site. Where did the workforce come from? Archaeological evidence suggests that Neolithic Orkney was prosperous by the standards of its time, but it was hardly a densely populated region. The islands could not have supported massive urban populations comparable to later civilizations. Nevertheless, the scale of construction visible at Ness of Brodgar implies access to labour resources far beyond what a single local community should have been able to provide. Some researchers believe the site functioned as a ceremonial centre, attracting people from across the Orkney archipelago and perhaps from distant regions of Britain. Seasonal gatherings may have brought together hundreds or even thousands of individuals who participated in rituals while contributing labour to ongoing construction projects. If this interpretation is correct, the Great Wall of Brodgar may represent evidence of one of the earliest large-scale cooperative building efforts in European history. Yet the labour mystery is overshadowed by a more fundamental question. Why build the wall in the first place? Archaeologists have searched for signs that it served a defensive role, but the evidence is unconvincing. The structure does not enclose the settlement in a way that would effectively repel attackers. It lacks the characteristics typically associated with fortifications. There are no indications of military architecture, defensive gateways, or strategic positioning designed to maximize protection. Instead, the wall appears to divide rather than defend. It separates the monumental complex from the surrounding landscape, creating a distinct boundary between two different worlds. Many scholars now believe that the wall functioned as a symbolic barrier. The idea sounds simple until its implications are considered. If the wall was intended primarily to define sacred space, its builders invested an astonishing amount of effort into creating an architectural statement. The structure effectively announced that the land beyond it was different from ordinary territory. Crossing the boundary may have represented a transition from the everyday world into a place reserved for ceremonies, gatherings, and activities of profound social importance. In that sense, the wall may have been less about keeping people out and more about changing how they thought. This possibility becomes even more intriguing when the wall is examined within its broader landscape. Ness of Brodgar occupies a strategic position between two of the most important ceremonial monuments in prehistoric Britain. Anyone approaching the complex would have encountered carefully arranged architecture, controlled movement routes, and sight lines that appear deliberately planned. Some archaeologists argue that the Great Wall of Brodgar was part of a sophisticated effort to manipulate perception. By blocking certain views and revealing others, the wall may have created a carefully choreographed experience for visitors entering the ceremonial centre. Similar techniques appear in much later monumental architecture, from Egyptian temples to medieval cathedrals. The possibility that Neolithic builders were already experimenting with architectural psychology 5,000 years ago remains one of the most remarkable aspects of the site. The mystery deepens further when the surrounding buildings are considered. Excavations have revealed structures of extraordinary complexity, some featuring walls several meters thick, finely crafted stonework, internal fittings, and evidence of repeated rebuilding. Rather than appearing as isolated constructions, the buildings seem connected through an overall plan. Their positions, orientations, and relationships suggest that the entire complex may have been designed according to a unified vision. If that is true, the Great Wall of Brodgar was not an independent monument, but part of a much larger architectural project extending across the landscape. Such planning would imply a level of social coordination rarely associated with Neolithic societies. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of the mystery concerns what happened at the end. Around 2300 BCE, activity at Ness of Brodgar came to an abrupt conclusion. The monumental complex that had dominated the region for centuries ceased to function. Archaeologists found evidence that some structures were deliberately dismantled. Walls were pulled down, buildings were filled with rubble. Certain areas contained deposits suggesting ceremonial closure rather than destruction by warfare or natural disaster. The evidence creates a strange impression. It appears that the people who built the complex intentionally ended its existence. No single explanation fully accounts for this decision. Climate change, shifting belief systems, population movements, and social transformations have all been proposed. Yet none completely explains why one of the most ambitious construction projects of Neolithic Britain was abandoned and systematically closed. Whatever knowledge motivated the construction of the Great Wall of Brodgar seems to have disappeared along with the society that created it. More than 5 millennia after the first stones were laid, the wall continues to challenge conventional ideas about prehistoric engineering and social organization. Its builders left no written records, no inscriptions, and no direct explanation of their intentions. What survives is a structure that appears too large for symbolism, too impractical for defense, and too carefully planned to be accidental. The Great Wall of Brodgar remains trapped between categories, neither fortress nor temple, neither settlement boundary nor simple monument. It is a reminder that some of humanity's most impressive achievements were created for reasons that have vanished from history. And among all the mysteries preserved within the stones of Ness of Brodgar, the greatest question remains the simplest one of all. Why did an entire society decide that this wall had to be built? When explorers began documenting the ruins of Chakmultun in the 19th century, they believed they had found another abandoned Maya city hidden among the forests of the Yucatan Peninsula. The buildings were impressive, the architecture was unmistakably Maya, and the surrounding landscape seemed similar to many other archaeological sites scattered across the region. But as researchers spent more time studying the city, a far more interesting question emerged. Chakmultun should not have existed where it did. Unlike many ancient urban centres that grew beside rivers, lakes, or dependable water sources, this city occupied a series of elevated limestone ridges in one of the driest parts of the Maya world. There were no major rivers flowing through the landscape. There were no permanent lakes capable of sustaining a large population. Yet archaeological evidence suggests that thousands of people once lived here. Monumental palaces rose above the hills. Ceremonial complexes dominated the skyline. elaborate architectural programs required generations of skilled labor. The mystery was not how the city disappeared. The mystery was how such a city could have survived in the first place. The problem becomes obvious when the environment is examined. Water controlled the success of nearly every ancient civilization. Egypt depended on the Nile. Mesopotamian cities relied upon the Tigris and Euphrates. Even many Maya centers developed near reliable water supplies. Chakmultan followed a completely different path. The limestone bedrock beneath the region is highly porous. Rainwater quickly disappears underground. During dry seasons, surface water becomes extremely limited. Modern communities would struggle under such conditions without wells, pumps, and modern infrastructure. Yet more than 1,000 years ago, the inhabitants of Chakmultan somehow transformed this difficult environment into a thriving urban centre. Archaeologists eventually discovered that the city itself functioned as an enormous water collection system. Rainwater was too valuable to waste. Every rooftop, plaza, courtyard, and paved surface became part of a carefully engineered network designed to capture seasonal rainfall. Water was directed into reservoirs and underground storage chambers known as chultuns. These features were not simple pits dug into the ground. Many were carefully shaped and lined to reduce water loss while maximizing storage capacity. The system demonstrates an extraordinary understanding of hydrology, but it has not solved the mystery completely. Population estimates for Chakmultan continue to create problems. Some calculations suggest that the known reservoirs may not have held enough water to support the number of people believed to have occupied the city during its peak. Either hidden storage systems remain undiscovered, or the true population was very different from current estimates. More than a century after serious archaeological investigations began, researchers still debate how the city balanced water supply and population demands. If water explains survival, it does not explain ambition. Solving the water problem would have allowed a settlement to exist. It does not explain why the inhabitants invested enormous resources into creating one of the most visually striking cities of the Puruk region. Chakmultan is famous for its unusual geological setting. The limestone ridges surrounding the city contain iron-rich minerals that produce distinctive reddish tones. Ancient builders appear to have deliberately incorporated these dramatic natural formations into the urban design. Against these red cliffs rose buildings covered with bright white stucco. Under the intense sunlight of the Yucatan, the contrast would have been extraordinary. Travelers approaching the city may have seen white temples and palaces glowing against deep red stone formations. The effect must have transformed Chakmultan into one of the most recognizable landmarks in the region. Creating that appearance required technology that is often overlooked. Stucco was not simply painted onto walls. It began as limestone that had to be heated to extremely high temperatures before being converted into lime plaster. Experimental archaeology suggests temperatures approaching 900 degrees Celsius were necessary to produce high-quality lime. Generating such heat demanded enormous quantities of fuel. Every palace, every temple, every courtyard covered in white plaster represented a substantial industrial effort. Across the city, the cumulative amount of stucco suggests production on a scale that remains difficult to reconstruct. Researchers continue to debate how local communities supplied enough fuel to maintain construction projects without exhausting nearby resources. The white surfaces that made Chakmultan visually spectacular may also represent one of the largest hidden engineering achievements of the city. The structures themselves reveal another layer of sophistication. Chakmultan contains some of the finest examples of Puruk architecture, a style renowned for geometric precision and decorative complexity. At first glance, visitors are often drawn to the intricate stone mosaics decorating the upper facades. Hundreds of carefully shaped blocks form repeating patterns that appear almost mathematical in their accuracy. Massive masks associated with the rain god Chak project outward from walls in elaborate compositions requiring exceptional craftsmanship. Yet behind these decorations lies a more important mystery. Many of the city's buildings were covered by corbel vaults, one of the most demanding architectural features developed by the Maya. Unlike Roman arches, which distribute weight through curved geometry, corbel vaults rely on successive layers of stone projecting inward from opposite walls until they meet near the top. The technique creates enormous structural challenges. Every stone affects the stability of the entire vault. Small errors accumulate. Weight must be distributed with remarkable precision. Modern engineers understand the mechanics involved, yet the consistency achieved throughout the Puk region continues to impress specialists. At Chakmultan, numerous vaults survived centuries of storms, tropical humidity, vegetation growth, and natural settlement. Their durability suggests that Maya builders possessed a practical understanding of structural behavior that exceeded what many people assume ancient societies could achieve. Perhaps the most overlooked mystery is why the city was built on these ridges at all. Constructing monumental architecture across uneven terrain dramatically increases complexity. Foundations become more difficult. Transportation of materials requires additional labor. Urban planning becomes significantly more challenging. From a purely practical perspective, flatter locations existed elsewhere. Yet the inhabitants of Chakmultan deliberately embraced the landscape. Rather than leveling the hills, they integrated them into the city's design. Buildings seem to emerge naturally from the ridges beneath them. Plazas adapt to the contours of the terrain. Architecture and geology become inseparable. Some researchers believe elevated locations may have carried religious significance connected to sacred landscapes. Others argue the ridges provided visibility, prestige, or defensive advantages. No explanation has achieved universal acceptance. The decision remains one of the most intriguing aspects of the site. The final mystery arrived centuries later. During the 9th and 10th centuries, many Maya cities experienced profound transformations. Political systems weakened, trade networks shifted, populations moved, construction projects slowed. Chakmultan followed the same pattern. New monuments became less common, public building programs declined. Eventually the city was abandoned. Yet unlike sites destroyed by conquest or catastrophe, Chakmultan left behind no obvious explanation for its decline. Archaeologists have proposed prolonged droughts, environmental stress, political fragmentation, economic disruption, and regional instability. Each theory may explain part of the story, but none fully explains why a society capable of solving such extraordinary engineering challenges ultimately failed to preserve the city it had created. 3200 BC. While the first dynasties of Egypt had only recently begun consolidating power along the Nile, and more than 6 centuries before the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, a community on the Mediterranean island of Sardinia was already carving entire houses for the dead directly into stone. They left no written language, no surviving names of kings, no chronicles of battles, and no monuments proclaiming their achievements. Yet scattered across a quiet plateau near the modern municipality of Goni in southern Sardinia stands one of the most enigmatic prehistoric landscapes in Europe, Pranu Mutadu Necropolis. Covering roughly 35 hectares and containing dozens of rock-cut tombs, Alongside one of the largest concentrations of standing stones on the island, the site offers a rare glimpse into a society that vanished more than 5,000 years ago, while leaving behind questions that archaeologists are still trying to answer. Pranumutadu emerged during the late Neolithic, primarily associated with the Ozieri culture, a prehistoric civilization that flourished in Sardinia between approximately 3,200 and 2,800 BC. The people of this culture were skilled farmers, herders, and craftsmen known for producing finely decorated ceramics that have been discovered across the island. Unlike many ancient societies that are known through temples, palaces, or fortifications, the Ozieri people are often understood through their treatment of the dead. Nowhere is this more evident than at Pranumutadu. Archaeological investigations conducted throughout the 20th century revealed a vast funerary complex containing more than 60 rock-cut tombs, known locally as Domus de Janas, a Sardinian term meaning houses of the fairies. The name comes from medieval folklore, but the structures themselves are far older, dating back thousands of years before the first fairy tales were ever told. What makes these tombs remarkable is that they were not designed as simple burial chambers. Instead, many were carefully carved to resemble the interiors of houses used by the living. Some contain multiple rooms connected by passageways. Others feature carved door frames, niches, benches, and architectural details that imitate domestic spaces. Archaeologists interpret this design as evidence that the dead were believed to continue existing in another realm after death. Rather than creating a separate environment for burial, the builders reproduced familiar living spaces underground. The dead were not merely buried, they were symbolically given another home. This concept appears repeatedly throughout Neolithic Sardinia, but the scale of Pranumutadu makes it one of the clearest examples ever discovered. Excavations have uncovered human remains, pottery vessels, stone tools, and ritual objects within several of the tombs. These findings suggest that burials were often accompanied by offerings intended for use in the afterlife. Such practices fit within a broader pattern observed across Neolithic Europe, where communities increasingly invested significant labour into funerary monuments. Yet Pranumutadu stands apart because the necropolis was not simply a cemetery. The surrounding landscape appears to have been transformed into a ceremonial environment shaped by symbolism, memory, and ritual activity extending far beyond individual burials. The most striking features visible today are the menhirs, large upright stones deliberately erected around the necropolis. More than 20 standing stones have been documented at the site, although some researchers believe additional examples once existed before erosion, agriculture, and later human activity altered the landscape. Several of these monoliths rise more than 4 meters above the ground. Their presence immediately raises a question that has no definitive answer. Why did a relatively small prehistoric farming community invest enormous effort into quarrying, transporting, and erecting such massive stones? The transportation alone would have required planning, cooperation, and technical knowledge. Without metal tools, wheeled vehicles, or draft animals capable of heavy hauling on the scale known from later civilizations, moving multi-ton stones would have demanded coordinated labour from large groups of people. Archaeologists generally agree that the stones held ceremonial significance, but precisely what that significance was remains uncertain. Some scholars interpret them as territorial markers connected to sacred landscapes. Others suggest they represented ancestors, clan identities, or supernatural beings. A third hypothesis proposes astronomical functions, arguing that certain alignments may have been associated with solar observations or seasonal cycles important for agricultural communities. None of these interpretations has been conclusively proven, and the absence of written records leaves researchers dependent on archaeological evidence alone. One particularly intriguing aspect of Pranu Mutadu is the relationship between the tombs and the standing stones. At several locations, menhirs appear closely connected to burial structures, creating deliberate visual associations between the dead and the towering monoliths. This pattern has encouraged theories that the stones may have served as symbolic guardians, memorial markers, or ritual focal points where ceremonies honouring ancestors took place. Similar relationships between megaliths and funerary monuments are known elsewhere in Atlantic and Mediterranean Europe, but Pranu Mutadu presents one of the most extensive examples in Sardinia. The mysteries deepen inside some of the tombs. Across Sardinian rock-cut necropolises, archaeologists have documented carvings interpreted as stylized bull horns, often called the bull's horn motif. Variations of this symbol appear in several prehistoric burial contexts and are widely believed to have carried religious significance. Cattle occupied an important economic and symbolic role in many early agricultural societies. Strength, fertility, renewal, and continuity were frequently associated with bovine imagery throughout the ancient Mediterranean. Yet, despite decades of research, no one can say with certainty what the symbol meant to the people who carved it. Without texts explaining their beliefs, archaeologists must reconstruct ancient religion from fragments of material evidence. The horn motif may have represented a deity, a cosmological concept, ancestral power, or something entirely different that has been lost to history. The broader setting of Pranu Mutadu also contributes to its mystery. The site occupies a landscape that appears intentionally selected rather than randomly chosen. The plateau provides visibility across the surrounding countryside while maintaining a degree of separation from ordinary habitation areas. Such positioning suggests that the necropolis functioned as a special zone, distinct from daily life. Modern archaeological approaches increasingly emphasize the importance of landscape archaeology, studying how ancient peoples organized space to create meaning. Viewed through this lens, Pranu Mutadu was not merely a collection of tombs, but a carefully constructed sacred landscape where movement, visibility, memory, and ritual were interconnected. Scientific investigations over the past several decades have provided valuable information while simultaneously highlighting how much remains unknown. Excavations and surveys conducted by Sardinian archaeologists have refined the chronology of the site, confirming its primary use during the late Neolithic and early Copper Age. Comparative studies linking Pranu Mutadu to other Ozieri culture settlements have helped place the necropolis within a broader cultural network extending across Sardinia. Yet fundamental questions persist. What social structure organized the labor necessary to build such a complex? Were the tombs reserved for elites, family groups, or entire communities? Did the standing stones commemorate specific individuals, or were they expressions of collective identity? How were ceremonies conducted, and what beliefs guided those rituals? The mystery begins with a question that archaeologists still cannot answer with certainty. Why would an entire community choose to build its homes on a narrow rocky peninsula exposed to the full force of the Atlantic Ocean when safer and more fertile land existed only a short distance away? For centuries, the waves of northwestern Spain have crashed against the stone walls of Castro de Barona, one of the most remarkable Iron Age settlements in Europe. Perched on a rugged headland in what is now the municipality of Porto do Son in Galicia, this ancient fortified village seems to challenge common sense. It offered little farmland, limited freshwater, and constant exposure to violent storms, yet generations of people lived there, defended it, and invested enormous effort in its construction. More than 2,000 years later, the reasons behind that decision remain one of the site's greatest mysteries. Castro de Barona is located on the Atlantic coast of Galicia, a region famous for its dramatic shorelines, Celtic heritage, and hundreds of ancient hill forts known as castros. Archaeological evidence indicates that the settlement was occupied between approximately the 1st century BC and the 1st century AD, a period that coincided with the final centuries of indigenous Iron Age culture in northwestern Iberia and the gradual expansion of Roman influence into the region. The site was first documented by scholars in the 19th century, but systematic archaeological investigations began during the 20th century. Major excavations were carried out between 1933 and 1934 under the supervision of Sebastián González García Paz, and later by other Spanish archaeologists who revealed the layout of the settlement and many of its surviving structures. What makes Castro de Barona immediately unusual is its location. Unlike many Iron Age settlements that occupy defensible hills overlooking valleys and agricultural land, Castro de Barona sits on a rocky peninsula, connected to the mainland by a narrow strip of land. Anyone approaching the settlement had to pass through a heavily fortified entrance protected by multiple defensive walls. Beyond those walls stood a compact community of circular and oval stone houses clustered together within a relatively small area. Today, around 20 stone structures remain visible, creating one of the best preserved examples of an Atlantic Iron Age village in Spain. The first mystery concerns the settlement's strategic logic. At first glance, the site appears ideal for defense. The surrounding ocean forms a natural barrier on 3 sides, while the narrow approach from land could be controlled by a relatively small number of defenders. Archaeologists have identified 2 successive defensive walls guarding the entrance, as well as ditches and other fortification features. Yet this explanation alone does not fully solve the puzzle. Many nearby locations offered strong defensive advantages while also providing access to better farmland and freshwater sources. The people of Castro de Barona deliberately chose one of the most exposed locations imaginable. The decision suggests that defense was only part of the story. Another possibility is that the settlement was closely connected to maritime activity. Excavations have uncovered evidence indicating that fishing and the exploitation of marine resources played a significant role in daily life. The surrounding Atlantic waters were rich in fish, shellfish, and other resources. Animal remains recovered from the site include species associated with both terrestrial and marine environments. Some researchers believe the inhabitants may have participated in coastal trade networks that linked communities across the Atlantic facade of Europe. If so, the ocean may not have been viewed as a dangerous boundary, but rather as a vital highway connecting distant settlements. However, no definitive evidence has emerged to reveal the true scale of this maritime activity, leaving the question open. The architecture of Castro de Barona provides additional clues while simultaneously raising further questions. The circular houses are characteristic of Iron Age communities in Galicia and northern Portugal. Constructed from local stone without mortar, these buildings demonstrate considerable engineering skill. Their walls were designed to withstand powerful Atlantic winds, and many have survived for more than 2 millennia, despite constant exposure to harsh weather. Yet the exact social organization of the settlement remains uncertain. Archaeologists can identify homes, defensive structures and pathways, but they cannot determine with confidence how power was distributed within the community. Was there a local chief who ruled the settlement? Did a council of elders make decisions? Was the community part of a larger political network extending across Galicia? The absence of written records means these questions remain unanswered. The lack of writing represents another layer of mystery. The people who built Castro de Barona left behind stone walls, pottery fragments, tools and traces of daily life, but they did not leave written histories explaining who they were or why they chose this location. Unlike the Romans, who documented their activities extensively, the indigenous communities of Iron Age Galicia relied primarily on oral traditions. As a result, modern researchers must reconstruct entire societies from archaeological remains alone. Every interpretation is therefore incomplete, shaped by evidence that survived largely by chance. One of the most intriguing debates surrounding the site concerns its relationship with Rome. During the late 1st century BC, Roman power expanded throughout the Iberian Peninsula. Historical sources describe military campaigns in northwestern Spain, including the Cantabrian Wars fought between 29 and 19 BC under the reign of Emperor Augustus. These campaigns ultimately brought the region under Roman control. Castro de Barona was occupied during this transformative period, yet archaeologists have found only limited evidence of Romanization compared with some other settlements. Roman objects have been discovered at the site suggesting contact with the empire, but the settlement retained many indigenous characteristics. This raises an important question. Did the inhabitants willingly adopt aspects of Roman culture while preserving their traditions, or did they resist outside influence until the community eventually declined? The archaeological record does not provide a clear answer. The question of abandonment is equally mysterious. Most evidence suggests that Castro de Barona ceased to be occupied sometime during the 1st century AD. However, the reasons for its decline remain uncertain. Environmental changes may have affected local resources. Economic shifts associated with Roman administration could have redirected trade and settlement patterns. The population may have moved to locations offering greater opportunities within the emerging Roman world. Alternatively, a combination of factors may have gradually reduced the settlement's importance until it was finally deserted. No dramatic destruction layer has been identified that would indicate a catastrophic end, making the disappearance of the community all the more enigmatic. The surrounding landscape has also fueled speculation about possible ritual significance. The Atlantic coast of Galicia possesses a long tradition of sacred places associated with the sea. Throughout prehistory, coastal promontories often held symbolic meaning connected to navigation, religion, and cosmology. Some researchers have suggested that the location of Castro de Barona may have carried cultural or spiritual importance beyond its practical functions. While no conclusive evidence proves that the settlement served as a ceremonial centre, its striking position overlooking the ocean would certainly have made a powerful impression on both residents and visitors. Standing among the ruins today, it is easy to understand why such theories persist. Modern archaeological work continues to reveal new information about Iron Age Galicia, but Castro de Barona remains one of the region's most compelling puzzles. The settlement occupies a place between history and mystery, where stone walls preserve evidence of human ingenuity while concealing the motivations of the people who built them. Every surviving house, every section of fortification, and every artifact recovered from the site contributes another fragment to a story that is still incomplete. More than 2,000 years after its inhabitants walked its narrow pathways and looked out across the Atlantic, the fundamental question remains unresolved. Why did they choose this isolated rocky peninsula as their home when countless easier options existed nearby? Until new evidence emerges, Castro de Barana will continue to stand on the edge of the ocean as one of ancient Europe's most fascinating unsolved mysteries. Old Dongola was never supposed to disappear from history. For more than 6 centuries it stood as the political and religious heart of one of Africa's most powerful medieval kingdoms, controlling a strategic stretch of the Nile in what is now northern Sudan. Yet despite ruling a kingdom that successfully resisted repeated invasions and maintained diplomatic relations with neighbouring powers, its name eventually faded from public memory. Today, the ruins of Old Dongola lie on the eastern bank of the Nile, roughly 80 kilometres upstream from modern Dongola, surrounded by desert and silence. What archaeologists have uncovered there over the last century reveals a story that is far stranger than the ruins themselves. It is the story of a forgotten African capital, a Christian kingdom that survived where many expected it to fall, and a city whose buried walls continue to challenge assumptions about the history of medieval Africa. The rise of Old Dongola is closely tied to the Kingdom of Makuria, one of the 3 major Nubian kingdoms that emerged after the collapse of the ancient kingdom of Kush. By the 6th century AD, Christianity had spread throughout much of Nubia through missionary efforts connected to the Byzantine Empire. Makuria adopted Christianity and eventually established Old Dongola as its capital. The city occupied a highly advantageous position along the Nile, controlling trade routes that connected sub-Saharan Africa, Egypt, and the wider Mediterranean world. Historical sources from the period describe a prosperous kingdom with organized administration, monumental architecture, and a military capable of defending its territory. One of the most remarkable chapters in Old Dongola's history began during the 7th century. In 639 AD, Arab Muslim armies conquered Egypt and rapidly expanded across North Africa and the Middle East. Many contemporary observers likely assumed that Nubia would soon suffer the same fate. Instead, Makuria proved to be an unexpectedly formidable opponent. Arab forces launched campaigns into Nubian territory during the 640s, but historical accounts describe fierce resistance. Medieval Arab chroniclers wrote about Nubian archers whose accuracy was so feared that they earned a reputation for striking enemies directly in the eyes. After a series of inconclusive conflicts, a treaty known as the Bact was established around 652 AD between Makuria and Muslim Egypt. The agreement created a long-lasting diplomatic arrangement that allowed the Christian kingdom to remain independent while maintaining trade relations with its powerful northern neighbour. Few states confronting the early Islamic expansion achieved a similar outcome. For centuries afterward, Old Dongola flourished. Archaeological excavations have revealed a city filled with churches, monasteries, administrative complexes, residential districts, and defensive structures. Massive mud brick walls protected the urban centre, while religious buildings demonstrated a level of artistic sophistication that surprised many early researchers. The city became not only a political capital but also one of the most important Christian centres in medieval Africa. Travellers and visitors described impressive architecture that reflected both local traditions and influences from the Mediterranean world. The image of medieval Africa presented by Old Dongola differs sharply from outdated stereotypes that once portrayed the region as isolated from broader historical developments. Among the most important discoveries made at the site are the extraordinary wall paintings uncovered within churches and religious buildings. Many survived because of the region's arid climate and centuries of burial beneath collapsed structures. These paintings depict kings, bishops, saints, angels, and scenes from Christian tradition rendered in vivid colours. Some murals are so well preserved that facial expressions, garments, and decorative details remain visible after hundreds of years underground. The artistic style combines Byzantine influences with distinctly Nubian characteristics, creating imagery unlike anything found elsewhere in the Christian world. For archaeologists, these paintings provide direct evidence of a sophisticated religious culture that once thrived along the Nile. The discoveries became even more intriguing during recent excavations led by Polish archaeologists from the Polish Center of Mediterranean Archaeology at the University of Warsaw. Polish teams have worked at Old Dongola since the 1960s, gradually uncovering large sections of the ancient city. In 2021 and 2022, researchers announced findings from a massive church complex that may have served as the seat of one of the highest-ranking religious authorities in Nubia. Excavations revealed monumental architecture, inscriptions, and richly decorated interiors, suggesting that Old Dongola was not merely a regional capital, but one of the most influential religious centers in medieval Africa. These findings significantly altered scholarly understanding of the city's importance. One discovery in particular attracted international attention. Archaeologists uncovered a previously unknown mural depicting a Nubian king protected by Christ and accompanied by religious figures. The artwork provided rare insight into how rulers of Makuria presented their authority. Rather than separating political and religious power, the image portrayed kingship as directly connected to divine protection. Such depictions help explain how Makuria maintained internal cohesion for centuries despite existing between powerful neighbours and facing recurring political pressures. Yet the greatest mystery surrounding Old Dongola is not how it rose, but how it declined. Historical records become increasingly fragmented after the 13th century. Several factors appear to have contributed to the weakening of Makuria. Political instability, succession disputes, economic changes, and external pressures all played roles. The Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt intervened repeatedly in Nubian affairs during the late medieval period. Trade routes shifted, regional power balances changed. Environmental conditions may also have affected agricultural productivity along parts of the Nile Valley. Instead of collapsing in a single dramatic event, the kingdom appears to have experienced a prolonged period of decline stretching across generations. By the 14th century, Old Dongola had begun transforming. Evidence suggests that Islamic influence became increasingly prominent within the region. Some churches were abandoned, repurposed, or replaced by new structures reflecting changing religious realities. One of the most famous examples is the so-called Throne Hall, an imposing royal building constructed during the 9th century. Archaeological evidence indicates that the structure later functioned as a mosque after the decline of the Christian kingdom. Few buildings in Africa illustrate such a dramatic sequence of political and religious transformations. Within a single structure, researchers can trace the story of an entire civilization shifting across centuries. Despite its importance, Old Dongola remained largely forgotten outside specialist circles for generations. European attention focused heavily on ancient Egypt, while the history of medieval Nubia received comparatively little study. As a result, one of Africa's most fascinating kingdoms remained absent from many popular histories. Only through decades of archaeological work has a clearer picture emerged. Every excavation season adds new pieces to the puzzle, revealing additional neighborhoods, inscriptions, artworks, and architectural remains hidden beneath the desert surface. What makes Old Dongola especially compelling is that it challenges several assumptions simultaneously. It demonstrates that powerful Christian kingdoms existed deep within Africa long after the fall of the Western Roman Empire. It shows that African states participated in international diplomacy, trade, and cultural exchange on a scale often overlooked in mainstream narratives. It reveals artistic traditions of remarkable quality and originality. Most importantly, it reminds us that historical memory can be selective. Entire capitals, kingdoms, and civilizations can fade from global awareness, even when they once shaped the destinies of thousands of people. The mystery of Dinogetier begins with a question that has puzzled historians for generations. Why would a fortress repeatedly destroyed by invasions, abandoned after catastrophic wars, and exposed to the harsh frontier conditions of the lower Danube, continue to be rebuilt for more than 1,000 years? Few ancient settlements in Europe demonstrate such extraordinary resilience. Standing near the modern village of Garvan in Tulcea County, Romania, close to the banks of the Danube River before it reaches the Black Sea, Dinogetier appears at first glance to be just another ruined frontier fortification. Yet beneath its stone walls lies a remarkably complex story involving the Dacians, the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, migrating peoples from the Eurasian steppe, and one of the most contested military frontiers in ancient history. Layer after layer of destruction, reconstruction, and occupation have transformed Dinogetier into a historical puzzle, where every excavation uncovers evidence of a civilization attempting to survive at the edge of a changing world. The earliest known occupation of the site dates back to the Dacians, the ancient people who inhabited large parts of modern Romania before the Roman conquest. The first historical reference to Dinogetier appears in the works of the Greek geographer Claudius Ptolemy during the 2nd century AD, who listed it among the settlements of Lower Moesia. However, archaeological evidence suggests that the location had strategic importance long before Roman records documented it. Positioned on a major crossing point along the Danube, the settlement controlled movement between the Balkan provinces and the northern territories beyond the river. Geography alone helps explain why so many powers fought for control of the site. Whoever controlled Dinogetier could monitor trade routes, military movements, and communication networks stretching across southeastern Europe. The Roman conquest of Dacia under Emperor Trajan between AD 101 and 106 transformed the entire region. During the following decades, the Roman military established a stronger presence along the Danube frontier, known as the Limes Moesiae. Dinogetier became part of a vast defensive system designed to protect imperial territory from raids originating north of the river. Archaeological discoveries indicate that a Roman fort was established at the site during the 2nd century AD, probably under Emperor Trajan or one of his immediate successors. Soldiers stationed there were responsible not only for military defense, but also for supervising trade and maintaining order along one of the empire's most sensitive borders. Yet the first major mystery emerges during the 3rd century AD, a period historians call the crisis of the 3rd century. The Roman Empire faced civil wars, economic collapse, and repeated invasions from Gothic tribes. Dinogetier suffered severe destruction during these turbulent decades. Excavations have revealed burned layers, damaged structures, and evidence of violent attacks. The exact sequence of events remains uncertain because written records are incomplete. Archaeologists know the fortress was attacked, but they cannot always determine which invading groups were responsible for each phase of destruction. Goths, Carpi, and other tribal confederations operated in the region, leaving behind a confusing archaeological record that continues to generate debate among specialists. Instead of abandoning the site, the Romans rebuilt it. During the late 3rd and early 4th centuries, under emperors such as Diocletian and Constantine the Great, major efforts were undertaken to strengthen the Danube frontier. Dinurgetia received new fortifications and improved military infrastructure. The reconstructed fortress featured substantial stone walls, towers, and internal buildings designed to support a permanent garrison. This decision raises another intriguing question. Why invest enormous resources in rebuilding a fortress that had already proven vulnerable to invasion? The answer may lie in the strategic value of the location. Roman military planners apparently considered the site too important to lose regardless of the cost. The most visible remains found today largely belong to a later phase associated with the Byzantine Empire. In the 6th century AD, Emperor Justinian I launched one of the largest fortress restoration programs in Roman history. His goal was to reinforce imperial defences throughout the Balkans and along the Danube. The historian Procopius, writing during Justinian's reign, described extensive construction projects intended to secure the empire's northern frontier. Archaeological evidence confirms that Dinurgetia was among the fortresses rebuilt during this period. Massive defensive walls were erected, existing structures were repaired, and the settlement was transformed into a major military centre once again. This Byzantine phase contains some of the site's most fascinating discoveries. Excavations conducted during the 20th century uncovered not only military structures, but also evidence of civilian life. Archaeologists found houses, workshops, storage facilities, coins, ceramics, religious objects, and the remains of an early Christian church. These findings revealed that Dinurgetia was not simply a fortress occupied by soldiers. It was a living community where families worked, worshipped, traded, and attempted to build stable lives despite constant threats from beyond the frontier. The existence of a church is particularly important because it demonstrates the spread of Christianity throughout the region during late antiquity. One of the most remarkable discoveries was a Christian basilica dating to the 6th century. Its presence suggests that the settlement had become an established urban centre rather than merely a military outpost. Yet this discovery introduces another mystery. How large was the population living inside the walls? Archaeologists have recovered enough material culture to confirm substantial habitation, but estimates vary widely. Some scholars argue that several hundred people lived there permanently, while others believe the population may have exceeded 1,000 during periods of stability. Because written census records do not survive, the true size of the community remains unknown. The 6th century also marked the beginning of Dinurgetia's greatest crisis. Throughout the Balkans, the Byzantine Empire faced increasing pressure from Avars and Slavic groups moving southward. Historical sources describe repeated invasions that overwhelmed frontier defences. Archaeological evidence at Dinurgetia mirrors these accounts. Burned buildings, collapsed walls, and abandoned structures indicate that the settlement experienced violent destruction sometime during the late 6th or early 7th century. The exact date remains debated, but many historians associate the devastation with the major invasions that swept across the Danube frontier around AD 602, when Byzantine control in the region effectively collapsed. At this point, many frontier settlements disappeared permanently. Dinogesha, however, presents another puzzle. Evidence suggests that occupation did not entirely cease. Various groups continued to use the area during the early medieval period. Archaeologists have uncovered artifacts linked to Slavic populations and later medieval communities. The fortress itself may have lost its original military function, but the location remained attractive. This continuity reinforces a recurring pattern visible throughout the site's history. Empires rose and fell, armies arrived and departed, but people repeatedly returned to the same stretch of land. Modern archaeological research has played a crucial role in uncovering these stories. Systematic excavations began during the 20th century, particularly under Romanian archaeologists such as Gheorghe Stefan and later researchers associated with the Institute of Archaeology in Bucharest. Their work revealed multiple occupation layers spanning more than a millennium. Each layer represents a different chapter in the site's history, allowing archaeologists to reconstruct cycles of destruction and renewal with remarkable precision. Coins bearing the images of Roman and Byzantine emperors provide chronological anchors, while ceramics, tools, and architectural remains offer insight into everyday life. The discovery began not in the deserts of Egypt, but beneath the rising waters of a massive modern engineering project. During the early 1960s, as Egypt prepared to construct the Aswan High Dam, archaeologists realized that hundreds of ancient sites across Lower Nubia would soon disappear beneath the waters of Lake Nasser. In response, UNESCO launched one of the largest archaeological rescue operations in history, bringing together international teams to excavate as much as possible before the flooding began. Among those teams was an expedition from the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago, led by archaeologists working in the Qustul region of Lower Nubia, near the modern border between Egypt and Sudan. Between 1964 and 1966, while investigating a vast cemetery known as Cemetery L, researchers uncovered a collection of elite tombs belonging to the so-called A-group culture, a Nubian civilization that flourished roughly between 3,800 and 3,100 BC. Most of the discoveries were impressive but expected. Pottery, stone vessels, jewelry and luxury goods that suggested the existence of a wealthy local elite. Then archaeologists recovered a small incense burner carved from stone, an object that would eventually spark one of the most controversial debates in African archaeology. At first glance, the artifact seemed unremarkable. Measuring only a few inches across, the incense burner appeared to be another ceremonial object placed within a high-status burial. Yet when researchers carefully examined the carved imagery decorating its surface, they noticed something astonishing. The scenes displayed a royal procession that appeared strikingly similar to symbols associated with the earliest Egyptian kings. Among the carvings were a figure wearing what looked like the white crown traditionally linked to the rulers of Upper Egypt, a falcon resembling the god Horus, a palace facade motif connected with royal authority, ceremonial boats, and attendants participating in what appeared to be a state ritual. The imagery seemed so familiar that some archaeologists immediately recognized parallels with symbols that would later become central components of pharaonic kingship. The problem was that the incense burner came from Nubia, not Egypt, and its estimated date overlapped with or possibly preceded the formation of Egypt's first unified state. The artifact became widely known as the Qustul incense burner, and its significance grew after detailed analysis by American archaeologist Bruce Williams, who published his findings during the 1980s. Williams argued that the imagery on the burner suggested the existence of a sophisticated Nubian kingdom that may have developed royal traditions before the emergence of Egypt's first dynasty. According to his interpretation, the symbols traditionally associated with the earliest pharaohs may not have originated exclusively within Egypt. Instead, some of the foundations of kingship could have developed in Nubia or within a broader cultural zone stretching along the Nile Valley. This proposal challenged decades of conventional scholarship. For generations, historians had viewed ancient Egypt as the dominant cultural force in northeastern Africa, with neighbouring Nubian societies largely influenced by Egyptian developments. Williams' interpretation appeared to reverse that relationship, suggesting that Nubia may have played a far more active role in shaping the political symbols of the ancient Nile world. The controversy intensified because the timing seemed plausible. During the late 4th millennium BC, Egypt was not yet the unified kingdom familiar from later history. Instead, the Nile Valley was divided into competing regional powers. Archaeological evidence from sites such as Hierakonpolis, Abydos, and Nakada shows that political consolidation was still underway. The traditional narrative holds that King Narmer unified Upper and Lower Egypt around 3100 BC, creating the first Egyptian dynasty. The Kustul incense burner appeared to belong to precisely this transformative era. If the imagery truly represented kingship, then it suggested that organized political authority existed in Nubia at the same time Egypt was developing its earliest state structures. This possibility raised an uncomfortable question for many scholars. What if Egypt and Nubia were developing complex royal systems simultaneously rather than one simply influencing the other? Further discoveries from Cemetery L strengthened the argument that Kustul was no ordinary settlement. The cemetery contained large elite tombs filled with imported luxury goods, finely crafted ceramics, stone vessels, and evidence of long-distance trade. Some burials were substantially richer than others, indicating social hierarchy and concentrated wealth. Archaeologists concluded that the A-group people living in Lower Nubia controlled valuable trade routes linking Central Africa, the Nile Valley, and Egypt. Ivory, gold, exotic animal products, and other prestige goods moved through the region, creating opportunities for political elites to accumulate power. These findings demonstrated that Nubian societies were more sophisticated than many earlier researchers had assumed. The image of Nubia as a peripheral region, dependent entirely upon Egypt, became increasingly difficult to sustain. Despite the excitement surrounding the incense burner, many Egyptologists remained skeptical. One of the main criticisms concerned chronology. Although the artifact dates to the late pre-dynastic period, establishing exact years for sites from this era remains difficult. Critics argued that even if the burner was contemporary with Egypt's earliest rulers, this did not necessarily prove that the symbols originated in Nubia. Cultural exchange along the Nile was extensive, and ideas could move in multiple directions. Some scholars suggested that Nubian elites may have adopted royal imagery from emerging Egyptian kingdoms to enhance their own authority. Others questioned whether the figure on the burner truly wore the white crown or whether modern observers were imposing later Egyptian symbolism onto an earlier and more ambiguous image. Small differences in interpretation could dramatically alter the meaning of the entire artifact. Additional evidence from Egypt complicated the debate. Excavations at Abydos and Hierakonpolis uncovered royal iconography dating to roughly the same period as the Kustul material. Early ceremonial palettes, decorated mace heads, and elite tombs revealed that Egyptian kingship was already taking shape before the first dynasty formally began. Artifacts such as the Nama palette demonstrated that royal symbolism was deeply rooted within pre-dynastic Egyptian society. For many researchers, this evidence suggested that Egyptian kingship emerged primarily from developments inside Egypt itself, rather than being imported from Nubia. Over time, the majority of specialists came to reject the idea that the pharaonic state originated in Qustul. The discovery of Watson Brake did not begin with a dramatic excavation or a famous archaeological expedition. Instead, it started in the early 1980s when aerial surveys and local observations in northeastern Louisiana revealed a series of low earthen ridges and mounds hidden among farmland near the Ouachita River floodplain. For decades, many people had assumed these features were natural formations created by river activity. The landscape appeared ordinary, and nothing about the shallow rises suggested that they might represent one of the most important archaeological sites ever found in North America. Everything changed when archaeologist John L. Gibson of the University of Southwestern Louisiana, now the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, began investigating the area in the late 1980s. Detailed mapping and excavation demonstrated that the mounds were not natural at all. They had been deliberately constructed by human hands thousands of years ago. Radiocarbon dating conducted on charcoal and organic materials recovered from the site produced astonishing results. The dates clustered between roughly 3,500 and 3,000 BC, making Watson Brake approximately 5,400 years old, and placing its construction centuries before Stonehenge reached its most recognizable form, and long before the rise of the great civilizations traditionally associated with monumental architecture in North America. The implications of those dates immediately challenge some of the most deeply held assumptions in archaeology. For much of the 20th century, scholars believed that large-scale monuments could only be built by societies possessing agriculture, permanent settlements, social hierarchies, and centralized leadership. According to this model, people first learned to cultivate crops, agricultural surpluses then supported larger populations, and eventually complex societies emerged with the ability to organize major construction projects. Watson Brake appeared to violate that sequence entirely. Evidence recovered from the site indicated that its builders were not farmers in the conventional sense. They were hunter-gatherers who relied heavily on fishing, collecting wild plants, hunting deer and small animals, and exploiting the rich ecological resources of Louisiana's wetlands. Yet these same people somehow organized the labor necessary to create a massive engineered landscape unlike anything previously known from that period in the Americas. The site itself consists of 11 earthen mounds connected by ridges that form an oval or elongated ring, stretching roughly 280 meters from north to south. Some of the mounds rise several meters above the surrounding terrain, while the connecting ridges create a continuous architectural design that is clearly intentional. Excavations revealed that the builders transported enormous quantities of soil by hand, likely using baskets and simple tools made from wood, bone, and stone. There were no draft animals, wheeled vehicles, or metal implements available to assist the work. Every basket of earth had to be collected, carried, and deposited through human effort alone. Archaeologists estimate that construction occurred over several centuries rather than during a single building episode. Layers of fill demonstrate repeated additions, modifications, and expansions, indicating that generation after generation returned to the site and continued developing it. This long construction history suggests a level of cultural continuity and social organization that few researchers once believed possible among hunter-gatherer communities. One of the most fascinating aspects of Watson Break is that archaeologists still cannot explain exactly why it was built. Excavations have uncovered evidence of human activity throughout the complex, including hearths, cooking areas, stone tools, bone fragments, and remains of fish, deer, birds, turtles, and other animals. These discoveries indicate that people spent significant amounts of time at the site. However, the evidence does not fit neatly into any single interpretation. Watson Break does not resemble a defensive fortification. There are no walls, ditches, or obvious military features. It does not appear to have functioned as a simple village either, because the arrangement of the mounds suggests a deliberate architectural plan extending far beyond ordinary domestic needs. The site occupies a position overlooking ancient waterways and seasonal resources, leading some scholars to propose that it served as a gathering place where different groups met periodically for ceremonies, trade, social interaction, and communal activities. Another possibility is that Watson Break functioned as a ceremonial centre tied to religious beliefs that are now impossible to reconstruct. Monumental architecture often serves symbolic purposes rather than practical ones. Building large structures can strengthen group identity, reinforce traditions, and create shared memories that bind communities together. If Watson Break served such a role, its construction may have represented a collective expression of cultural identity among populations spread across the lower Mississippi Valley. The repeated expansion of the site over hundreds of years supports this idea, because each generation would have contributed to a project already considered important by their ancestors. The monument itself may have acted as a physical reminder of social connections, extending beyond individual families or villages. Some researchers have also explored whether the layout possessed astronomical significance. Throughout the world, ancient societies frequently incorporated celestial observations into architecture. While Watson Break has not produced definitive evidence of astronomical alignments comparable to sites such as Stonehenge, questions remain regarding whether certain features were intentionally positioned in relation to the sun, seasonal cycles, or environmental events. Because the builders left no written records, every interpretation must rely on archaeological evidence rather than direct testimony. This absence of written documentation is one reason the site remains so intriguing. The people responsible for creating it left behind an enormous monument, but almost no explanation for their motivations. The environmental setting of Watson Break may provide additional clues. During the 4th millennium BC, northeastern Louisiana offered abundant aquatic resources, including fish, shellfish, waterfowl, and other food sources capable of supporting relatively dense populations without agriculture. Scholars increasingly recognize that productive wetland environments could sustain communities far more effectively than older models assumed. Rather than constantly wandering across vast territories, some hunter-gatherer groups may have occupied favorable locations for extended periods, allowing social complexity to emerge without farming. Watson Break has become a key piece of evidence in this broader re-evaluation of prehistoric societies. Instead of representing an exception, it may reveal that archaeologists underestimated the organizational abilities of early hunter-gatherers for decades. The importance of Watson Break extends beyond North America because it contributes to a global debate about how and why monument building began. Traditional theories often portray monumental architecture as a consequence of political power, economic inequality, or agricultural development. Yet Watson Break demonstrates that large-scale construction projects can emerge under very different conditions. The people who built the monument apparently lacked kings, bureaucracies, cities, and intensive agriculture, but they still possessed the ability to coordinate labour across generations. Their achievement suggests that cooperation, shared beliefs, and cultural traditions may have played a more significant role in human history than previously recognised. 508 BC. Athens was undergoing one of the most dramatic political transformations in the ancient world. The reforms introduced by the statesman and lawgiver Cleisthenes were dismantling the power of aristocratic families and laying the foundations of what would later be remembered as democracy. Yet a difficult question immediately emerged. If power was supposed to belong to ordinary citizens rather than a handful of wealthy elites, who could be trusted to choose the officials, jurors, and administrators who would govern the city, elections were vulnerable to influence, bribery, and political alliances. Powerful families could dominate voting blocs, and ambitious politicians could manipulate public opinion. The Athenians responded with a solution so unusual that archaeologists initially struggled to understand it when fragments were rediscovered more than 2,000 years later. They carved a machine from stone. Today it is known as the Cleroterion, and although it appears at first glance to be nothing more than a slab of marble covered in rows of slots, it was one of the most sophisticated political technologies of the ancient world. Most surviving examples were discovered in and around ancient Agora of Athens, the political heart of classical Athens. The first fragments came to light during excavations in the 19th century, but their purpose remained unclear for decades. Archaeologists found tall stone blocks pierced by dozens or even hundreds of rectangular openings arranged in neat columns. Some specimens also contained a narrow tube running down one side. The objects did not resemble known religious altars, military equipment, or funerary monuments. Early theories suggested they might have held inscriptions, records, or administrative documents. Others believed they served ceremonial functions. None of these explanations fully accounted for their strange design. Only after scholars compared the archaeological finds with surviving ancient texts, particularly descriptions written by Aristotle in the 4th century BC, did the true purpose become clear. The mysterious stones were machines designed to randomly select citizens for public service. To understand why such a device existed, it is necessary to understand how Athenian democracy differed from most modern democracies. In Athens during the 5th and 4th centuries BC, many government positions were not filled through elections. Athenians believed elections naturally favoured wealthy, famous, and influential individuals. If the same people continually won office, democracy could gradually evolve into oligarchy. Instead, many public responsibilities were assigned through a process called sortition, the random selection of citizens. The principle was simple. Every eligible citizen should have an equal chance to participate in governing the state. Randomness was not viewed as chaos, it was viewed as fairness. The Cleroterion transformed that ideal into reality. Citizens possessed bronze identification tokens known as pinakia. Each token carried the citizen's name and information identifying his tribe. When a selection process began, participants inserted these bronze cards into the slots of the stone machine. The arrangement was carefully organised so that members of different tribes were distributed across the device. Once the cards had been placed, officials introduced a series of black and white balls into the vertical tube attached to the side of the Cleroterion. As the balls descended, they determined whether entire rows of citizens would be accepted or rejected. A white ball might mean a row was selected for service, while a black ball could eliminate the next row. The exact procedures varied depending on the office being filled, but the essential purpose remained constant. Human choice was removed from the process as much as possible. What makes the system remarkable is not merely its age, but its sophistication. Ancient Athens had effectively created a mechanical randomization device nearly 25 centuries before the emergence of modern computing. There were no gears, springs, or complex moving parts. The machine relied entirely on physical processes and carefully designed procedures. Yet it performed a task that modern societies still struggle with: reducing opportunities for corruption. No politician could secretly choose favourable jurors. No wealthy family could easily stack a court with supporters. No official could openly manipulate the outcome without attracting attention. The mechanism converted a political ideal into a transparent public procedure. The cleritarian was especially important in the operation of Athenian courts. Legal cases in Athens were often decided by extraordinarily large juries. Some trials involved hundreds of jurors, while major cases could involve more than 1,000 participants. Such numbers were intended to make bribery difficult. Convincing a handful of judges might be possible. Influencing several hundred randomly selected citizens was vastly more challenging. Before each court session, jurors were chosen through procedures involving the cleritarian, ensuring that neither prosecutors nor defendants knew in advance who would hear their case. This represented one of history's earliest large-scale attempts to protect judicial independence through random selection. The machine also revealed something important about how Athenians understood human nature. They did not assume citizens were immune to greed, ambition, or manipulation. On the contrary, the entire system was built around the expectation that individuals would attempt to gain advantages whenever possible. Rather than relying solely on personal virtue, they designed institutions that made abuse more difficult. In many respects, this philosophy resembles modern approaches to cybersecurity and fraud prevention. The goal is not to eliminate bad actors entirely, but to create systems that limit their opportunities. Yet the cleritarian also exposes the contradictions at the heart of Athenian democracy. The system was remarkably egalitarian for those allowed to participate, but participation itself was highly restricted. Women could not serve, enslaved people could not serve. Foreign residents living in Athens could not serve. Even though Athens is often celebrated as the birthplace of democracy, the majority of people living within its territory were excluded from political life. Historians estimate that only a fraction of the total population possessed full citizenship rights. The machine therefore distributed power fairly among citizens while simultaneously reflecting a society built upon exclusion. This tension remains one of the most discussed aspects of classical Athens. By the late 4th century BC, Athens had reached the height of its democratic institutions, but the political landscape of the Mediterranean was changing rapidly. The rise of Philip II of Macedon and later Alexander the Great transformed the balance of power. Independent city-states gradually lost influence. Over the following centuries, democratic institutions weakened, evolved, or disappeared altogether. As the classical world gave way to Hellenistic kingdoms and eventually Roman rule, the cleritarian faded from use. Its purpose was forgotten. Generations passed without understanding what the strange stone blocks had once accomplished. When archaeologists eventually uncovered the surviving examples, they were not rediscovering a weapon, a temple, or a royal treasure. They were rediscovering evidence of an idea. The significance of the cleritarian lies not in its physical appearance, but in what it represents. Long before modern constitutions, long before voting machines, and long before digital algorithms, a society confronted the problem of concentrated power and attempted to solve it through a carefully engineered process of randomness. The machine demonstrates that some of the political questions debated today are far older than many people realize. How can corruption be reduced? How can fairness be protected? How can institutions resist manipulation? More than 2,000 years ago, the citizens of Athens believed they had found an answer carved into marble. The Cleritarian survives as a reminder that one of humanity's earliest democratic experiments was not built solely on speeches and laws, but also on a mysterious stone machine that transformed chance into a tool of government. For centuries, one question has lingered over the sands southwest of Bukhara in present-day Uzbekistan. How could a city that once stood at the centre of one of the world's greatest trade networks simply disappear? Today, the ruins of Paykend, also known as Paykend or Poykent, lie isolated on the edge of the Kizilkum Desert, their crumbling walls surrounded by silence. Yet between the 5th and 10th centuries AD, this was one of the wealthiest cities in Central Asia, a place so deeply connected to long-distance commerce that medieval writers referred to it as the City of Merchants. The mystery is not that Paykend existed, but that a city built on wealth, strategic importance, and centuries of prosperity ultimately vanished, leaving behind little more than archaeological traces and fragments of historical records. Paykend was located approximately 50 kilometers southwest of Bukhara, in the lower Zarafshan oasis, a fertile region sustained by irrigation channels branching from the Zarafshan River. Its position placed it directly on one of the most important arteries of the Silk Road, the vast network of trade routes linking China, India, Persia, the Middle East, and the Mediterranean world. Archaeological evidence suggests settlement activity in the area began centuries before the Common Era, but the city emerged as a major urban centre during the early medieval period when Sogdian merchants dominated trade across Central Asia. The Sogdians were among the greatest commercial intermediaries of the ancient world, transporting silk, spices, precious metals, glassware, textiles, and ideas across thousands of kilometers. Paykend became one of their strongest economic strongholds. The city's importance was recognized by medieval historians long before modern archaeologists began excavating its ruins. Arab geographers writing between the 9th and 10th centuries described Paykend as a prosperous settlement filled with wealthy traders whose influence extended far beyond the region. Unlike many cities that depended primarily on agriculture, Paykend's identity was tied directly to commerce. Merchants from the city established trading colonies across Central Asia and even reached China. Historical accounts suggest that some of the richest merchant families in the region originated from Paykend, accumulating fortunes through caravans that crossed deserts, mountains, and political borders. This extraordinary concentration of wealth created a city unlike many of its neighbours. Modern archaeological investigations have revealed just how sophisticated Paykend actually was. Systematic excavations began during the Soviet period in the 20th century, particularly under the direction of archaeologists such as Vasily Shishkin and later research teams from Uzbekistan and Russia. Excavators uncovered massive defensive walls, residential districts, workshops, storage facilities, religious structures, and caravanserais designed to accommodate merchants and travellers. The city was organised into distinct sections, including a heavily fortified citadel, a central urban area, and extensive suburbs. The defensive system alone demonstrates the importance of the settlement. Multiple layers of walls surrounded the city, some reaching several meters in thickness, reflecting both the wealth of the inhabitants and the constant threat posed by regional conflicts. One of the most fascinating discoveries at Pike End concerns its role as a crossroads of cultures and religions. Before the spread of Islam into Central Asia, much of the region followed Zoroastrianism, the ancient Iranian religion traditionally associated with the prophet Zoroaster. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence indicating that religious practices connected to Zoroastrian traditions were present in the city. Certain structures and ritual objects suggest the continued importance of fire-centered worship and funerary customs characteristic of the faith. This makes Pike End an important window into a transitional era when Central Asia stood between older Iranian traditions and the rapidly expanding Islamic world. The city also produced remarkable evidence of international trade. Excavations have recovered coins originating from different regions, including Sogdian issues, Arab coins, and Chinese currency from the Tang dynasty. These discoveries confirm what historians long suspected. Pike End was not merely connected to Silk Road commerce, it was deeply embedded within it. Goods and travellers arriving from China could pass through the city on their way westward, while merchants from Persia and the Middle East travelled east using the same routes. Every coin, imported object and foreign artifact discovered in the ruins serves as proof that Pike End participated in a trading system spanning much of Eurasia. Yet despite its prosperity, Pike End repeatedly found itself at the centre of military conflict. One of the most dramatic episodes occurred during the Arab expansion into Central Asia in the early 8th century. In 706 AD, the Umayyad commander Qutayba ibn Muslim launched a campaign against the city as part of the broader effort to establish Arab control over Transoxiana. Contemporary and near-contemporary sources describe a fierce siege. Pike End's inhabitants resisted intensely, relying on their fortifications and resources to withstand the attackers. The battle became one of the defining moments in the region's history. Although the city eventually fell to Qutayba's forces, the struggle demonstrated both its military strength and strategic importance. The conquest helped accelerate the spread of Islam throughout Central Asia, permanently altering the religious and cultural landscape of the region. Surprisingly, the Arab conquest did not immediately destroy Pike End. The city continued to exist and remained economically significant for centuries afterward. This is where the real mystery begins. Many ancient cities disappeared because they were conquered, burned, or abandoned following a single catastrophic event. Pike End's decline followed a different path. It survived invasions, political transformations, and shifts in dynastic power. Instead, evidence suggests that environmental changes gradually undermined the foundations of its prosperity. The Zarafshan oasis depended on a complex irrigation network that distributed water across the region. Maintaining these canals required constant labour, organisation, and political stability. Over time, changes in river flow, sediment accumulation, and the deterioration of irrigation systems appear to have reduced the availability of water. As agricultural productivity declined, supporting a large urban population became increasingly difficult. Simultaneously, broader economic transformations were affecting the Silk Road itself. Trade routes rarely remained fixed forever. Political instability, changing commercial priorities, and the emergence of alternative routes could redirect caravans away from previously prosperous centres. Archaeological evidence indicates that Pike End gradually lost population during the late 1st millennium AD. Buildings fell into disrepair, sections of the city were abandoned, and economic activity diminished. Unlike Pompeii, which was destroyed in a single volcanic catastrophe in AD 79, or Troy, which experienced repeated episodes of warfare and destruction, Peikend appears to have faded slowly. The process may have taken generations. Families moved elsewhere. Merchants followed new opportunities. Irrigation channels became less reliable. The desert steadily advanced toward the city that had once flourished on its margins. By the 11th century, Peikend had largely ceased to function as a major urban centre. Windblown sand began covering abandoned structures. Walls collapsed. Streets disappeared beneath layers of sediment. Eventually, the city became little more than a forgotten ruin. For centuries, travellers passed through the region with little understanding of what once stood there. The wealth, influence, and international connections that had made Peikend famous vanished from living memory. What makes Peikend particularly compelling as an archaeological mystery is that its disappearance was not caused by a single dramatic disaster. Instead, it demonstrates how even the most prosperous civilizations can depend upon fragile systems that are easy to overlook. Water management, trade networks, political stability, and environmental conditions all work together to sustain the city. When those systems gradually weakened, Peikend's remarkable success could no longer be maintained. The ruins visible today are not simply the remains of buildings. They are evidence of how interconnected ancient societies truly were. Modern excavations continue to reveal new information about daily life within the city. Archaeologists have identified workshops, domestic spaces, fortifications, and imported goods that help reconstruct the experiences of the people who lived there. Each discovery adds another piece to the puzzle of how a wealthy Silk Road metropolis functioned and why it ultimately failed. Yet many questions remain unanswered. Exactly how severe were the environmental changes that affected the oasis? How much of the decline resulted from shifting trade routes? Did political instability accelerate the process? Scholars continue debating these issues because the available evidence supports multiple interpretations. Standing among the ruins today, it is difficult to imagine that this silent landscape once echoed with the sounds of merchants negotiating deals, craftsmen producing goods, travellers arriving from distant kingdoms, and caravans preparing to cross some of the most challenging terrain on Earth. Peikend's story is not merely about a lost city. It is about the vulnerability of success itself. For centuries, the city seemed indispensable to the Silk Road. Then, little by little, the forces that sustained it disappeared, and the city of merchants followed them into history. There are ancient monuments that impress because of their size, and then there are the ones that shouldn't seem possible at all. Across different continents, and separated by thousands of years, a handful of ancient structures display engineering, precision, and construction methods that continue to challenge archaeologists and engineers alike. Some were carved directly from mountains. Others were assembled from stones weighing hundreds of tons with astonishing accuracy, while a few still leave one unsettling question unanswered. How were they built using the technology of their time? These are the strangest ancient structures ever created. Monuments that blur the line between human ingenuity and historical mystery. When archaeologists began documenting the stone blocks of Puma Punku in detail, they realized these were not ordinary ruins. Scattered across a windswept plateau near Lake Titicaca in western Bolivia were enormous blocks carved with remarkably straight edges, perfectly intersecting angles, narrow grooves, and repeated geometric patterns that looked almost standardized. Some visitors compared them to giant machine parts rather than stones shaped by hand. Yet every excavation has led to the same conclusion. This monument was built by the Tiwanaku civilization around the 6th century AD, centuries before the rise of the Inca. The mystery is no longer who built Puma Punku, but why they created architecture so extraordinarily precise that it still challenges engineers and archaeologists today. Puma Punku forms part of the larger Tiwanaku ceremonial complex, about 72 kilometers west of La Paz, at an altitude of nearly 3,850 meters. Radiocarbon dating from excavations led by archaeologist Alexei Vranich places the beginning of construction after approximately AD 536, disproving the popular claim that the monument is more than 12,000 years old. Even with its true age established, Puma Punku remains one of the most unusual architectural achievements in the ancient world. The first mystery is precision. The site's famous H-shaped andesite blocks appear almost identical, with clean 90-degree corners, symmetrical recesses, and remarkably flat surfaces. Architectural researchers Jean-Pierre Protzen and Stella Nair demonstrated that the blocks are not exact copies, but they follow the same design system with only tiny variations. That means each stone was individually carved while still matching an overall architectural plan. For a civilization with no iron tools, producing dozens of complex blocks to such consistent standards required an astonishing level of planning and craftsmanship. The stone itself makes the achievement even harder to understand. Most of the finely carved blocks were made from andesite, a dense volcanic rock that is significantly harder than ordinary sandstone. Experimental archaeology has shown that shaping andesite using hammerstones, stone chisels, and abrasive sand is possible, but extremely slow. Every sharp groove, flat face, and internal corner would have demanded countless hours of grinding and polishing. Puma Punku was not built through impossible technology. It was built through extraordinary skill, patience, and organization on a scale rarely seen in the ancient Americas. Then there is the problem of transportation. The largest sandstone block at Puma Punku measures approximately 7.81 meters long, 5.17 meters wide, and weighs an estimated 131 metric tons. Geological studies indicate these massive sandstone blocks came from quarries about 10 kilometers away, while the precisely carved andesite was transported from the Copacabana Peninsula, roughly 90 kilometers from the site. Moving stones of that size would be difficult even with modern equipment. The Tiwanaku had no evidence of wheeled vehicles for heavy transport, no draft animals capable of pulling such loads, and no iron machinery. Archaeologists have proposed the use of sledges, ropes, earthen ramps, and large teams of workers, but exactly how these stones crossed such rugged terrain at high altitude remains one of Puma Punku's greatest engineering puzzles. Another feature rarely discussed is the monument's metal technology. Several stones contain carefully carved sockets designed to hold eye-shaped metal clamps. Metallurgical analysis shows these clamps were cast from copper-based alloys containing arsenic and nickel before being fitted into the stonework. Instead of simply stacking blocks on top of one another, the builders mechanically locked sections of the structure together. This combination of advanced masonry and sophisticated metallurgy demonstrates that Puma Punku was engineered rather than merely assembled. If the craftsmanship is extraordinary, the monument's current condition raises another question. Today, Puma Punku looks like a field of shattered stone, with gigantic blocks lying overturned in every direction. Archaeologists believe the original complex contained terraces, platforms, monumental gateways, and ceremonial courtyards arranged according to a carefully planned layout. Centuries of earthquakes, stone robbing, weathering, and human activity destroyed much of the structure, leaving researchers to reconstruct the monument piece by piece using excavation records and three-dimensional digital models. Even now, no complete reconstruction has gained universal agreement because so much of the original architecture has been lost. The village of Abhaneri in the Indian state of Rajasthan receives barely enough rainfall to sustain life for much of the year, yet more than 12 centuries ago, its inhabitants carved one of the most mathematically astonishing structures ever created into the earth. At first glance, Chand Bauri does not resemble a well at all. Seen from above, it looks like an impossible geometric illusion, a vast inverted pyramid composed of approximately 3,500 perfectly aligned stone steps, cascading 13 levels toward a small pool of water nearly 30 meters below the surface. Even today, photographs of the monument are frequently mistaken for digital artwork because the precision of its repeating triangular patterns seems almost too perfect to have been achieved without modern surveying technology. Unlike many famous ancient monuments that impress through sheer size, Chand Baori is extraordinary because almost every visible surface is a staircase, raising an obvious question: why would an ancient civilization construct thousands of perfectly proportioned steps simply to reach water? The monument was built in Abaneri, around 95 kilometers east of Jaipur, and is generally dated to the late 8th or early 9th century, during the rule of the Nikumba Rajputs, although no surviving inscription records its exact construction. Archaeologists instead rely on comparisons with nearby temples, sculptural styles, and architectural details to date the structure. Art historians including Cynthia Packett Atherton and Michael W. Meister have placed the complex around approximately AD 800 to 825, making it one of the oldest surviving monumental stepwells in India. The absence of dedicatory inscriptions is itself unusual because many major temples of the same period recorded their patrons, leaving Chand Baori without a definitive written account of who ordered its construction or how long the project required. Its strange appearance was not created for decoration, but for survival. Rajasthan has long been one of India's driest regions, where groundwater levels fluctuate dramatically between the monsoon and the prolonged dry season. Instead of digging a vertical shaft that became useless whenever water levels dropped, the builders excavated a massive square reservoir and surrounded it with thousands of narrow steps. No matter how far the water receded, people could continue descending until they reached it. This solved a practical problem that ordinary wells could not. Yet practicality alone does not explain why the staircases were arranged with such obsessive symmetry. 3 sides of the structure are entirely covered by double flights of stairs intersecting at sharp angles, while the 4th side contains pillared galleries, pavilions, and chambers overlooking the reservoir. The result is an enormous geometric composition that transforms an engineering solution into one of the most visually striking architectural designs of the ancient world. The geometry remains the monument's greatest mystery. Chand Baori contains roughly 3,500 steps, arranged across 13 stories, each landing connecting to another network of staircases that repeat almost endlessly toward the bottom. Rather than using a single staircase, the builders divided movement into hundreds of interconnected routes. This allowed many people to descend and climb simultaneously without creating bottlenecks, an elegant solution for a community that depended on a shared water source. At the same time, the repeating triangular forms distribute structural loads across the retaining walls, while reducing erosion from thousands of footsteps over centuries. Modern architectural researchers have noted that the design creates an optical illusion in which the stairways appear to shift position depending on the viewing angle, making it surprisingly difficult for the human eye to judge depth or distinguish individual paths. The monument therefore appears almost alive, changing visually as sunlight moves across its surfaces throughout the day. Another remarkable feature is its natural climate control. Temperatures in Rajasthan regularly exceed 40 degrees Celsius during summer, but measurements and historical descriptions consistently note that the air near the bottom of Chand Baori remains approximately 5 to 6 degrees Celsius cooler than the surface. The depth of the well, the thick stone walls, constant shade and evaporation from stored groundwater create a naturally cooled environment. Long before mechanical air conditioning existed, local residents could descend into the stepwell to escape the intense desert heat. Historical studies describe Chand Baori not merely as infrastructure, but as an important communal gathering place, where travelers rested, merchants met, and local ceremonies took place in relative comfort beneath the surrounding galleries. The monument also formed part of a larger sacred landscape rather than existing as an isolated engineering project. Immediately beside the stepwell stands the Harshat Mata temple, dedicated to the goddess, associated with joy and prosperity. Archaeological evidence suggests that the well was likely completed before the present temple complex, with both becoming integrated into a single religious center during the early medieval period. Pilgrims are believed to have washed before entering the temple, transforming the reservoir into both a practical water source and a ritual space. Numerous sculptural fragments recovered around the site, many now preserved by the Archaeological Survey of India, indicate that the complex originally contained elaborate carvings and shrines, many of which were damaged or destroyed during later invasions and centuries of reuse. The Kondana caves are strange for one simple reason. Almost everything you see was created by removing rock instead of stacking it. More than 2,000 years ago, Buddhist craftsmen stood before a vertical wall of basalt in the western Ghats of present-day Maharashtra, India, and decided not to build a temple on the mountain, but inside it. Every hall, every pillar, every doorway, and every monk's chamber had to be carved directly into solid volcanic stone. One mistake could ruin months of work, because there was no way to replace a broken block. Even today, archaeologists cannot calculate exactly how many tons of rock were removed to complete the complex, yet the builders achieved remarkable symmetry using only iron tools, hammers, chisels, and careful planning. The caves are located near the old trade route, leading through the Bar Ghat Pass, approximately 16 kilometers northwest of Kala Caves and around 33 kilometers north of Lonavala, placing them in one of the busiest commercial corridors of ancient Western India. Archaeological evidence dates the excavation of the caves to approximately the 1st century BCE, although some researchers believe planning may have begun slightly earlier because the architectural style closely resembles nearby sites such as Baja. The complex consists of 16 Buddhist caves, including a large chaitya or prayer hall, several viharas used as monasteries, rock-cut cisterns for collecting water, and a number of residential cells where monks lived during the monsoon season. Unlike later Buddhist cave complexes famous for elaborate sculptures and paintings, Kondana belongs to the earliest generation of Western Indian rock-cut architecture, when builders were still experimenting with transferring wooden architecture into permanent stone. That transitional moment is exactly what makes the site so unusual. The greatest mystery is not why the caves were carved, but why their builders deliberately copied wood in a monument that contained almost no structural wood at all. Inside the main chaitya hall, the vaulted ceiling imitates the shape of timber construction, with carved stone beams arranged like wooden rafters. These false beams do not strengthen the roof because the mountain itself carries the entire load. They exist purely to reproduce an older architectural tradition. The surviving measurements recorded by James Ferguson and James Burgess in the Cave Temples of India describe the chaitya as approximately 66.5 feet long from the entrance pillars to the apse, 26 feet 8 inches wide and over 28 feet high. 15 interior pillars form an aisle around the stupa, while the roof preserves the appearance of a wooden building despite being carved entirely from living basalt. In other words, the builders invested enormous effort creating stone that intentionally looked like wood, even though nobody entering the cave would mistake the material. That decision has fascinated historians for more than a century. The prevailing interpretation is that these caves preserve the memory of an architectural tradition that has almost completely disappeared. Before large-scale rock-cut monuments became common, Buddhist assembly halls were primarily constructed from timber. Wood decays quickly in India's tropical climate, leaving almost no examples behind. Kondana therefore acts like a fossil, preserving a building style that otherwise vanished. Instead of discovering an ancient wooden temple, archaeologists found its stone copy, frozen forever inside a mountain. This makes the caves one of the earliest surviving records of an entire architectural technology that time erased. The construction method itself raises equally impressive questions. Unlike masonry architecture, where blocks can be added one by one, rock-cut architecture follows the opposite logic. Workers began at the cliff face and excavated inward, removing stone, while constantly preserving the proportions of the final structure. Columns could not simply be installed later because they were left standing as the surrounding rock was cut away. Every ceiling, wall, and pillar originally belonged to the same mass of basalt. A single error in measurement could destroy an entire chamber. Modern surveys of early Buddhist caves show remarkable consistency in spacing between pillars, alignment of walls, and geometric planning, indicating that ancient builders possessed sophisticated surveying techniques long before precision instruments existed. The purpose of the complex was equally practical and spiritual. The Chaitya Hall served as a communal place of worship, centered on a stupa, while the surrounding viharas provided living quarters for monks, especially during the annual rainy season, when travel became difficult. Their location was carefully chosen rather than isolated by accident. The caves overlook an ancient trade corridor, linking ports on the Konkan coast with settlements across the Deccan Plateau. Merchants traveling through the mountains frequently supported Buddhist monasteries with donations, receiving shelter, water, and religious merit in return. The only surviving inscription at Kondana, carved on the front of the Chaitya, records one such donation, providing direct archaeological evidence that the monastery depended upon patronage rather than royal conquest or military power. Gunung Kawi is strange because it does not behave like a normal temple. It was not assembled from blocks, raised on columns, or built upward from the ground. It was carved backward into a cliff. In the Pakarasan River valley of Tampak Siring, northeast of Ubud in Bali, 10 monumental candi-shaped shrines were cut directly into living volcanic rock, each standing in